Chapter 1. It is with a kind of fear that I begin to write the history of my life. I have, as it were, a superstitious hesitation in lifting the veil that clings about my childhood like a golden mist. The task of writing an autobiography is a difficult one. When I try to classify my earliest impressions, I find that fact and fancy look alike across the years that link the past with the present. The woman paints the child's experiences in her own fantasy. A few impressions stand out vividly from the first years of my life, but the shadows of the prison house are on the rest. Besides, many of the joys and sorrows of childhood have lost their poignancy, and many incidents of vital importance in my early education have been forgotten in the excitement of great discoveries. In order, therefore, not to be tedious, I shall to present in a series of sketches only the episodes that seem to me to be the most interesting and important. I was born on the 27th of June, 1880, in Tuscumbia, a little town of northern Alabama. The family on my father's side is descended from Caspar Keller, a native of Switzerland, who settled in Maryland. One of my Swiss ancestors was the first teacher of the deaf in Zurich and wrote a book on the subject of their education, rather a singular coincidence, though it is TNLE that there is no king who has not had a slave among his ancestors, and no slave who has not had a king among his. My grandfather, Caspar Keller's son, entered large tracts of land in Alabama and finally settled there. I have been told that once a year he went from Tuscumbia to Philadelphia on horseback to purchase supplies for the plantation, and my aunt has in her possession many of the letters to his family, which give charming and vivid accounts of these trips. My grandmother Keller was a daughter of one of Lafayette's aides, Alexander Moore, and granddaughter of Alexander Spotswood, an early colonial governor of Virginia. She was also second cousin to Robert E. My father, Arthur H. Keller, was a captain in the Confederate Army, and my mother, Kate Adams, was his second wife and many years younger. Her grandfather, Benjamin Adams, married Susanna E. Goodhue, and lived in Newbury, Massachusetts, for many years. Their son, Charles Adams, was born in Newburyport, Massachusetts, and moved to Helena, Arkansas. When the Civil War broke out, he fought on the side of the South and became a brigadier general. He married Lucy Helen Everett, who belonged to the same family of Everetts as Edward Everett and Dr. Edward Everett Hale. After the war was over, the family moved to Memphis, Tennessee. I lived, up to the time of the illness that deprived me of my sight and hearing, in a tiny house consisting of a large square room and a small one, in which the servants slept. It is a custom in the South to build a small house near the homestead as an annex to be used on occasion. Such a house my father built after the Civil War, and when he married my mother they went to live in it. It was completely covered with vines, climbing roses and honeysuckles. From the garden it looked like an arbor. The little porch was hidden from view by a screen of yellow roses and southern smilax. It was the favorite haunt of hummingbirds and bees. The Keller homestead, where the family lived, was a few steps from our little rose bower. It was called Ivy Green because the house and the surrounding trees and fences were covered with beautiful English ivy. Its old-fashioned garden was the paradise of my childhood. Even in the days before my teacher came, I used to feel along the square stiff boxwood hedges, and, guided by the sense of smell, would find the first violets and lilies. There, too, after a fit of temper, I went to find comfort and to hide my hot face in the cool leaves and grass. What joy it was to lose myself in that garden of flowers, to wander happily from spot to spot, until, coming suddenly upon a beautiful vine, I recognized it by its leaves and blossoms, and knew it was the vine which covered the tumble-down summer house at the farther end of the garden. Here, also, were trailing clematis, drooping jessamine, and some rare sweet flowers called butterfly lilies, because their fragile petals resemble butterflies' wings. But the roses, they were loveliest of all. Never have I found in the greenhouses of the north such heft-satisfying roses as the climbing roses of my Southern home. They used to hang in long festoons from our porch, filling the whole air with their fragrance, untainted by any earthy smell, and in the early morning, washed in the dew, they felt so soft, so pure, I could not help wondering if they did not resemble the asphodels of God's garden. The beginning of my life was simple and much like every other little life. I came, I saw, I conquered, as the first baby in the family always does. There was the usual amount of discussion as to a name for me. The first baby in the family was not to be lightly named, everyone was emphatic about that. My father suggested the name of Mildred Campbell, an ancestor whom he highly esteemed, and he declined to take any further part in the discussion. My mother solved the problem by giving it as her wish that I should be called after her mother, whose maiden name was Helen Everett. But in the excitement of carrying me to church my father lost the name on the way, very naturally, since it was one in which he had declined to have a part. When the minister asked him for it, he just remembered that it had been decided to call me after my grandmother, and he gave her name as Helen Adams. I am told that while I was still in long dresses I showed many signs of an eager, self-asserting disposition. Everything that I saw other people do I insisted upon imitating. At 6 months I could pipe out "How do ye," and one day I attracted everyone's attention by saying tea, tea, tea quite plainly. Even after my illness I remembered one of the words I had learned in these early months. It was the word water, and I continued to make some sound for that word after all other speech was lost. I ceased making the sound wawa only when I learned to spell the word. They tell me I walked the day I was a year old. My mother had just taken me out of the bathtub and was holding me in her lap, when I was suddenly attracted by the flickering shadows of leaves that danced in the sunlight on the smooth floor. I slipped from my mother's lap and almost ran toward them. The impulse gone, I fell down and cried for her to take me up in her. These happy days did not last long. One brief spring, musical with the song of robin and mockingbird, one summer rich in violet and roses, one autumn of gold and crimson sped by and left their gifts at the feet of an eager, delighted child. Then, in the dreary month of February, came the illness which closed my eyes and ears and plunged me into the unconsciousness of a newborn baby. They called it acute congestion of the stomach and brain. The doctor thought I could not live. Early one morning, however, the fever left me as suddenly and mysteriously as it had come. There was great rejoicing in the family that morning, but no one, not even the doctor, knew that I should never see or hear again. I fancy I still have confused recollections of that illness. I especially remember the tenderness with which my mother tried to soothe me in my waking hours of fret and pain, and the agony and bewilderment with which I awoke after a tossing half-sleep, and turned my eyes, so dry and hot, to the wall away from the once loved light, which came to me dim and yet more dim each day. But, except for these fleeting memories, if, indeed, they be memories, it all seems very unreal, like a nightmare. Gradually I got used to the silence and darkness that surrounded me and forgot that it had ever been different, until she came, my teacher, who was to set my spirit free. But during the first 19 months of my life I had caught glimpses of broad, green fields, a luminous sky, trees and flowers which the darkness that followed could not wholly blot out. If we have once seen, the day is ours, and what the day has shown. Chapter 2. I cannot recall what happened during the first months after my illness. I only know that I sat in my mother's lap or clung to her dress as she went about her household duties. My hands felt every object and observed every motion, and in this way I learned to know many things. Soon I felt the need of some communication with others and began to make CNLDE signs. A shake of the head meant no, and a nod, yes. A pull meant come, and a push, was it bread that I wanted? Then I would imitate the acts of cutting the slices and buttering them. If I wanted my mother to make ice cream for dinner I made the sign for working the freezer and shivered, indicating cold. My mother, moreover, succeeded in making me understand a good deal. I always knew when she wished me to bring her something, and I would upstairs or anywhere else she indicated. Indeed, I owe to her loving wisdom all that was bright and good in my long night. I understood a good deal of what was going on about me. At 5 I learned to fold and put away the clean clothes when they were brought in from the laundry, and I distinguished my own from the rest. I knew by the way my mother and aunt dressed when they were going out, and I invariably begged to go with them. I was always sent for when there was company, and when the guests took their leave, I waved my hand to them, I think with a vague remembrance of the meaning of the gesture. One day some gentleman called on my mother, and I felt the shutting of the front door and other sounds that indicated their arrival. On a sudden thought I ran upstairs before anyone could stop me, to put on my idea of a company dress. Standing before the mirror, as I had seen others do, I anointed mine head with oil and covered my face thickly with powder. Then I pinned a veil over my head so that it covered my face and fell in folds down to my shoulders, and tied an enormous bustle round my small waist, so that it dangled behind, almost meeting the hem of my skirt. Thus attired I went down to help entertain the company. I do not remember when I first realized that I was different from other people, but I knew it before my teacher came to me. I had noticed that my mother and my friends did not use signs as I did when they wanted anything done, but talked with their mouths. Sometimes I stood between two persons who were conversing and touched their lips. I could not understand, and was vexed. I moved my lips and gesticulated frantically without result. This made me so angry at times that I kicked and screamed until I was exhausted. I think I knew when I was naughty, for I knew that it hurt Ella, my nurse, to kick her, and when my fit of temper was over I had a feeling akin to regret. But I cannot remember any instance in which this feeling prevented me from repeating the naughtiness when I failed to get what I wanted. In those days a little colored girl, Malta Washington, the child of our cook, and Belle, an old setter, and a great hunter in her day, were my constant companions. Martha Washington understood my signs, and I seldom had any difficulty in making her do just as I wished. It pleased me to domineer over her, and she generally submitted to my tyranny rather than risk a hand-to-hand encounter. I was strong, active, indifferent to consequences. I knew my own mind well enough and always had my own way, even if I had to fight tooth and nail for it. We spent a great deal of time in the kitchen, kneading dough balls, helping make ice cream, grinding coffee, quarreling over the cake bowl, and feeding the hens and turkeys that swarmed about the kitchen steps. Many of them were so tame that they would eat from my hand and let me feel them. One big gobbler snatched a tomato from me one day and ran away with it. Inspired, perhaps, by Master Gobbler's success, we carried off to the woodpile a cake which the cook had just frosted, and ate every bit of it. I was quite ill afterward, and I wonder if retribution also overtook the turkey. The guineafowl likes to hide her nest in out-of-the-way places, and it was one of my greatest delights to hunt for the eggs in the long grass. I could not tell Martha Washington when I wanted to go egg hunting, but I would double my hands and put them on the ground, which meant something round in the grass, and Martha always understood. When we were fortunate enough to find a nest I never allowed her to carry the eggs home, making her understand by emphatic signs that she might fall and break them. The sheds where the corn was stored, the stable where the horses were kept, and the yard where the cows were milked morning and evening were unfailing sources of interest to Manna and me. The milkers would let me keep my hands on the cows while they milked, and I often got well switched by the cow for my curiosity. The making ready for Christmas was always a delight to me. Of course I did not know what it was all about, but I enjoyed the pleasant odors that filled the house and the tidbits that were given to Martha Washington and me to keep us quiet. We were sadly in the way, but that did not interfere with our pleasure in the least. They allowed us to grind the spices, pick over the raisins and lick the stirring spoons. I hung my stocking because the others did. I cannot remember, however, that the ceremony interested me especially, nor did my curiosity cause me to wake before daylight to look for my gifts. Martha Washington had as great a love of mischief as Elle. Two little children were seated on the veranda steps one hot July afternoon. One was black as ebony, with little bunches of fuzzy hair tied with shoestrings sticking out all over her head like corkscrews. The other was white, with long golden curls. One child was 6 years old, the other 2 or 3 years older. The younger child was blind, that was I, and the other was Martha Washington. We were busy cutting out paper dolls, but we soon wearied of this amusement, and after cutting up our shoestrings and clipping all the leaves off the honeysuckle that were within reach, I turned my attention to Martha's corkscrews. She objected at first, but finally submitted. Thinking that turn and turn about is fair play, she seized the scissors and cut off one of my curls, and would have cut them all off but for my mother's timely interference. Bill, our dog, my other companion, was old and lazy and liked to sleep by the open fire rather than to romp with me. I tried hard to teach her my sign language, but she was dull and inattentive. She sometimes started and quivered with excitement, then she became perfectly rigid, as dogs do when they point a bird. I did not then know why Belle acted in this way, but I knew she was not doing as I wished. This vexed me and the lesson always ended in a one-sided boxing match. Belle would get up, stretch herself lazily, give 1 or 2 contemptuous sniffs, go to the opposite side of the hearth and lie down again, and I, wearied and disappointed, went off in search of Martha. Many incidents of those early years are fixed in my memory, isolated, but clear and distinct, making the sense of that silent, aimless, dayless life all the more intense. One day I happened to spill water on my apron, and I spread it out to dry before the fire which was flickering on the sitting-room hearth. The apron did not dry quickly enough to suit me, so I drew nearer and threw it right over the hot ashes. The fire leaped into life. The flames encircled me so that in a moment my clothes were blazing. I made a terrified noise that brought Viney, my old nurse, to the rescue. Throwing a blanket over me, she almost suffocated me, but she put out the fire. Except for my hands and hair I was not badly burned. About this time I found out the use of a key. One morning I locked my mother up in the pantry, where she was obliged to remain 3 hours, as the servants were in a detached part of the house. She kept pounding on the door, while I sat outside on the porch steps and laughed with glee as I felt the jar of the pounding. This most naughty prank of mine convinced my parents that I must be taught as soon as possible. After my teacher, Miss Sullivan, came to me, I sought an early opportunity to lock her in her room. I went upstairs with something which my mother made me understand I was to give to Miss Sullivan, but no sooner had I given it to her than I slammed the door to, locked it, and hid the key under the wardrobe in the hall. I could not be induced to tell where the key was. My father was obliged to get a ladder and take Miss Sullivan out through the window, much to my delight. Months after I produced the key. When I was about 5 years old we moved from the little vine-covered house to a large new one. The family consisted of my father and mother, 2 older half-brothers, and, afterward, a little sister, Mildred. My earliest distinct recollection of my father is making my way through great drifts of newspapers to his side and finding him alone, holding a sheet of paper before his face. I was greatly puzzled to know what he was doing. I imitated this action, even wearing his spectacles, thinking they might help solve the mystery. But I did not find out the secret for several years. Then I learned what those papers were, and that my father edited one of them. My father was most loving and indulgent, devoted to his home, seldom leaving us, except in the hunting season. He was a great hunter, I have been told, and a celebrated shot. Next to his family he loved his dogs and gun. His hospitality was great, almost to a fault, and he seldom came home without bringing a guest. His special pride was the big garden where, it was said, he raised the finest watermelons and strawberries in the county, and to me he brought the first ripe grapes and the choicest berries. I remember his caressing touch as he led me from tree to tree, from vine to vine, and his eager delight in whatever pleased me. He was a famous storyteller. After I had acquired language, he used to spell clumsily into my hand his cleverest anecdotes, and nothing pleased him more than to have me repeat them at an opportune moment. I was in the north, enjoying the last beautiful days of the summer of 1896, when I heard the news of my father's death. He had had a short illness, there had been a brief time of acute suffering, then all was over. This was my first great sorrow, my first personal experience with death. How shall I write of my mother? She is so near to me that it almost seems indelicate to speak of her. For a long time I regarded my little sister as an intruder. I knew that I had ceased to be my mother's only darling, and the thought filled me with jealousy. She sat in my mother's lap constantly, where I used to sit, and seemed to take up all her care and time. One day something happened which seemed to me to be adding insult to injury. At that time I had a much petted, much abused doll, which I afterward named Nancy. She was, alas, the helpless victim of my outbursts of temper and of affection, so that she became much the worse for wear. I had dolls which talked, and cried, and opened and shut their eyes, yet I never loved one of them as I loved poor Nancy. She had a cradle, and I often spent an hour or more rocking her. I guarded both doll and cradle with the most jealous care, but once I discovered my little sister sleeping peacefully in the cradle. At this presumption on the part of one to whom as yet no tie of love bound me, I grew angry. I rushed upon the cradle and overturned it, and the baby might have been killed had my mother not caught her as she fell. Thus it is that when we walk in the valley of twofold solitude we know little of the tender affections that grow out of endearing words and actions and companionship. But afterward, when I was restored to my human heritage, Mildred and I grew into each other's hearts, so that we were content to go hand in hand wherever caprice led us, although she could not understand my finger language, nor I her childish prattle. Chapter 3. Meanwhile the desire to express myself grew. The few signs I used became less and less adequate, and my failures to make myself understood were invariably followed by outbursts of passion. I felt as if invisible hands were holding me, and I made frantic efforts to free myself. I struggled, not that struggling helped matters, but the spirit of resistance was strong within me. I generally broke down in tears and physical exhaustion. If my mother happened to be near, I crept into her arms, too miserable even to remember the cause of the tempest. After a while the need of some means of communication became so urgent that these outbursts occurred daily, sometimes hourly. My parents were deeply grieved and perplexed. We lived a long way from any school for the blind or the deaf, and it seemed unlikely that anyone would come to such an out-of-the-way place as Tuscumbia to teach a child who was both deaf and blind. Indeed, my friends and relatives sometimes doubted whether I could be taught. My mother's only ray of hope came from Dickens's American Notes. She had read his account of Laura Brigman, and remembered vaguely that she was deaf and blind, yet had been educated. But she also remembered with a hopeless pang that Dr. Howe, who had discovered the way to teach the deaf and blind, had been dead many years. His methods had probably died with him, and if they had not, how was a little girl in a far-off town in Alabama to receive the benefit of them? When I was about 6 years old, my father heard of an eminent oculist in Baltimore, who had been successful in many cases that had seemed hopeless. My parents at once determined to take me to Baltimore to see if anything could be done for my eyes. The journey, which I remember well, was very pleasant. I made friends with many people on the train. One lady gave me a box of shells. My father made holes in these so that I could string them, and for a long time they kept me happy and contented. The conductor, too, was kind. Often when he went his rounds I clung to his coat tails while he collected and punched the tickets. His punch, with which he let me play, was a delightful toy. Curled up in a corner of the seat I amused myself for hours making funny little holes in bits of cardboard. My aunt made me a big doll out of towels. It was the most comical shapeless thing, this improvised doll, with no nose, mouth, ears or eyes, nothing that even the imagination of a child could convert into a face. Curiously enough, the absence of eyes struck me more than all the other defects put together. I pointed this out to everybody with provoking persistency, but no one seemed equal to the task of providing the doll with eyes. A bright idea, however, shot into my mind, and the problem was solved. I tumbled off the seat and searched under it until I found my aunt's cape, which was trimmed with large beads. I pulled 2 beads off and indicated to her that I wanted her to sew them on my doll. She raised my hand to her eyes in a questioning way, and I nodded energetically. The beads were sewed in the right place and I could not contain myself for joy, but immediately I lost all interest in the doll. During the whole trip I did not have one fit of temper, there were so many things to keep my mind and fingers busy. When we arrived in Baltimore, Dr. Chisholm received us kindly, but he could do nothing. He said, however, that I could be educated, and advised my father to consult Dr. Alexander Graham Bell of Washington, who would be able to give him information about schools and teachers of deaf or blind children. Acting on the doctor's advice, we went immediately to Washington to see Dr. Bell, my father with a sad heart and many misgivings, I wholly unconscious of his anguish, finding pleasure in the excitement of moving from place to place. Child as I was, I at once felt the tenderness and sympathy which endeared Dr. Bell to so many hearts, as his wonderful achievements enlist their admiration. He held me on his knee while I examined his watch, and he made it strike for me. He understood my signs, and I knew it and loved him at once. But I did not dream that that interview would be the door through which I should pass from darkness into light, from isolation to friendship, companionship, knowledge, love. Dr. Bell advised my father to write to Mr. Anagnos, director of the Perkins Institution in Boston, the scene of Dr. Howe's great labors for the blind, and ask him if he had a teacher competent to begin my education. This my father did at once, and in a few weeks there came a kind letter from Mr. Anagnos with the comforting assurance that a teacher had been found. This was in the summer of 1886. But Miss Sullivan did not arrive until the following March. Thus I came up out of Egypt and stood before Sinai, and a power divine touched my spirit and gave it sight, so that I beheld many wonders. And from the sacred mountain I heard a voice which said, "Knowledge is love and light and vision." Chapter 4. The most important day I remember in all my life is the one on which my teacher, Anne Mansfield Sullivan, came to me. I am filled with wonder when I consider the immeasurable contrasts between the two lives which it connects. It was the 3rd of March, 1887, diary months before I was 7 years old. On the afternoon of that eventful day, I stood on the porch, dumb, expectant. I guessed vaguely from my mother's signs and from the hurrying to and fro in the house that something unusual was about to happen, so I went to the door and waited on the steps. The afternoon sun penetrated the mass of honeysuckle that covered the porch, and fell on my upturned face. My fingers lingered almost unconsciously on the familiar leaves and blossoms which had just come forth to greet the sweet southern spring. I did not know what the future held of marvel or surprise for me. Anger and bitterness had preyed upon me continually for weeks, and a deep languor had succeeded this passionate struggle. Have you ever been at sea in a dense fog, when it seemed as if a tangible white darkness shut you in, and the great ship, tense and anxious, groped her way toward the shore with plummet and sounding line, and you waited with beating heart for something to happen? I was like that ship before my education began, only I was without compass or sounding line, and had no way of knowing how near the harbor was. Light. Give me light, was the wordless cry of my soul, and the light of love shone on me in that very hour. I felt approaching footsteps. I stretched out my hand as I supposed to my mother. Someone took it, and I was caught up and held close in the arms of her who had come to reveal all things to me, and, more than all things else, to love me. The morning after my teacher came she led me into her room and gave me a doll. The little blind children at the Perkins Institution had sent it and Laura Brigman had dressed it, but I did not know this until afterward. When I had played with it a little while, Miss Sullivan slowly spelled into my hand the word DOLL. I was at once interested in this finger play and tried to imitate it. When I finally succeeded in making the letters correctly, I was flushed with childish pleasure and pride. Running downstairs to my mother, I held up my hand and made the letters for doll. I did not know that I was spelling a word or even that words existed. I was simply making my fingers go in monkey-like imitation. In the days that followed, I learned to spell in this uncomprehending way a great many words, among them pin, hat, cup, and a few verbs like sit, stand and walk. But my teacher had been with me several weeks before I that everything has a name. One day, while I was playing with my new doll, Miss Sullivan put my big rag doll into my lap also, spelled DOLL, and tried to make me understand that DOLL applied to both. Earlier in the day we had had a tussle over the words MUG and WATER. Miss Sullivan had tried to impress it upon me that MUG is mug and that WATER is water, but I persisted in confounding the two. In despair she had dropped the subject for the time, only to renew it at the first opportunity. I became impatient at her repeated attempts and, seizing the new doll, I dashed it upon the floor. I was keenly delighted when I felt the fragments of the broken doll at my feet. Neither sorrow nor regret followed my passionate outburst. I had not loved the doll. In the still, dark world in which I lived there was no strong sentiment or tenderness. I felt my teacher sweep the fragments to one side of the hearth, and I had a sense of satisfaction that the cause of my discomfort was removed. She brought me my hat, and I knew I was going out into the warm sunshine. This thought, if a wordless sensation may be called a thought, made me hop and skip with pleasure. We walked down the path to the well house, attracted by the fragrance of the honeysuckle with which it was covered. Someone was drawing water and my teacher placed my hand under the spout. As the cool stream gushed over one hand, she spelled into the other the word water, first slowly, then rapidly. I stood still, my whole attention fixed upon the motions of her fingers. Suddenly I felt a misty consciousness as of something forgotten, a thrill of returning thought, and somehow the mystery of language was revealed to me. I knew then that WATER meant the wonderful cool. Something that was flowing over my hand. That living word awakened my soul, gave it light, hope, joy, set it free. There were barriers still, it is TNLE, but barriers that could in time be swept away. I left the well house eager to learn. Everything had a name, and each name gave birth to a new thought. As we returned to the house, every object which I touched seemed to quiver with life. That was because I saw everything with the strange, new sight that had come to me. On entering the door I remembered the doll I had broken. I felt my way to the hearth and picked up the pieces. I tried vainly to put them together. Then my eyes filled with tears, for I realized what I had done, and for the first time I felt repentance and sorrow. I learned a great many new words that day. I do not remember what they all were, but I do know that mother, father, sister, teacher were among them, words that were to make the world blossom for me, like Aaron's rod, with flowers. It would have been difficult to find a happier child than I was as I lay in my crib at the close of that eventful day and lived over the joys it had brought me, and for the first time longed for a new day to come. Chapter 5. I recall many incidents of the summer of 1887 that followed my soul's sudden awakening. I did nothing but explore with my hands and learn the name of every object that I touched, and the more I handled things and learned their names and uses, the more joyous and confident grew my sense of kinship with the rest of the world. When the time of daisies and buttercups came, Miss Sullivan took me by the hand across the fields, where men were preparing the earth for the seed, to the banks of the Tennessee River, and there, sitting on the warm grass, I had my first lessons in the beneficence of nature. I learned how the sun and the rain make to grow out of the ground even tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food, how birds build their nests and live and thrive from land to land, how the squirrel, the deer, the lion and every other creature finds food and shelter. As my knowledge of things grew, I felt more and more the delight of the world I was in. Long before I learned to do a sum in arithmetic or describe the shape of the inn, Miss Sullivan had taught me to find beauty in the fragrant woods, in every blade of grass, and in the curves and dimples of my baby sister's hand. She linked my earliest thoughts with nature, and made me feel that birds and flowers and I were happy peers. But about this time I had an experience which taught me that nature is not always kind. One day my teacher and I were returning from a long ramble. The morning had been fine, but it was growing warm and sultry when at last we turned our faces homeward. 2 or 3 times we stopped to rest under a tree by the wayside. Our last halt under a wild cherry tree a short distance from the house. The shade was grateful, and the tree was so easy to climb that with my teacher's assistance I was able to scramble to a seat in the branches. It was so cool up in the tree that Miss Sullivan proposed that we have our luncheon there. I promised to keep still while she went to the house to fetch it. Suddenly a change passed over the tree. All the sun's warmth left the air. I knew the sky was black, because all the heat, which meant light to me, had died out of the atmosphere. A strange odor came up from the earth. I knew it was the odor that always precedes a thunderstorm, and a nameless fear clutched at my heart. I felt absolutely alone, cut off from my friends and the firm earth. The immense, the unknown, enfolded me. I remained still and expectant. A chilling terror crept over me. I longed for my teacher's rhythm, but above all things I wanted to get down from that tree. There was a moment of sinister silence, then a multitudinous stiffing of the leaves. A shiver ran through the tree, and the wind sent forth a blast that would have knocked me off had I not clung to the branch with might and main. The tree swayed and strained. The small twigs snapped and fell about me in showers. A wild impulse to jump seized me, but terror held me fast. I crouched down in the fork of the tree. The branches lashed about me. I felt the intermittent jarring that came now and then, as if something heavy had fallen and the shock had travelled up till it reached the limb I sat on. It worked my suspense up to the highest point, and just as I was thinking the tree and I should fall together, my teacher seized my hand and helped me down. I clung to her, trembling with joy to feel the earth under my feet once more. I had learned a new lesson, that nature wages open war against her children, and under softest touch hides treacherous claws. After this experience it was a long time before I climbed another tree. The mere thought filled me with terror. It was the sweet allurement of the mimosa tree in full bloom that finally overcame my fears. One beautiful spring morning when I was alone in the summer house, reading, I became aware of a wonderful subtle fragrance in the air. I stalled up and instinctively stretched out my hands. It seemed as if the spirit of spring had passed through the summer house. "What is it?" I asked, and the next minute I recognized the odor of the mimosa blossoms. I felt my way to the end of the garden, knowing that the mimosa tree was near the fence, at the turn of the path. Yes, there it was, all quivering in the warm sunshine, its blossom-laden branches almost touching the long grass. Was there ever anything so exquisitely beautiful in the world before? Its delicate blossoms shrank from the slightest earthly touch. It seemed as if a tree of paradise had been transplanted to earth. I made my way through a shower of petals to the great trunk and for 1 minute stood irresolute. Then, putting my foot in the broad space between the forked branches, I pulled myself up into the tree. I had some difficulty in holding on, for the branches were very large and the bark hurt my hands. But I had a delicious sense that I was doing something unusual and wonderful, so I kept on climbing higher and higher, until I reached a little seat which somebody had built there so long ago that it had grown part of the tree itself. I sat there for a long, long time, feeling like a fairy on a rosy cloud. After that I spent many happy hours in my tree of paradise, thinking fair thoughts and dreaming bright dreams. Chapter 6. I had now the key to all language, and I was eager to learn to use it. Children who here acquire language without any particular effort, the words that fall from others' lips they catch on the wing, as it were, delightedly, while the little deaf child must trap them by a slow and often painful process. But whatever the process, the result is wonderful. Gradually from naming an object we advance step by step until we have traversed the vast distance between our first stammered syllable and the sweep of thought in a line of Shakespeare. At first, when my teacher told me about a new thing, I asked very few questions. My ideas were vague, and my vocabulary was inadequate, but as my knowledge of things grew, and I learned more and more words, my field of inquiry broadened, and I would return again and again to the same subject, eager for further information. Sometimes a new word revived an image that some earlier experience had engraved on my brain. I remember the morning that I first asked the meaning of the word, love. This was before I knew many words. I had found a few early violets in the garden and brought them to my teacher. She tried to kiss me, but at that time I did not like to have anyone kiss me except my mother. Miss Sullivan put her arm gently round me and spelled into my hand, "I love Helen." "What is love?" I asked. She drew me closer to her and said, "It is here," pointing to my heart, whose beats I was conscious of for the first time. Her words puzzled me very much because I did not then understand anything unless I touched it. I smelled the violets in her hand and asked, half in words, half in signs, a question which meant, "Is love the sweetness of flowers?" "No," said my teacher. Again I thought. The warm sun was shining on us. "Is this not love?" I asked, pointing in the direction from which the heat came. "Is this not love?" It seemed to me that there could be nothing more beautiful than the sun, whose warmth makes all things grow. But Miss Sullivan shook her head, and I was greatly puzzled and disappointed. I thought it strange that my teacher could not show me love. A day or two afterward I was stringing beads of different sizes in symmetrical groups, 2 large beads, 3 small ones, and so on. I had made many mistakes, and Miss Sullivan had pointed them out again and again with gentle patience. Finally I noticed a very obvious error in the sequence, and for an instant I concentrated my attention on the lesson and tried to think how I should have arranged the beads. Miss Sullivan touched my forehead and spelled with decided emphasis, "Think." In a flash I knew that the word was the name of the process that was going on in my head. This was my first conscious perception of an abstract idea. For a long time I was still, I was not thinking of the beads in my lap, but trying to find a meaning for love in the light of this new idea. The sun had been under a cloud all day, and there had been brief showers, but suddenly the sun broke forth in all its southern splendor. Again I asked my teacher, "Is this not love?" "Love is something like the clouds that were in the sky before the sun came out," she replied. Then in simpler words than these, which at that time I could not have understood, she explained, "You cannot touch the clouds, you know, but you feel the rain and know how glad the flowers and the thirsty earth are to have it after a hot day. You cannot touch love either, but you feel the sweetness that it pours into everything. Without love you would not be happy or want to play." The beautiful truth burst upon my mind. I felt that there were invisible lines stretched between my spirit and the spirits of others. From the beginning of my education Miss Sullivan made it a practice to speak to me as she would speak to any hearing child. The only difference was that she spelled the sentences into my hand instead of speaking them. If I did not know the words and idioms necessary to express my thoughts, she supplied them, even suggesting conversation when I was unable to keep up my end of the dialogue. This process was continued for several years, for the deaf child does not learn in a month, or even in 2 or 3 years, the numberless idioms and expressions used in the simplest daily intercourse. The little hearing child learns these from constant repetition and imitation. The conversation he hears in his home stimulates his mind and suggests topics and calls forth the spontaneous expression of his own thoughts. This natural exchange of ideas is denied to the deaf child. My teacher, realizing this, determined to supply the kinds of stimulus I lacked. This she did by repeating to me as far as possible, verbatim, what she heard, and by showing me how I could take part in the conversation. But it was a long time before I ventured to take the initiative, and still longer before I could find something appropriate to say at the right time. The deaf and the blind find it very difficult to acquire the amenities of conversation. How much more this difficulty must be augmented in the case of those who are both deaf and blind. They cannot distinguish the tone of the voice or, without assistance, go up and down the gamut of tones that give significance to words, nor can they watch the expression of the speaker's face, and a look is often the very soul of what one says. Chapter 7. The next important step in my education was learning to read. As soon as I could spell a few words, my teacher gave me slips of cardboard on which were printed words in raised letters. I quickly learned that each printed word stood for an object, an act, or a quality. I had a frame in which I could arrange the words in little sentences, but before I ever put sentences in the frame I used to make them in objects. I found the slips of paper which represented, for example, doll is on bed and placed each name on its object. Then I put my doll on the bed with the words is, on, bed arranged beside the doll, thus making a sentence of the words, and at the same time carrying out the idea of the sentence with the things themselves. One day, Miss Sullivan tells me, I pinned the word girl on my pinafore and stood in the wardrobe. On the shelf I arranged the words, is, in, wardrobe. Nothing delighted me so much as this game. My teacher and I played it for hours at a time. Often everything in the room was arranged in object sentences. From the printed slip it was but a step to the printed book. I took my reader for beginners and hunted for the words I knew. When I found them my joy was like that of a game of hide and seek. Thus I began to read. Of the time when I began to read connected stories I shall speak later. For a long time I had no regular lessons. Even when I studied most earnestly it seemed more like play than work. Everything Miss Sullivan taught me she illustrated by a beautiful story or a poem. Whenever anything delighted or interested me she talked it over with me just as if she were a little girl herself. What many children think of with dread, as a painful plodding through grammar, hard sums and harder definitions, is today one of my most precious memories. I cannot explain the peculiar sympathy Miss Sullivan had with my pleasures and desires. Perhaps it was the result of long association with the blind. Added to this she had a wonderful faculty for description. She went quickly over uninteresting details, and never nagged me with questions to see if I remembered the day before yesterday's lesson. She introduced dry technicalities of science little by little, making every subject so real that I could not help remembering what she taught. We read and studied out of doors, preferring the sunlit woods to the house. All my early lessons have in them the breath of the woods, the fine resinous of pine needles, blended with the perfume of wild grapes. Seated in the gracious shade of a wild tulip tree, I learned to think that everything has a lesson and a suggestion. The loveliness of things taught me all their use. Indeed, everything that could hum, or buzz, or sing, or bloom had a part in my education. Noisy-throated frogs, katydids and crickets held in my hand until forgetting their embarrassment, they trilled their reedy note, little downy chickens and wild flowers, the dogwood blossoms, meadow violets and budding fruit trees. I felt the bursting cotton bolls and fingered their soft fibre and fuzzy seeds. I felt the low soughing of the wind through the cornstalks, the silky rustling of the long leaves, and the indignant snort of my pony, as we caught him in the pasture and put the bit in his mouth. Ah me! How well I remember the spicy, clover-y smell of his breath. Sometimes I rose at dawn and stole into the garden while the heavy dew lay on the grass and flowers. Few know what joy it is to feel the roses pressing softly into the hand, or the beautiful motion of the lilies as they sway in the momming breeze. Sometimes I caught an insect in the flower I was plucking, and I felt the faint noise of a pair of wings nibbed together in a sudden terror, as the little creature became aware of a pressure from without. Another favourite haunt of mine was the orchard, where the fruit ripened early in July. The large, downy peaches would reach themselves into my hand, and as the joyous breezes flew about the trees the apples tumbled at my feet. Oh, the delight with which I gathered up the fillet in my pinafore, pressed my face against the smooth cheeks of the apples, still warm from the sun, and skipped back to the house. Our favorite walk was to Keller's Landing, an old tumble-down lumber wharf on the Tennessee River, used during the Civil War to land soldiers. There we spent many happy hours and played at learning geography. I built dams of pebbles, made islands and lakes, and dug river beds, all for fun, and never dreamed that I was learning a lesson. I listened with increasing wonder to Miss Sullivan's descriptions of the great round world with its burning mountains, buried cities, moving rivers of ice, and many other things as strange. She made raised maps in clay, so that I could feel the mountain ridges and valleys, and follow with my fingers the devious course of rivers. I liked this, too, but the division of the earth into zones and poles confused and teased my mind. The illustrative strings and the orange stick representing the poles seemed so real that even to this day the mere mention of temperate zone suggests a series of twined circles, and I believe that if anyone should set about it he could convince me that white bears actually climb the North Pole. Arithmetic seems to have been the only study I did not like. From the first I was not interested in the science of numbers. Miss Sullivan tried to teach me to count by stringing beads in groups, and by arranging Kindergarten straws I learned to add and subtract. I never had patience to arrange more than 5 or 6 groups at a time. When I had accomplished this my conscience was at rest for the day, and I went out quickly to find my playmates. In this same leisurely manner I studied zoology and botany. Once a gentleman, whose name I have forgotten, sent me a collection of fossils, tiny mollusk shells beautifully marked, and bits of sandstone with the print of birds' claws, and a lovely fern in bas-relief. These were the keys which unlocked the treasures of the antediluvian world for me. With trembling fingers I listened to Miss Sullivan's descriptions of the terrible beasts, with uncouth, unpronounceable names, which once went tramping through the primeval forests, tearing down the branches of gigantic trees for food, and died in the dismal swamps of an unknown age. For a long time these strange creatures haunted my dreams, and this gloomy period formed a sombre background to the joyous now, filled with sunshine and roses and echoing with the gentle beat of my pony's hoof. Another time a beautiful shell was given me, and with a child's surprise and delight I learned how a tiny mollusk had built the lustrous coil for his dwelling place, and how on still nights, when there is no breeze stirring the waves, the Nautilus sails on the blue waters of the Indian Ocean in his ship of pearl. After I had learned a great many interesting things about the life and habits of the children of the sea, how in the midst of dashing waves the little polyps build the beautiful coral isles of the Pacific, and the foraminifera have made the chalk hills of many a land, my teacher read me the chambered nautilus and showed me that the shell-building process of the mollusks is symbolical of the development of the mind. Just as the wonder-working mantle of the nautilus changes the material it absorbs from the water and makes it a part of itself, so the bits of knowledge one gathers undergo a similar change and become pearls of thought. Again, it was the growth of a plant that furnished the text for a lesson. We bought a lily and set it in a sunny window. Then soon the green, pointed buds showed signs of opening. The slender, finger-like leaves on the outside opened slowly, reluctant, I thought, to reveal the loveliness they hid. Once having made a start, however, the opening process went on rapidly, but in order and systematically. There was always one bud larger and more beautiful than the rest, which pushed her outer covering back with more pomp, as if the beauty in soft, silky robes knew that she was the lily queen by right divine, while her more timid sisters doffed their green hoods shyly, until the whole plant was one nodding bough of loveliness and fragrance. Once there were 11 tadpoles in a glass globe set in a window full of plants. I remember the eagerness with which I made discoveries about them. It was great fun to plunge my hand into the bowl and feel the tadpoles frisk about, and to let them slip and slide between my fingers. One day a more ambitious fellow leaped beyond the edge of the bowl and fell on the floor, where I found him to all appearance more dead than alive. The only sign of life was a slight wriggling of his tail. But no sooner had he returned to his element than he darted to the bottom, swimming round and round in joyous activity. He had made his leap, he had seen the great world, and was content to stay in his pretty glass house under the big fuchsia tree until he attained the dignity of froghood. Then he went to live in the leafy pool at the end of the garden, where he made the summer nights musical with his quaint love song. Thus I learned from life itself. At the beginning I was only a little mass of possibilities. It was my teacher who unfolded and developed them. When she came, everything about me breathed of love and joy and was full of meaning. She has never since let pass an opportunity to point out the beauty that is in everything, nor has she ceased trying in thought and action and example to make my life sweet and useful. It was my teacher's genius, her quick sympathy, her loving tact which made the first years of my education so beautiful. It was because she seized the right moment to impart knowledge that made it so pleasant and acceptable to me. She realized that a child's mind is like a shallow brook which ripples and dances merrily over the stony course of its education and reflects here a flower, there a bush, yonder a fleecy cloud, and she attempted to guide my mind on its way, knowing that like a brook it should be fed by mountain streams and hidden springs, until it broadened out into a deep river, capable of reflecting in its placid surface, billowy hills, the luminous shadows of trees and the blue heavens, as well as the sweet face of a little flower. Any teacher can take a child to the classroom, but not every teacher can make him learn. He will not work joyously unless he feels that liability is his, whether he is busy or at rest. He must feel the flush of victory and the health sinking of disappointment before he takes with all the tasks distasteful to him and resolves to dance his way bravely through a dull routine of textbooks. My teacher is so near to me that I scarcely think of myself apart from her. How much of my delight in all beautiful things is innate, and how much is due to her influence, I can never tell. I feel that her being is inseparable from my own, and that the footsteps of my life are in hers. All the best of me belongs to her. There is not a talent, or an aspiration or a joy in me that has not been awakened by her loving touch. Chapter 8. The first Christmas after Miss Sullivan came to Tuscumbia was a great event. Everyone in the family prepared surprises for me, but what pleased me most, Miss Sullivan and I prepared surprises for everybody else. The mystery that surrounded the gifts was my greatest delight and amusement. My friends did all they could to excite my curiosity by hints and half-spelled sentences which they pretended to break off in the nick of time. Miss Sullivan and I kept up a game of guessing which taught me more about the use of language than any set lessons could have done. Every evening, seated round a glowing wood fire, we played our guessing game, which grew more and more exciting as Christmas approached. On Christmas Eve the Tuscumbia school children had their tree, to which they invited me. In the centre of the schoolroom stood a beautiful tree ablaze and shimmering in the soft light, its branches loaded with strange, wonderful fillet. It was a moment of supreme happiness. I danced and capered round the tree in an ecstasy. When I learned that there was a gift for each child, I was delighted, and the kind people who had prepared the tree permitted me to hand the presents to the children. In the pleasure of doing this, I did not stop to look at my own gifts, but when I was ready for them, my impatience for the real Christmas to begin almost got beyond control. I knew the gifts I already had were not those of which friends had thrown out such tantalizing hints, and my teacher said the presents I was to have would be even nicer than these. I was persuaded, however, to content myself with the gifts from the tree and leave the others until morning. That night, after I had hung my stocking, I lay awake a long time, pretending to be asleep and keeping alert to see what Santa Claus would do when he came. At last I fell asleep with a new doll and a white bear in my arms. Next morning it was I who waked the whole family with my first Merry Christmas. I found surprises, not in the stocking only, but on the table, on all the chairs, at the door, on the very window-sill. Indeed, I could hardly walk without stumbling on a bit of Christmas wrapped up in tissue paper. But when my teacher presented me with a canary, my cup of happiness overflowed. Little Tim was so tame that he would hop on my finger and eat candied cherries out of my hand. Miss Sullivan taught me to take all the care of my new pet. Every morning after breakfast I prepared his bath, made his cage clean and sweet, filled his cups with fresh seed and water from the well house, and hung a spray of chickweed in his swing. One morning I left the cage on the window seat while I went to fetch water for his bath. When I returned I felt a big cat BNLSH past me as I opened the door. At first I did not realize what had happened, but when I put my hand in the cage and Tim's pretty wings did not meet my touch or his small pointed claws take hold of my finger, I knew that I should never see my sweet little singer again. Chapter 9. The next important event in my life was my visit to Boston, in May, 1888. As if it were yesterday I remember the preparations, the departure with my teacher and my mother, the journey, and finally the arrival in Boston. How different this journey was from the one I had made to Baltimore 2 years before. I was no longer a restless, excitable little creature, requiring the attention of everybody on the train to keep me amused. I sat quietly beside Miss Sullivan, taking in with eager interest all that she told me about what she saw out of the car window, the beautiful Tennessee River, the great cotton fields, the hills and woods, and the crowds of laughing Negroes at the stations, who waved to the people on the train and brought delicious candy and popcorn balls through the car. On the seat opposite me sat my big rag doll, Nancy, in a new gingham dress and a bendlefold sunbonnet, looking at me out of two bead eyes. Sometimes, when I was not absorbed in Miss Sullivan's descriptions, I remembered Nancy's existence and took her up in my arms, but I generally calmed my conscience by making myself believe that she was asleep. As I shall not have occasion to refer to Nancy again, I wish to tell here a sad experience she had soon after our arrival in Boston. She was covered with dirt, the remains of mud pies I had compelled her to eat, although she had never shown any special liking for them. The laundress at the Perkins Institution secretly carried her off to give her a bath. This was too much for poor Nancy. When I next saw her she was a formless heap of cotton, which I should not have recognized at all except for the two bead eyes which looked out at me reproachfully. When the train at last pulled into the station at Boston it was as if a beautiful fairy tale had come TNLE. The once upon a time was now, the faraway country was here. We had scarcely arrived at the Perkins Institution for the Blind when I began to make friends with the little blind children. It delighted me inexpressibly to find that they knew the manual alphabet. What joy to talk with other children in my own language! Until then I had been like a foreigner speaking through an interpreter. In the school where Laura Brigman was taught I was in my own country. It took me some time to appreciate the fact that my new friends were blind. I knew I could not see, but it did not seem possible that all the eager, loving children who gathered round me and joined heartily in my frolics were also blind. I remember the surprise and the pain I felt as I noticed that they placed their hands over mine when I talked to them and that they read books with their fingers. Although I had been told this before, and although I understood my own deprivations, yet I had thought vaguely that since they could hear, they must have a sort of second sight, and I was not prepared to find one child and yet another deprived of the same precious gift. But they were so happy and contented that I lost all sense of pain in the pleasure of their companionship. One day spent with the blind children made me feel thoroughly at home in my new environment, and I looked eagerly from one pleasant experience to another as the days flew swiftly by. I could not quite convince myself that there was much world left, for I regarded Boston as the beginning and the end of creation. While we were in Boston we visited Bunker Hill, and there I had my first lesson in history. The story of the brave men who had fought on the spot where we stood excited me greatly. I climbed the monument, counting the steps, and wondering as I went higher and yet higher if the soldiers had climbed this great stairway and shot at the enemy on the ground below. The next day we went to Plymouth by water. This was my first trip on the ocean and my first voyage in a steamboat. How full of life and motion it was! but the rumble of the machinal wire made me think it was thundering, and I began to cry, because I feared if it rained we should not be able to have our picnic out of doors. I was more interested, I think, in the great rock on which the Pilgrims landed than in anything else in Plymouth. I could touch it, and perhaps that made the coming of the Pilgrims and their toils and great deeds seem more real to me. I have often held in my hand a little model of the Plymouth Rock which a kind gentleman gave me at Pilgrim Hall, and I have fingered its curves, the split in the centre and the embossed figures 1620, and turned over in my mind all that I knew about the wonderful ST01Y of Pilgrims. How my childish imagination glowed with the splendour of their enterprise. I idealized them as the bravest and most generous men that ever sought a home in a strange land. I thought they desired the freedom of their fellow men as well as their own. I was keenly surprised and disappointed years later to learn of their acts of persecution that make us tingle with shame, even while we glory in the courage and energy that gave us our country beautiful. Among the many friends I made in Boston were Mr. William Endicott and his daughter. Their kindness to me was the seed from which many pleasant memories have since grown. One day we visited their beautiful home at Beverly Farms. I remember with delight how I went through their rose garden, how their dogs, Big Leo and little curly-haired Fritz with long ears, came to meet me, and how Nimrod, the swiftest of the horses, poked his nose into my hands for a pat and a lump of sugar. I also remember the beach, where for the first time I played in the sand. It was hard, smooth sand, very different from the loose, sharp sand, mingled with kelp and shells, at Brewster. Mr. Endicott told me about the great ships that came sailing by from Boston, bound for Europe. I saw him many times after that, and he was always a good friend to me. Indeed, I was thinking of him when I called Boston the city of kind hearts. Chapter 10. Just before the Perkins Institution closed for the summer, it was arranged that my teacher and I should spend our vacation at Brewster, on Cape Cod, with our dear friend, Mrs. Hopkins. I was delighted, for my mind was full of the prospective joys and of the wonderful stories I had heard about the sea. My most vivid recollection of that summer is the ocean. I had always lived far inland and had never had so much as a whiff of salt air, but I had read in a big book called Our World a description of the ocean which filled me with wonder and an intense longing to touch the mighty sea and feel it roar. So my little heart leaped high with eager excitement when I knew that my wish was at last to be realized. No sooner had I been helped into my bathing suit than I sprang out upon the warm sand and without thought of fear plunged into the cool water. I felt the great billows rock and sink. The buoyant motion of the water filled me with an exquisite, quivering joy. Suddenly my ecstasy gave place to terror, for my foot struck against a rock and the next instant there was a rush of water over my head. I thrust out my hands to grasp some support. I clutched at the water and at the seaweed which the waves tossed in my face. But all my frantic efforts were in vain. The waves seemed to be playing a game with me, and tossed me from one to another in their wild frolic. It was fearful. The good, firm earth had slipped from my feet, and everything seemed shut out from this strange, all-enveloping element, life, air, warmth and love. At last, however, the sea, as if weary of its new toy, threw me back on the shore, and in another instant I was clasped in my teacher's arms. Oh, the comfort of the long, tender embrace! As I had recovered from my panic sufficiently to say anything, I demanded, "Who put salt in the water?" After I had recovered from my first experience in the water, I thought it great to sit on a big rock in my bathing suit and feel wave after wave dash against the sending up a shower of spray which quite covered me. I felt the pebbles rattling as the waves dilute their ponderous weight against the shore. The whole beach seemed racked by their terrific onset, and the air throbbed with their pulsations. The breakers would swoop back to gather themselves for a mightier leap, and I clung to the rock, tense, fascinated, as I felt the dash and roar of the rushing sea. I could never stay long enough on the shore. The tang of the untainted, fresh and free sea air was like a cool, quieting thought, and the shells and pebbles and the seaweed with tiny living creatures attached to it never lost their fascination for me. One day Miss Sullivan attracted my attention to a strange object which she had captured basking in the shallow water. It was a great horseshoe crab, the first one I had ever seen. I felt of him and thought it very strange that he should carry his house on his back. It suddenly occurred to me that he might make a delightful pet, so I seized him by the tail with both hands and carried him home. This feat pleased me highly, as his body was very heavy, and it took all my strength to drag him half a mile. I would not leave Miss Sullivan in peace until she had put the crab in a trough near the well where I was confident he would be secure. But next morning I went to the trough, and he had disappeared. Nobody knew where he had gone, or how he had escaped. My disappointment was bitter at the time, but little by little I came to realize that it was not kind or wise to force this poor dumb creature out of his element, and after a while I felt happy in the thought that perhaps he had returned to the sea. Chapter 11. In the autumn I returned to my southern home with a heart full of joyous memories. As I recall that visit north I am filled with wonder at the richness and variety of the experiences that cluster about it. It seems to have been the beginning of everything. The treasures of a new, beautiful world were laid at my feet, and I took in pleasure and information at every turn. I lived myself into all things. I was never still a moment, my life was as full of motion as those little insects that crowd a whole existence into one brief day. I met many people who talked with me by spelling into my hand, and thought in joyous sympathy leaped up to meet thought, and behold, a miracle had been wrought. The ban-en places between my mind and the minds of others blossomed like the rose. I spent the autumn months with my family at our summer cottage, on a mountain about 14 miles from Tuscumbia. It was called Fern Quarry, because near it there was a limestone quarry, long since abandoned. 3 frolicsome little streams ran through it from springs in the rocks above, leaping here and tumbling there in laughing cascades wherever the rocks tried to bar their way. The opening was filled with ferns which completely covered the beds of limestone and in places hid the streams. The rest of the mountain was thickly wooded. Here were great oaks and splendid evergreens with TNLNKs like mossy pillars, from the branches of which hung garlands of ivy and mistletoe, and persimmon trees, the odor of which pervaded every nook and corner of the wood, an elusive, fragrant something that made the heart glad. In places the wild muscadine and scuppernong vines stretched from tree to tree, making arbors which were always full of butterflies and buzzing insects. It was delightful to lose ourselves in the green hollows of that tangled wood in the late afternoon, and to smell the cool, delicious odors that came up from the earth at the close of day. Our cottage was a sort of rough camp, beautifully situated on the top of the mountain among oaks and pines. The small rooms were arranged on each side of a long open hall. Round the house was a wide piazza, where the mountain winds blew, sweet with all wood scents. We lived on the piazza most of the time, there we worked, ate and played. At the back door there was a great butternut tree, round which the steps had been built, and in front the trees stood so close that I could touch them and feel the wind shake their branches, or the leaves twirl downward in the autumn blast. Many visitors came to Fern Quarry. In the evening, by the campfire, the men played cards and whiled away the hours in talk and sport. They told stories of their wonderful feats with fowl, fish and quadruped, how many wild ducks and turkeys they had shot, what savage trout they had caught, and how they had bagged the craftiest foxes, outwitted the most clever possums and overtaken the fleetest deer, until I thought that surely the lion, the tiger, the bear and the rest of the wild tribe would not be able to stand before these wily hunters. "Tomorrow to the chase," was their good-night shout as the circle of merry friends broke up for the night. The men slept in the hall outside our door, and I could feel the deep breathing of the dogs and the hunters as they lay on their improvised beds. At dawn I was awakened by the smell of coffee, the rattling of guns, and the heavy footsteps of the men as they strode about, promising themselves the greatest luck of the season. I could also feel the stamping of the horses, which they had ridden out from town and hitched under the trees, where they stood all night, neighing loudly, impatient to be off. At last the men mounted, and, as they say in the old songs, away went the steeds with bridles ringing and whips cracking and hounds racing ahead, and away went the champion hunters with hark and whoop and wild halloo. Later in the morning we made preparations for a barbecue. A fire was kindled at the bottom of a deep hole in the ground, big sticks were laid crosswise at the top, and meat was hung from them and turned on spits. Around the fire squatted negroes, driving away the flies with long branches. The savoury odour of the meat made me hungry long before the tables were set. When the bustle and excitement of preparation was at its height, the hunting party made its appearance, struggling in by twos and threes, the men hot and weary, the horses covered with foam, and the jaded hounds panting and dejected, and not a single kill. Every man declared that he had seen at least one deer, and that the animal had come ven close, but however hotly the dogs might pursue the game, however well the guns might be aimed, at the snap of the trigger there was not a deer in sight. They had been as fortunate as the little boy who said he came very near seeing a rabbit. He saw his tracks. The party soon forgot its disappointment, however, and we sat down, not to venison, but to a tamer feast of veal and roast pig. One summer I had my pony at Fern Quarry. I called him Black Beauty, as I had just read the book, and he resembled his namesake in every way, from his glossy black coat to the white star on his forehead. I spent many of my happiest hours on his back. Occasionally, when it was quite safe, my teacher would let go the leading rein, and the pony sauntered on or stopped at his sweetwell to eat grass or nibble the leaves of the trees that grew beside the narrow trail. On mornings when I did not care for the ride, my teacher and I would start after breakfast for a ramble in the woods, and allow ourselves to get lost amid the trees and vines, with no road to follow except the paths made by cows and horses. Frequently we came upon impassable thickets which forced us to take a roundabout way. We always returned to the cottage with armfuls of laurel, goldenrod, FEMS and gorgeous swamp flowers such as grow only in the south. Sometimes I would go with Mildred and my little cousins to gather persimmons. I did not eat them, but I loved their fragrance and enjoyed hunting for them in the leaves and grass. We also went nutting, and I helped them open the chestnut burrs and break the shells of hickory nuts and walnuts, the big, sweet walnuts. At the foot of the mountain there was a railroad, and the children watched the trains whiz by. Sometimes a terrific whistle brought us to the steps, and Mildred told me in great excitement that a cow or a horse had strayed on the track. About a mile distant there was a trestle spanning a deep gorge. It was very difficult to walk over, the ties were wide apart and so narrow that one felt as if one were walking on knives. I had never crossed it until one day Mildred, Miss Sullivan and I were lost in the woods, and wandered for hours without finding a path. Suddenly Mildred pointed with her little hand and exclaimed, "There's the trestle." We would have taken any way rather than this, but it was late and growing dark, and the trestle was a short cut home. I had to feel for the rails with my toe, but I was not afraid, and got on view well, until all at once there came a faint puff from the distance. "See the train," cried Mildred, and in another minute it would have been upon us had we not climbed down on the cross braces while it NLSHED over our heads. I felt the hot breath from the engine on my face, and the smoke and ashes almost choked us. As the train rumbled by, the trestle shook and swayed until I thought we should be dashed to the chasm below. With the utmost difficulty we regained the track. Long after dark we reached home and found the cottage empty. The family were all out hunting for us. Chapter 12. After my first visit to Boston, I spent almost every winter in the north. Once I went on a visit to a New England village with its frozen lakes and vast snowfields. It was then that I had opportunities such as had never been mine to enter into the treasures of the snow. I recall my surprise on discovering that a mysterious hand had stripped the trees and bushes, leaving only here and there a wrinkled leaf. The birds had flown, and their empty nests in the bare trees were filled with snow. Winter was on hill and field. The earth seemed benumbed by his icy touch, and the very spirits of the trees had withdrawn there and there, curled up in the dark, lay fast asleep. All life seemed to have ebbed away, and even when the sun shone the day was shrunk and colcay as if her veins were sapless and old, and she rose up decrepitly for a last dim look at earth and see the withered grass and the bushes were transformed into a forest of icicles. Then came a day when the chill air portended a snowstorm. We rushed out of doors to feel the first few tiny flakes descending. Hour by hour the flakes dropped silently, softly from their airy height to the earth, and the country became more and more level. A snowy night closed upon the world, and in the morning one could scarcely recognize a feature of the landscape. All the roads were hidden, not a single landmark was visible, only a waste of snow with trees rising out of it. In the evening a wind from the northeast sprang up, and the flakes rushed hither and thither in furious melee. Around the great fire we sat and told merry tales, and frolicked, and quite forgot that we were in the midst of a desolate solitude, shut in from all communication with the outside world. But during the night the fury of the wind increased to such a degree that it thrilled us with a vague terror. The rafters creaked and strained, and the branches of the trees surrounding the house rattled and beat against the windows, as the winds rioted up and down the country. On the third day after the beginning of the storm the snow ceased. The sun broke through the clouds and shone upon a vast, undulating white plain. High mounds, pyramids heaped in fantastic shapes, and impenetrable drifts lay scattered in every direction. Narrow paths were shoveled through the drifts. I put on my cloak and hood and went out. The air stung my cheeks like fire. Half walking in the paths, half working our way through the lesser drifts, we succeeded in reaching a pine grove just outside a broad pasture. The trees stood motionless and white like figures in a marble frieze. There was no odor of pine needles. The rays of the sun fell upon the trees, so that the twigs sparkled like diamonds and dropped in showers when we touched them. So dazzling was the light, it penetrated even the darkness that veils my eyes. As the days wore on, the drifts gradually shrunk, but before they were wholly gone another storm came, so that I scarcely felt the earth under my feet once all winter. At intervals the trees lost their icy covering, and the bulrushes and underbrush were bare, but the lake lay frozen and hard beneath the sun. Our favorite amusement during that winter was tobogganing. In places the shore of the lake rises abruptly from the water's edge. Down these steep slopes we used to coast. We would get on our toboggan, a boy would give us a shove, and off we went. Plunging through drifts, leaping hollows, swooping down upon the lake, we would shoot across its gleaming surface to the opposite bank. What joy! What exhilarating madness! For one wild, glad moment we snapped the chain that binds us to Ian, and joining hands with the winds we felt ourselves divine. Chapter 13. It was in the spring of 1890 that I learned to speak. The impulse to utter audible sounds had always been strong within me. I used to make noises, keeping one hand on my throat while the other hand felt the movements of my lips. I was pleased with anything that made a noise and liked to feel the cat purr and the dog bark. I also liked to keep my hand on a singer's throat, or on a piano when it was being played. Before I lost my sight and hearing, I was fast learning to talk, but after my illness it was found that I had ceased to speak because I could not hear. I used to sit in my mother's lap all day long and keep my hands on her face because it amused me to feel the motions of her lips, and I moved my lips, too, although I had forgotten what talking was. My friends say that I laughed and cried naturally, and for a while I made many sounds and word elements, not because they were a means of communication, but because the need of exercising my vocal organs was imperative. There was, however, one word the meaning of which I still remembered: water. I pronounced it wah-wah. Even this became less and less intelligible until the time when Miss Sullivan began to teach me. I stopped using it only after I had learned to spell the word on my fingers. I had known for a long time that the people about me used a method of communication different from mine, and even before I knew that a deaf child could be taught to speak, I was conscious of dissatisfaction with the means of communication I already possessed. One who is entirely dependent upon the manual alphabet has always a sense of restraint, of narrowness. This feeling began to agitate me with a vexing, forward-reaching sense of a lack that should be filled. My thoughts would often rise and beat up like birds against the wind, and I persisted in using my lips and voice. Friends tried to discourage this tendency, fearing lest it would lead to disappointment. But I persisted, and an accident soon occurred which resulted in the breaking down of this great barrier. I heard the story of Ragnhild Keller. In 1890 Mrs. Lamson, who had been one of Laura Brigman's teachers, and who had just returned from a visit to Norway and Sweden, came to see me, and told me of Ragnhild Keller, a deaf and blind girl in Norway who had actually been taught to speak. Mrs. Lamson had scarcely finished telling me about this girl's success before I was on fire with eagerness. I resolved that I, too, would learn to speak. I would not rest satisfied until my teacher took me, for advice and assistance, to Miss Sarah Fuller, principal of the Horace Mann School. This lovely, sweet-natured lady offered to teach me herself, and we began the 26th of March, 1890. Miss Fuller's method was this: she passed my hand lightly over her face, and let me feel the position of her tongue and lips when she made a sound. I was eager to imitate every motion, and in an hour had learned 6 elements of speech, M, P, A, S, T, L. Miss Fuller gave me 11 lessons in all. I shall never forget the surprise and delight I felt when I uttered my first connected sentence, "It is warm." Tnra. They were broken and stammering syllables, but they were human speech. My soul, conscious of new strength, came out of bondage, and was reaching through those broken symbols of speech to all knowledge and all faith. No deaf child who has earnestly tried to speak the words which he has never heard, to come out of the prison of silence, where no tone of love, no song of bird, no strain of music ever pierces the stillness, can forget the thrill of surprise, the joy of discovery which came over him when he uttered his first word. Only such a one can appreciate the eagerness with which I talked to my toys, to stones, trees, birds and dumb animals, or the delight I felt when at my call Mildred ran to me or my dogs obeyed my commands. It is an unspeakable boon to me to be able to speak in winged words that need no interpretation. As I talked, happy thoughts fluttered up out of my words that might perhaps have snuggled in vain to escape my fingers. But it must not be supposed that I could really talk in this short time. I had learned only the elements of speech. Miss Fuller and Miss Sullivan could understand me, but most people would not have understood one word in 100. Nor is it TNLE that, after I had learned these elements, I did the rest of the work myself. But for Miss Sullivan's genius, untiring perseverance and devotion, I could not have progressed as far as I have toward natural speech. In the first place, I labored night and day before I could be understood even by my most intimate friends. In the second place, I needed Miss Sullivan's assistance constantly in my efforts to articulate each sound clearly and to combine all sounds in 1,000 ways. Even now she calls my attention every day to mispronounced words. All teachers of the deaf know what this means, and only they can at all appreciate the peculiar difficulties with which I had to contend. In reading my teacher's lips I was wholly dependent on my fingers. I had to use the sense of touch in catching the vibrations of the throat, the movements of the mouth and the expression of the face, and often this sense was at fault. In such cases I was forced to repeat the words or sentences, sometimes for hours, until I felt the proper ring in my own voice. My work was practice, practice, practice. Discouragement and weariness cast me down frequently, but the next moment the thought that I should soon be at home and show my loved ones what I had accomplished, spurred me on, and I eagerly looked forward to their pleasure in my achievement. "My little sister will understand me now" was a thought stronger than all obstacles. I used to repeat ecstatically, "I am not dumb now." I could not be despondent while I anticipated the delight of talking to my mother and reading her responses from her lips. It astonished me to find how much easier it is to talk than to spell with the fingers, and I discarded the manual alphabet as a medium of communication on my part, but Miss Sullivan and a few friends still use it in speaking to me, for it is more convenient and more rapid than lip reading. Just here, perhaps, I had better explain our use of the manual alphabet, which seems to puzzle people who do not know us. One who reads or talks to me spells with his hand, using the single-hand manual alphabet generally employed by the deaf. I place my hand on the hand of the speaker so lightly as not to impede its movements. The position of the hand is as easy to feel as it is to see. I do not feel each letter any more than you see each letter separately when you read. Constant practice makes the fingers very flexible, and some of my friends spell rapidly, about as fast as an expert writes on a typewriter. The mere spelling is, of course, no more a conscious act than it is in writing. When I had made speech my own, I could not wait to go home. At last the happiest of happy moments arrived. I had made my homeward journey talking constantly to Miss Sullivan, not for the sake of talking, but determined to improve to the last minute. Almost before I knew it, the train stopped at the Tuscumbia station, and there on the platform stood the whole family. My eyes fill with tears now as I think how my mother pressed me close to her, speechless and trembling with delight, taking in every syllable that I spoke, while little Mildred seized my free hand and kissed it and danced, and my father expressed his pride and affection in a big silence. It was as if Isaiah's prophecy had been fulfilled in me, "The mountains and the hills shall break forth before you into singing, and all the trees of the field shall clap their hands." Chapter 14. The winter of 1892 was darkened by the one cloud in my childhood's bright sky. Joy deserted my heart, and for a long, long time I lived in doubt, anxiety and fear. Books lost their charm for me, and even now the thought of those dreadful days chills my heart. A little story called The Frost King, which I wrote and sent to Mr. Anagnos, of the Perkins Institution for the Blind, was at the root of the trouble. In order to make the matter clear, I must set forth the facts connected with this episode, which justice to my teacher and to myself compels me to relate. I wrote the story when I was at home, the autumn after I had learned to speak. We had stayed up at Quani later than usual. While we were there, Miss Sullivan had described to me the beauties of the late foliage, and it seems that her descriptions revived the memory of a story, which must have been read to me, and which I must have unconsciously retained. I thought then that I was making up a story, as children say, and I eagerly sat down to write it before the ideas should slip from me. My thoughts flowed easily, I felt a sense of joy in the composition. Words and images came tripping to my finger ends, and as I thought out sentence after sentence, I wrote them on my braille slate. Now, if words and images come to me without effort, it is a pretty sure sign that they are not the offspring of my own mind, but stray waifs that I regretfully dismiss. At that time I eagerly absorbed everything I read without a thought of authorship, and even now I cannot be quite sure of the boundary line between my ideas and those I find in books. I suppose that is because so many of my impressions come to me through the medium of others' eyes and ears. When the story was finished, I read it to my teacher, and I recall now vividly the pleasure I felt in the more beautiful passages, and my annoyance at being interrupted to have the pronunciation of a word corrected. At dinner it was read to the assembled family, who was pleased that I could write so well. Someone asked me if I had read it in a book. This question surprised me very much, for I had not the faintest recollection of having had it read to me. I spoke up and said, "Oh, no, it is my story, and I have written it for Mr. Anagnos." Accordingly I copied the story and sent it to him for his birthday. It was suggested that I should change the title from Autumn Leaves to The Frost King, which I did. I carried the little story to the post office myself, feeling as if I were walking on air. I little dreamed how cruelly I should pay for that birthday gift. Mr. Anagnos was delighted with The Frost King and published it in one of the Perkins Institution reports. This was the pinnacle of my happiness, from which I was in a little while dashed to earth. I had been in Boston only a short time when it was discovered that a story similar to The Frost King, called The Frost Fairies by Miss Margaret T. Canby, had appeared before I was born in a book called Birdie and His Friends. The two stories were so much alike in thought and language that it was evident Miss Canby's story had been read to me, and that mine was a plagiarism. It was difficult to make me understand this, but when I did understand I was astonished and grieved. No child ever drank deeper of the cup of bitterness than I did. I had disgraced myself, I had brought suspicion upon those I loved best. And yet how could it possibly have happened? I racked my brain until I was wheel-wide to recall anything about the frost that I had read before I wrote The Frost King, but I could remember nothing, except the common reference to Jack Frost, and a poem for children, The Freaks of the Frost, and I knew I had not used that in my composition. At first Mr. Anagnos, though deeply troubled, seemed to believe me. He was unusually tender and kind to me, and for a brief space the shadow lifted. To please him I tried not to be unhappy, and to make myself as pretty as possible for the celebration of Washington's birthday, which took place very soon after I received the sad news. I was to be Ceres in a kind of mask given by the blind girls. How well I remember the graceful draperies that enfolded me, the bright autumn leaves that wreathed my head, and the fillet and grain at my feet and in my hands, and beneath all the piety of the mask the oppressive sense of coming ill that made my heart heavy. The night before the celebration, one of the teachers of the institution had asked me a question connected with the Frost King, and I was telling her that Miss Sullivan had talked to me about Jack Frost and his wonderful works. Something I said made her think she detected in my words a confession that I did remember Miss Canby's story of the Frost Fairies, and she laid her conclusions before Mr. Anagnos, although I had told her most emphatically that she was mistaken. Mr. Anagnos, who loved me tenderly, thinking that he had been deceived, turned a deaf ear to the pleadings of love and innocence. He believed, or at least suspected, that Miss Sullivan and I had deliberately stolen the bright thoughts of another and imposed them on him to win his admiration. I was brought before a court of investigation composed of the teachers and officers of the institution, and Miss Sullivan was asked to leave me. Then I was questioned and cross-questioned with what seemed to me a determination on the part of my judges to force me to acknowledge that I remembered having had the Frost Fairies read to me. I felt in every question the doubt and suspicion that was in their minds, and I felt, too, that a loved friend was looking at me reproachfully, although I could not have put all this into words. The blood pressed about my thumping heart, and I could scarcely speak, except in monosyllables. Even the consciousness that it was only a dreadful mistake did not lessen my suffering, and when at last I was allowed to leave the room, I was dazed and did not notice my teacher's caresses, or the tender words of my friends, who said I was a brave little girl and they were proud of me. As I lay in my bed that night, I wept as I hope few children have wept. I felt so cold, I imagined I should die before morning, and the thought comphoned me. I think if this sorrow had come to me when I was older, it would have broken my spirit beyond repairing. But the angel of forgetfulness has gathered up and carried away much of the misery and all the bitterness of those sad days. Miss Sullivan had never heard of the Frost Fairies or of the book in which it was published. With the assistance of Dr. Alexander Graham Bell, she investigated the matter carefully, and at last it came out that Mrs. Sophia C. Hopkins had a copy of Miss Canby's Birdie and His Friends in 1888, the year that we spent the summer with her at Brewster. Mrs. Hopkins was unable to find her copy, but she has told me that at that time, while Miss Sullivan was away on a vacation, she tried to amuse me by reading from various books, and although she could not remember reading the Frost Fairies any more than I, yet she felt sure that Birdie and His Friends was one of them. She explained the disappearance of the book by the fact that she had a short time before sold her house and disposed of many juvenile books, such as old school books and fairy tales, and that Birdie and His Friends was probably among them. The stories had little or no meaning for me then, but the mere spelling of the strange words was sufficient to amuse a little child who could do almost nothing to amuse herself, and although I do not recall a single circumstance connected with the reading of the stories, yet I cannot help thinking that I made a great effort to remember the words, with the intention of having my teacher explain them when she returned. One thing is certain, the language was ineffaceably stamped upon my brain, though for a long time no one knew it, least of all myself. When Miss Sullivan came back, I did not speak to her about the Frost Fairies, probably because she began at once to read Little Lord Fauntleroy, which filled my mind to the exclusion of everything else. But the fact remains that Miss Canby's story was read to me once, and that long after I had forgotten it, it came back to me so naturally that I never suspected that it was the child of another mind. In my trouble I received many messages of love and sympathy. All the friends I loved best, except one, have remained my own to the present time. Miss Canby herself wrote kindly, "Some day you will write a great story out of your own head, that will be a comfort and help to many." But this kind prophecy has never been fulfilled. I have never played with words again for the mere pleasure of the game. Indeed, I have ever since been tortured by the fear that what I write is not my own. For a long time, when I wrote a letter, even to my mother, I was seized with a sudden feeling of terror, and I would spell the sentences over and over, to make sure that I had not read them in a book. Had it not been for the persistent encouragement of Miss Sullivan, I think I should have given up trying to write altogether. I have read the Frost Fairies since, also the letters I wrote in which I used other ideas of Miss Canby's. I find in one of them, a letter to Mr. Anagnos, dated the 29th of September, 1891, words and sentiments exactly like those of the book. At the time I was writing The Frost King, and this letter, like many others, contains phrases which show that my mind was saturated with the story. I represent my teacher as saying to me of the golden autumn leaves, "Yes, they are beautiful enough to comfort us for the flight of idea direct from Miss Canby's story." This habit of assimilating what pleased me and giving it out again as my own appears in much of my early correspondence and my first attempts at writing. In a composition which I wrote about the old cities of Greece and Italy, I borrowed my glowing descriptions, with variations, from sources I have forgotten. I knew Mr. Anagnos's great love of antiquity and his enthusiastic appreciation of all beautiful sentiments about Italy and Greece. I therefore gathered from all the books I read every bit of poetry or of history that I thought would give him pleasure. Mr. Anagnos, in speaking of my composition on the cities, has said, "These ideas are poetic in their essence." But I do not understand how he ever thought a blind and deaf child of 11 could have invented them. Yet I cannot think that because I did not originate the ideas, my little composition is therefore quite devoid of interest. It shows me that I could express my appreciation of beautiful and poetic ideas in clear and animated language. Those early compositions were mental gymnastics. I was learning, as all young and inexperienced persons learn, by assimilation and imitation, to put ideas into words. Everything I found in books that pleased me I retained in my memory, consciously or unconsciously, and adapted it. The young writer, as Stevenson has said, instinctively tries to copy whatever seems most admirable, and he shifts his admiration with astonishing versatility. It is only after years of this sort of practice that even great men have learned to marshal the legion of words which come thronging through every byway of the mind. I am afraid I have not yet completed this process. It is certain that I cannot always distinguish my own thoughts from those I read, because what I read becomes the very substance and texture of my mind. Consequently, in nearly all that I write, I produce something which very much resembles the crazy patchwork I used to make when I first learned to sew. This patchwork was made of all sorts of odds and ends, pretty bits of silk and velvet, but the coarse pieces that were not pleasant to touch always predominated. Likewise my compositions are made up of crude notions of my own, inlaid with the brighter thoughts and riper opinions of the authors I have read. It seems to me that the great difficulty of writing is to make the language of the educated mind express our confused ideas, half feelings, half thoughts, when we are little more than bundles of instinctive tendencies. Trying to write is then much like trying to put a Chinese puzzle together. We have a pattern in mind which we wish to work out in words, but the words will not fit the spaces, or, if they do, they will not match the design. But we keep on trying because we know that others have succeeded, and we are not willing to acknowledge defeat. There is no way to become original, except to be born, so says Stevenson, and although I may not be original, I hope sometime to outgrow my artificial, periwigged compositions. Then, pedlaps, my own thoughts and experiences will come to the surface. Meanwhile I trust and hope and persevere, and try not to let the bitter memory of the Frost King trammel my efforts. So this sad experience may have done me good and set me thinking on some of the problems of composition. My only regret is that it resulted in the loss of one of my dearest friends, Mr. Anagnos. Since the publication of the story of my life in the Ladies' Home Journal, Mr. Anagnos has made a statement, in a letter to Mr. Macy, that at the time of the Frost King matter, he believed I was innocent. He says, "The court of investigation before which I was brought consisted of 8 people, 4 blind, 4 seeing persons. 4 of them," he says, "thought I knew that Miss Canby's story had been read to me, and the others did not hold this view." Mr. Anagnos states that he cast his vote with those who were favourable to me. But, however the case may have been, with whichever side he may have cast his vote, when I went into the room where Mr. Anagnos had so often held me on his knee and, forgetting his many cares, had shared in my frolics, and found there persons who seemed to doubt me, I felt that there was something hostile and menacing in the very atmosphere, and subsequent events have borne out this impression. For 2 years he seems to have held the belief that Miss Sullivan and I were innocent. Then he evidently retracted his favourable judgment, why I do not know. Nor did I know the details of the investigation. I never knew even the names of the members of the court who did not speak to me. I was too excited to notice anything, too frightened to ask questions. Indeed, I could scarcely think what I was saying, or what was being said to me. I have given this account of the Frost King affair because it was important in my life and education, and, in order that there might be no misunderstanding, I have set F01th all the facts as they appear to me, without a thought of defending myself or of laying blame on anyone. Chapter 15. The summer and winter following the Frost King incident I spent with my family in Alabama. I recall with delight that home-going. Everything had budded and blossomed. I was happy. The Frost King was forgotten. When the ground was strewn with the crimson and golden leaves of autumn, and the musk-scented grapes that covered the arbor at the end of the garden were turning golden brown in the sunshine, I began to write a sketch of my life, a year after I had written the Frost King. I was still excessively scrupulous about everything I wrote. The thought that what I wrote might not be absolutely my own tormented me. No one knew of these fears except my teacher. A strange sensitiveness prevented me from referring to the Frost King, and often when an idea flashed out in the course of conversation I would spell softly to her, "I am not sure it is mine." At other times, in the midst of a paragraph I was writing, I said to myself, "Suppose it should be found that all this was written by someone long ago." An impish fear clutched my hand, so that I could not write any more that day. And even now I sometimes feel the same uneasiness and disquietude. Miss Sullivan consoled and helped me in every way she could think of, but the terrible experience I had passed through left a lasting impression on my mind, the significance of which I am only just beginning to understand. It was with the hope of restoring my self-confidence that she persuaded me to write for the Youth's Companion a brief account of my life. I was then 12 years old. As I look back on my struggle to write that little story, it seems to me that I must have had a prophetic vision of the good that would come of the undertaking, or I should surely have failed. I wrote timidly, fearfully, but resolutely, urged on by my teacher, who knew that if I persevered, I should find my mental foothold again and get a grip on my faculties. Up to the time of the Frost King episode, I had lived the unconscious life of a little child. Now my thoughts were turned inward, and I beheld things invisible. Gradually I emerged from the penumbra of that experience with a mind made clearer by trial and with a newer knowledge of life. The chief events of the year 1893 were my trip to Washington during the inauguration of President Cleveland, and visits to Niagara and the World's Fair. Under such circumstances my studies were constantly interrupted and often put aside for many weeks, so that it is impossible for me to give a connected account of them. We went to Niagara in March, 1893. It is difficult to describe my emotions when I stood on the point which overhangs the American Falls and felt the air vibrate and the earth tremble. It seems strange to many people that I should be impressed by the wonders and beauties of Niagara. They are always asking, what does this beauty or that music mean to you? You cannot see the waves rolling up the beach or hear their roar. What do they mean to you? In the most evident sense they mean everything. I cannot fathom or define their meaning any more than I can fathom or define love or religion or goodness. During the summer of 1893, Miss Sullivan and I visited the World's Fair with Dr. Alexander Graham Bell. I recall with unmixed delight those days when 1,000 childish fancies became beautiful realities. Every day in imagination I made a trip round the world, and I saw many wonders from the uttermost parts of the earth, marvels of invention, treasuries of industry and skill, and all the activities of human life actually passed under my fingertips. I liked to visit the Midway Plaisance. It seemed like the Arabian Nights, it was crammed so full of novelty and interest. Here was the India of my books in the curious bazaar with its shivers and elephant gods. There was the land of the pyramids concentrated in a model Cairo with its mosques and its long processions of camels. Yonder were the lagoons of Venice, where we sailed every evening when the city and the fountains were illuminated. I also went on board a Viking ship which lay a short distance from the little craft. I had been on a man of war before, in Boston, and it interested me to see, on this Viking ship, how the seaman was once all in all, how he sailed and took storm and calm alike with undaunted heart, and gave chase to whosoever re-echoed his cry, "We are of the sea," and fought with brains and sinews, self-reliant, self-sufficient, instead of being thrust into the background by unintelligent machinery, as Jack is today. So it always only is interesting to man. At a little distance from this ship there was a model of the Santa Maria, which I also examined. The captain showed me Columbus's cabin and the desk with an hourglass on it. This small instrument impressed me most because it made me think how weary the heroic navigator must have felt as he saw the sand dropping grain by grain while desperate men were plotting against his life. Mr. Higginbotham, president of the World's Fair, kindly gave me permission to touch the exhibits, and with an eagerness as insatiable as that with which Pissarro seized the treasures of Penn, I took in the glories of the fair with my fingers. It was a sort of tangible kaleidoscope, this white city of the West. Everything fascinated me, especially the French bronzes. They were so lifelike, I thought they were angel visions which the artist had caught and bound in earthly forms. At the Cape of Good Hope exhibit, I learned much about the processes of mining diamonds. Whenever it was possible, I touched the machinal wire while it was in motion, so as to get a clearer idea how the stones were weighed, cut, and polished. I searched in the washings for a diamond and found it myself, the only true diamond, they said, that was ever found in the United States. Dr. Bell went everywhere with us and in his own delightful way described to me the objects of greatest interest. In the electrical building we examined the telephones, autophones, phonographs, and other inventions, and he made me understand how it is possible to send a message on wires that mock space and atom time, and, like Prometheus, to draw fire from the sky. We also visited the anthropological department, and I was much interested in the relics of ancient Mexico, in the rude stone implements that are so often the only record of an age, the simple monuments of nature's unlettered children, so I thought as I fingered them, that seem bound to last while the memorials of kings and sages crumble in dust away, and in the Egyptian mummies, which I shrank from touching. From these relics I learned more about the progress of man than I have heard or read since. All these experiences added a great many new terms to my vocabulary, and in the 3 weeks I spent at the fair I took a long leap from the little child's interest in fairy tales and toys to the appreciation of the real and the earnest in the workaday world. Chapter 16. Before October 1893, I had studied various subjects by myself in a more or less desultory manner. I read the histories of Greece, Rome and the United States. I had a French grammar in raised print, and as I already knew some French, I often amused myself by composing in my head short exercises, using the new words as I came across them, and ignoring NLLES and other technicalities as much as possible. I even tried, without aid, to master the French pronunciation, as I found all the letters and sounds described in the book. Of course this was tasking slender powers for great ends, but it gave me something to do on a rainy day, and I acquired a sufficient knowledge of French to read with pleasure La Fontaine's fables Le Médecin Malgré and passages from Athalie. I also gave considerable time to the improvement of my speech. I read aloud to Miss Sullivan and recited passages from my favourite poets, which I had committed to memory. She corrected my pronunciation and helped me to phrase and inflect. It was not, however, until October 1893, after I had recovered from the fatigue and excitement of my visit to the World's Fair, that I began to have lessons in special subjects at fixed hours. Miss Sullivan and I were at that time in Halton, Pennsylvania, visiting the family of Mr. William Wade. Mr. Irons, a neighbour of theirs, was a good Latin scholar. It was arranged that I should study under him. I remember him as a man of rare, sweet nature and of wide experience. He taught me Latin grammar principally, but he often helped me in arithmetic, which I found as troublesome as it was uninteresting. Mr. Irons also read with me Tennyson's In Memoriam. I had read many books before, but never from a critical point of view. I learned for the first time to know an author, to recognize his style as I recognize the clasp of a friend's hand. At first I was rather unwilling to study Latin grammar. It seemed absurd to waste time analyzing every word I came across, noun, genitive, singular, feminine, when its meaning was quite plain. I thought I might just as well describe my pet in order to know it: order, vertebrate, division, quadruped, class, mammalia, genus, felinus, species, cat, individual, tabby. But as I got deeper into the subject, I became more interested, and the beauty of the language delighted me. I often amused myself by reading Latin passages, picking up words I understood and trying to make sense. I have never ceased to enjoy this pastime. There is nothing more beautiful, I think, than the evanescent fleeting images and sentiments presented by a language one is just becoming familiar with, ideas that flit across the mental sky, shaped and tinted by capricious fancy. Miss Sullivan sat beside me at my lessons, spelling into my hand whatever Mr. Irons said, and looking up new words for me. I was just beginning to read Caesar's Gallic War when I went to my home in Alabama. Chapter 17. In the summer of 1894, I attended the meeting at Chautauqua of the American Association to promote the teaching of speech to the deaf. There it was arranged that I should go to the Wright Hugh Mason School for the Deaf in New York City. I went there in October 1894, accompanied by Miss Sullivan. This school was chosen especially for the purpose of obtaining the highest advantages in vocal culture and training in lip reading. In addition to my work in these subjects, I studied, during the 2 years I was in the school, arithmetic, physical geography, French and German. Miss Remy, my German teacher, could use the manual alphabet, and after I had acquired a small vocabulary, we talked together in German whenever we had a chance, and in a few months I could understand almost everything she said. Before the end of the first year I read Wilhelm Tell with the greatest delight. Indeed, I think I made more progress in German than in any of my other studies. I found French much more difficult. I studied it with Madame Olivier, a French lady who did not know the manual alphabet, and who was obliged to give her instruction orally. I could not read her lips easily, so my progress was much slower than in German. I managed, however, to read La Médecine Malgré again. It was very amusing, but I did not like it nearly so well as Wilhelm Tell. My progress in lip reading and speech was not what my teachers and I had hoped and expected it would be. It was my ambition to speak like other people, and my teachers believed that this could be accomplished, but, although we worked hard and faithfully, yet we did not quite reach our goal. I suppose we aimed too high, and disappointment was therefore inevitable. I still regarded arithmetic as a system of pitfalls. I hung about the dangerous frontier of guess, avoiding with infinite trouble to myself and others the broad valley of reason. When I was not guessing, I was jumping at conclusions, and this fault, in addition to my dullness, aggravated my difficulties more than was right or necessary. But although these disappointments caused me great depression at times, I pursued my other studies with unflagging interest, especially physical geography. It was a joy to learn the secrets of nature, how, in the picturesque language of the Old Testament, the winds are made to blow from the four corners of the heavens, how the vapors ascend from the ends of the earth, how rivers are cut out among the rocks, and mountains overturned by the roots, and in what ways man may overcome many forces mightier than himself. The 2 years in New York were happy ones, and I look back to them with genuine pleasure. I remember especially the walks we all took together every day in Central Park, the only part of the city that was congenial to me. I never lost a jot of my delight in this great park. I loved to have it described every time I entered it, for it was beautiful in all its aspects, and these aspects were so many that it was beautiful in a different way each day of the 9 months I spent in New York. In the spring we made excursions to various places of interest. We sailed on the Hudson River and wandered about on its green banks, of which Bryant loved to sing. I liked the simple, wild grandeur of the Palisades. Among the places I visited were West Point, Tarrytown, the home of Washington living, where I walked through Sleepy Hollow. The teachers at the Wright Hugh Mason School were always planning how they might give the pupils every advantage that those who here enjoy, how they might make much of few tendencies and passive memories in the cases of the little ones, and lead them out of the cramping circumstances in which their lives were set. Before I left New York, these bright days were darkened by the greatest sorrow that I have ever borne, except the death of my father. Mr. John P. Spaulding, of Boston, died in February, 1896. Only those who knew and loved him best can understand what his friendship meant to me. He, who made everyone happy in a beautiful, unobtrusive way, was most kind and tender to Miss Sullivan and me. So long as we felt his loving presence and knew that he took a watchful interest in our work, fraught with so many difficulties, we could not be discouraged. His going away left a vacancy in our lives that has never been filled. Chapter 18 In October, 1896, I entered the Cambridge School for Young Ladies, to be prepared for Radcliffe. When I was a little girl, I visited Wellesley and surprised my friends by the announcement, "Someday I shall go to college, but I shall go to Harvard." When asked why I would not go to Wellesley, I replied that there were only girls there. The thought of going to college took root in my heart and became an earnest desire, which impelled me to enter into competition for a degree with seeing and hearing girls, in the face of the strong opposition of many UUE and wise friends. When I left New York, the idea had become a fixed purpose, and it was decided that I should go to Cambridge. This was the nearest approach I could get to Harvard and to the fulfillment of my childish declaration. At the Cambridge School, the plan was to have Miss Sullivan attend the classes with me and interpret to me the instruction given. Of course, my instructors had had no experience in teaching any but normal pupils, and my only means of conversing with them was reading their lips. My studies for the first year were English history, English literature, German, Latin, arithmetic, Latin composition and occasional themes. Until then I had never taken a course of study with the idea of preparing for college, but I had been well drilled in English by Miss Sullivan, and it soon became evident to my teachers that I needed no special instruction in this subject beyond a critical study of the books prescribed by the college. I had had, moreover, a good start in French, and received 6 months' instruction in Latin, but German was the subject with which I was most familiar. In spite, however, of these advantages, there were serious drawbacks to my progress. Miss Sullivan could not spell out in my hand all that the books required, and it was very difficult to have textbooks embossed in time to be of use to me, although my friends in London and Philadelphia were willing to hasten the work. For a while, indeed, I had to copy my Latin in Braille, so that I could recite with the other girls. My instructors soon became sufficiently familiar with my imperfect speech to answer my questions readily and correct mistakes. I could not make notes in class or write exercises, but I wrote all my compositions and translations at home on my typewriter. Each day Miss Sullivan went to the classes with me and spelled into my hand with infinite patience all that the teachers said. In study hours she had to look up new words for me and reread notes and books I did not have in raised print. The tedium of that work is hard to conceive. Frau Grota, my German teacher, and Mr. Gilman, the principal, were the only teachers in the school who learned the finger alphabet to give me instruction. No one realized more fully than dear Frau Grota how slow and inadequate her spelling was. Nevertheless, in the goodness of her health she laboriously spelled out her instructions to me in special lessons twice a week, to give Miss Sullivan a little rest. But, though everybody was kind and ready to help us, there was only one hand that could turn drudgery into pleasure. That year I finished arithmetic, reviewed my Latin grammar, and read 3 chapters of Caesar's Gallic War. In German I read, partly with my fingers and partly with Miss Sullivan's assistance, Schiller's Lied von der Glock and Toche Heines Haareis Freitags ausdem Start Friedrichs des Grossen Reels Flutsch Durskenheit Lessings Minna von Barnhelm and Goethe's aus meinem Leben. I took the greatest delight in these German books, especially Schiller's wonderful lyrics, the histo of Frederick the Great's magnificent achievements and the account of Goethe's life. I was sorry to finish Die Haareis so full of happy witticisms and charming descriptions of vine-clad hills, streams that sing and ripple in the sunshine, and wild regions, sacred to tradition and legend, the grey sisters of a long-vanished, imaginative age, descriptions such as can be given only by those to whom nature is a feeling, a love and an appetite. Mr. Gilman instructed me part of the year in English literature. We read together, As You Like It, Burke's speech on conciliation with America and Macaulay's Life of Samuel Johnson. Mr. Gilman's broad views of history and literature and his clever explanations made my work easier and pleasanter than it could have been had I only read notes mechanically with the necessarily brief explanations given in the classes. Burke's speech was more instructive than any other book on a political subject that I had ever read. My mind stirred with the stirring times, and the characters round which the life of 2 contending nations centred seemed to move right before me. I wondered more and more, while Burke's masterly speech rolled on in mighty surges of eloquence, how it was that King George and his ministers could have turned a deaf ear to his warning prophecy of our victory and their humiliation. Then I entered into the melancholy details of the relation in which the great statesman stood to his party and to the representatives of the people. I thought how strange it was that such precious seeds of TNLTH and wisdom should have fallen among the tares of ignorance and corruption. In a different way Macaulay's Life of Samuel Johnson was interesting. My heart went out to the lonely man who ate the bread of affliction in Grub Street, and yet, in the midst of toil and cruel suffering of body and soul, always had a kind word, and lent a helping hand to the poor and despised. I rejoiced over all his successes, I shut my eyes to his faults, and wondered, not that he had them, but that they had not crushed or dwarfed his soul. But in spite of Macaulay's brilliancy and his admirable faculty of making the commonplace seem fresh and picturesque, his positiveness wearied me at times, and his frequent sacrifices of truth to effect kept me in a questioning attitude very unlike the attitude of reverence in which I had listened to the Demosthens of Great Britain. At the Cambridge School, for the first time in my life, I enjoyed the companionship of seeing and hearing girls of my own age. I lived with several others in one of the pleasant houses connected with the school, the house where Mr. Howells used to live, and we all had the advantage of home life. I joined them in many of their games, even blind man's buff and frolics in the snow. I took long walks with them, we discussed our studies and read aloud the things that interested us. Some of the girls learned to speak to me, so that Miss Sullivan did not have to repeat their conversation. At Christmas, my mother and little sister spent the holidays with me, and Mr. Gilman kindly offered to let Mildred study in his school. So Mildred stayed with me in Cambridge, and for 6 happy months we were hardly apart. It makes me most happy to remember the hours we spent helping each other in study and sharing our recreation together. I took my preliminary examinations for Radcliffe from the 29th of June to the 3rd of July in 1897. The subjects I offered were elementary and advanced German, French, Latin, English, and Greek and Roman history, making 9 hours in all. I passed in everything, and received honours in German and English. Perhaps an explanation of the method that was in use when I took my examinations will not be amiss here. The student was required to pass in 16 hours, 12 hours being called elementary and 4 advanced. He had to pass 5 hours at a time to have them counted. The examination papers were given out at 9 o'clock at Harvard and brought to Radcliffe by a special messenger. Each candidate was known, not by his name, but by a number. I was no 233, but, as I had to use a typewriter, my identity could not be concealed. It was thought advisable for me to have my examinations in a room by myself, because the noise of typewriter might disturb the other girls. Mr. Gilman read all the papers to me by means of the manual alphabet. A man was placed on guard at the door to prevent interruption. The first day I had German. Mr. Gilman sat beside me and read the paper through first, then sentence by sentence, while I repeated the words aloud, to make sure that I understood him perfectly. The papers were difficult, and I felt very anxious as I wrote out my answers on the typewriter. Mr. Gilman spelled to me what I had written, and I made such changes as I thought necessary, and he inserted them. I wish to say here that I have not had this advantage since in any of my examinations. At Radcliffe no one reads the papers to me after they are written, and I have no opportunity to correct errors unless I finish before the time is up. In that case I correct only such mistakes as I can recall in the few minutes allowed, and make notes of these corrections at the end of my paper. If I passed with higher credit in the preliminaries than in the finals, there are 2 reasons. In the finals, no one read my work over to me, and in the preliminaries I offered subjects with some of which I was in a measure familiar before my work in the Cambridge school, for at the beginning of the year I had passed examinations in English, history, French and German, which Mr. Gilman gave me from previous Harvard papers. Mr. Gilman sent my written work to the examiners with a certificate that I, candidate number 233, had written the papers. All the other preliminary examinations were conducted in the same manner. None of them was so difficult as the first. I remember that the day the Latin paper was brought to us, Professor Schilling came in and informed me I had passed satisfactorily in German. This encouraged me greatly, and I sped on to the end of the ordeal with a light heart and a steady hand. Chapter 19. When I began my second year at the Gilman School, I was full of hope and determination to succeed. But during the first few weeks I was confronted with unforeseen difficulties. Mr. Gilman had agreed that year I should study mathematics principally. I had physics, algebra, geometry, astronomy, Greek and Latin. Unfortunately, many of the books I needed had not been embossed in time for me to begin with the classes, and I lacked important apparatus for some of my studies. The classes I was in were very large, and it was impossible for the teachers to give me special instruction. Miss Sullivan was obliged to read all the books to me, and interpret for the instances, and for the first time in 11 years it seemed as if her dear hand would not be equal to the task. It was necessary for me to write algebra and geometry in class and solve problems in physics, and this I could not do until we bought a braille writer, by means of which I could put down the steps and processes of my work. I could not follow with my eyes the geometrical figures drawn on the blackboard, and my only means of getting a clear idea of them was to make them on a cushion with straight and curved wires, which had bent and pointed ends. I had to carry in my mind, as Mr. Keith says in his report, the lettering of the figures, the hypothesis and conclusion, the construction and the process of the proof. In a word, every study had its obstacles. Sometimes I lost all courage and betrayed my feelings in a way I am ashamed to remember, especially as the signs of my trouble were afterward used against Miss Sullivan, the only person of all the kind friends I had there, who could make the crooked straight and the rough places smooth. Little by little, however, my difficulties began to disappear. The embossed books and other apparatus arrived, and I threw myself into the work with renewed confidence. Algebra and Geomet-1 were the only studies that continued to defy my efforts to comprehend them. As I have said before, I had no aptitude for mathematics. The different points were not explained to me as fully as I wished. The geometrical diagrams were particularly vexing because I could not see the relation of the different parts to one another, even on the cushion. It was not until Mr. Keith taught me that I had a clear idea of mathematics. I was beginning to overcome these difficulties when an event occurred which changed everything. Just before the books came, Mr. Gilman had begun to remonstrate with Miss Sullivan on the ground that I was working too hard, and in spite of my earnest protestations, he reduced the number of my recitations. At the beginning we had agreed that I should, if necessary, take 5 years to prepare for college, but at the end of the first year the success of my examinations showed Miss Sullivan, Miss Harbaugh, Mr. Gilman's head teacher, and one other, that I could without too much effort complete my preparation in 2 years more. Mr. Gilman at first agreed to this, but when my tasks had become somewhat perplexing, he insisted that I was overworked, and that I should remain at his school 3 years longer. I did not like his plan, for I wished to enter college with my class. On the 17th of November I was not very well, and did not go to school. Although Miss Sullivan knew that my indisposition was not serious, yet Mr. Gilman, on hearing of it, declared that I was breaking down and made changes in my studies which would have rendered it impossible for me to take my final examinations with my class. In the end the difference of opinion between Mr. Gilman and Miss Sullivan resulted in my mother's withdrawing my sister Mildred and me from the Cambridge school. After some delay it was arranged that I should continue my studies under a tutor, Mr. Merton S. Keith, of Cambridge. Miss Sullivan and I spent the rest of the winter with our friends, the Chamberlains in Wrentham, 25 miles from Boston. From February to July, 1898, Mr. Keith came out to Wrentham twice a week, and taught me algebra, geometry, Greek and Latin. Miss Sullivan interpreted his instruction. In October, 1898, we returned to Boston. For 8 months Mr. Keith gave me lessons 5 times a week, in periods of about an hour. He explained each time what I did not understand in the previous lesson, assigned new work, and took home with him the Greek exercises which I had written during the week on my typewriter, corrected them fully, and returned them to me. In this way my preparation for college went on without interruption. I found it much easier and pleasanter to be taught by myself than to receive instruction in class. There was no hurry, no confusion. My tutor had plenty of time to explain what I did not understand, so I got on faster and did better work than I ever did in school. I still found more difficulty in mastering problems in mathematics than I did in any other of my studies. I wish algebra and geometry had been half as easy as the languages and literature. But even mathematics Mr. Keith made interesting. He succeeded in whittling problems small enough to get through my brain. He kept my mind alert and eager, and trained it to reason clearly, and to seek conclusions calmly and logically, instead of jumping wildly into space and arriving nowhere. He was always gentle and forbearing, no matter how dull I might be, and believe me, my stupidity would often have exhausted the patience of Job. On the 29th and the 30th of June, 1899, I took my final examinations for Radcliffe College. The first day I had elementary Greek and advanced Latin, and the second day geometry, algebra and advanced Greek. The college authorities did not allow Miss Sullivan to read the examination papers to me, so Mr. Eugene C. Vining, one of the instructors at the Perkins Institution for the Blind, was employed to copy the papers for me in American Braille. Mr. Vining was a stranger to me, and could not communicate with me, except by writing Braille. The proctor was also a stranger, and did not attempt to communicate with me in any way. The Braille worked well enough in the languages, but when it came to geometry and algebra, difficulties arose. I was sorely perplexed, and felt discouraged, wasting much precious time, especially in algebra. It is true that I was familiar with all literary Braille in common use in this country, English, American, and New York Point, but the various signs and symbols in geometry and algebra in the three systems are very different, and I had used only the English Braille in my algebra. 2 days before the examinations, Mr. Vining sent me a Braille copy of one of the old Harvard papers in algebra. To my dismay, I found that it was in the American notation. I sat down immediately and wrote to Mr. Vining, asking him to explain the signs. I received another paper and a table of scenes by return mail, and I set to work to learn the notation. But on the night before the algebra examination, while I was snuggling over some very complicated examples, I could not tell the combinations of bracket, brace and radical. Both Mr. Keith and I were distressed and full of forebodings for the morrow, but we went over to the college a little before the examination began, and had Mr. Vining explain more fully the American symbols. In geometry, my chief difficulty was that I had always been accustomed to read the propositions in line print, or to have them spelled into my hand, and somehow, although the propositions were right before me, I found the Braille confusing, and could not fix clearly in my mind what I was reading. But when I took up algebra, I had a harder time still. The signs, which I had so lately learned, and which I thought I knew, perplexed me. Besides, I could not see what I wrote on my typewriter. I had always done my work in Braille or in my head. Mr. Keith had relied too much on my ability to solve problems mentally, and had not trained me to write examination papers. Consequently, my work was painfully slow, and I had to read the examples over and over before I could form any idea of what I was required to do. Indeed, I am not sure now that I read all the signs correctly. I found it very hard to keep my wits about me. But I do not blame anyone. The administrative board of Radcliffe did not realize how difficult they were making my examinations, nor did they understand the peculiar difficulties I had to surmount. But if they unintentionally placed obstacles in my way, I have the consolation of knowing that I overcame them all. Chapter 20. The struggle for admission to college was ended, and I could now enter Radcliffe whenever I pleased. Before I entered college, however, it was thought best that I should study another year under Mr. Keith. It was not, therefore, until the fall of 1900 that my dream of going to college was realized. I remember my first day at Radcliffe. It was a day full of interest for me. I had looked forward to it for years. A potent force within me, stronger than the persuasion of my friends, stronger even than the pleadings of my heart, had impelled me to try my strength by the standards of those who see and hear. I knew that there were obstacles in the way, but I was eager to overcome them. I had taken to heart the words of the wise Roman who said, "To be banished from Rome is but to live outside of Rome." Debarred from the great highways of knowledge, I was compelled to make the journey across country by unfrequented roads. That was all, and I knew that in college there were many bypaths where I could touch hands with girls who were thinking, loving and struggling like me. I began my studies with eagerness. Before me I saw a new world opening in beauty and light, and I felt within me the capacity to know all things. In the wonderland of mind I should be as free as another. Its people, scenery, manners, joys, tragedies should be living, tangible interpreters of the real world. The lecture hall seemed filled with the spirit of the great and the wise, and I thought the professors were the embodiment of wisdom. If I have since learned differently, I am not going to tell anybody. But I soon discovered that college was not quite the romantic lyceum I had imagined. Many of the dreams that had delighted my young inexperience became beautifully less and faded into the light of common day. Gradually I began to find that there were disadvantages in going to college. The one I felt and still feel most is lack of time. I used to have time to think, to reflect, my mind and I. We would sit together of an evening and listen to the inner melodies of the spirit, which one hears only in leisure moments when the words of some loved poet touch a deep, sweet chord in the soul that until then had been silent. But in college there is no time to commune with one's thoughts. One goes to college to learn, it seems, not to think. When one enters the portals of learning, one leaves the dearest pleasures, solitude, books and imagination, outside with the whispering pines. I suppose I ought to find some comfort in the thought that I am laying up treasures for future enjoyment, but I am improvident enough to prefer present joy to hoarding riches against a rainy day. My studies the first year were French, German, history, English composition and English literature. In the French course I read some of the works of Camille, Molière, Racine, Alfred de Musset and Sainte-Beuve, and in the German those of Goethe and Schiller. I reviewed rapidly the whole period of history from the fall of the Roman Empire to the 18th century, and in English literature studied critically Milton's poems and Areopagitica. I am frequently asked how I overcome the peculiar conditions under which I work in college. In the classroom I am of course practically alone. The professor is as remote as if he were speaking through a telephone. The lectures are spelled into my hand as rapidly as possible, and much of the individuality of the lecturer is lost to me in the effort to keep in the race. The words n-1 through my hand like hounds in pursuit of a hare which they often miss. But in this respect I do not think I am much worse off than the girls who take notes. If the mind is occupied with the mechanical process of hearing and putting words on paper at pell-mell speed, I should not think one could pay much attention to the subject under consideration or the manner in which it is presented. I cannot make notes during the lectures, because my hands are busy listening. Usually I jot down what I can remember of them when I get home. I write the exercises, daily themes, criticisms and hour tests, the mid-year and final examinations, on my typewriter, so that the professors have no difficulty in finding out how little I know. When I began the study of Latin prosody, I devised and explained to my professor a system of signs indicating the different meters and quantities. I use the Hammond typewriter. I have tried many machines, and I find the Hammond is the best adapted to the peculiar needs of my work. With this machine movable type shuttles can be used, and one can have several shuttles, each with a different set of characters, Greek, French, or mathematical, according to the kind of writing one wishes to do on the typewriter. Without it, I doubt if I could go to college. Very few of the books required in the various courses are printed for the blind, and I am obliged to have them spelled into my hand. Consequently I need more time to prepare my lessons than other girls. The manual part takes longer, and I have perplexities which they have not. There are days when the close attention I must give to details chafes my spirit, and the thought that I must spend hours reading a few chapters, while in the world without other girls are laughing and singing and dancing, makes me rebellious, but I soon recover my buoyancy and laugh the discontent out of my heart. For, after all, everyone who wishes to gain TME knowledge must climb the hill difficulty alone, and since there is no royal road to the summit, I must zigzag it in my own way. I slip back many times, I fall, I stand still, I run against the edge of hidden obstacles, I lose my temper and find it again and keep it better, I tnrdge on, I gain a little, I feel encouraged, I get more eager and climb higher and begin to see the widening horizon. Every struggle is a victory. One more F01T and I reach the luminous cloud, the blue depths of the sky, the uplands of my desire. I am not always alone, however, in these struggles. Mr. William Wade and Mr. E. E. Allen, principal of the Pennsylvania Institution for the Instruction of the Blind, get for me many of the books I need in raised print. Their thoughtfulness has been more of a help and encouragement to me than they can ever know. Last year, my second year at Radcliffe, I studied English composition, the Bible as English composition, the governments of America and Europe, the Odes of Horace, and Latin comedy. The class in composition was the pleasantest. It was very lively. The lectures were always interesting, vivacious, witty. For the instanter, Mr. Charles Townsend Copeland, more than anyone else I have had until this year, brings before you literature in all its original freshness and power. For 1 hour you are permitted to drink in the eternal beauty of the old masters without needless interpretation or exposition. You revel in their fine thoughts. You enjoy with all your soul the sweet thunder of the Old Testament, forgetting the existence of Yahweh and Elohim, and you go home feeling that you have had a glimpse of that perfection in which spirit and form dwell in immortal harmony, nought and beauty bearing a new growth on the ancient stem of time. This year is the happiest because I am studying subjects that especially interest me: economics, Elizabethan literature, Shakespeare under Professor George L. Kittredge, and the history of philosophy under Professor Josiah Royce. Through philosophy one enters with sympathy of comprehension into the traditions of remote ages and other modes of thought, which erewhile seemed alien and without reason. But college is not the universal Athens I thought it was. There one does not meet the great and the wise face to face, one does not even feel their living touch. They are there, it is true, but they seem mummified. We must extract them from the crannied wall of learning and dissect and analyze them before we can be sure that we have a Milton or an Isaiah, and not merely a clever imitation. Many scholars forget, it seems to me, that our enjoyment of the great works of literature depends more upon the depth of our sympathy than upon our understanding. The trouble is that very few of their laborious explanations stick in the memory. The mind drops them as a branch drops its overripe fillet. It is possible to know a flower, root and stem and all the processes of growth, and yet to have no appreciation of the flower fresh bathed in heaven's dew. Again and again I ask impatiently, why concern myself with these explanations and hypotheses? They fly hither and thither in my thought like blind birds beating the air with ineffectual wings. I do not mean to object to a thorough knowledge of the famous works we read. I object only to the interminable comments and bewildering criticisms that teach but one thing: there are as many opinions as there are men. But when a great scholar like Professor Kittredge interprets what the master said, it is as if new sight were given the blind. He brings back Shakespeare, the poet. There are, however, times when I long to sweep away half the things I am expected to learn, for the overtaxed mind cannot enjoy the treasure it has secured at the greatest cost. It is impossible, I think, to read in one day 4 or 5 different books in different languages and treating of widely different subjects, and not lose sight of the very ends for which one reads. When one reads hurriedly and nervously, having in mind written tests and examinations, one's brain becomes encumbered with a lot of choice bric-a-brac for which there seems to be little use. At the present time my mind is so full of heterogeneous matter that I almost despair of ever being able to put it in order. Whenever I enter the region that was the kingdom of my mind I feel like the proverbial bull in the china shop. 1,000 odds and ends of knowledge come crashing about my head like hailstones, and when I try to escape them, theme goblins and college nixes of all sorts pursue me, until I wish, oh, may I be forgiven the wicked, I might smash the idols I came to worship. But the examinations are the chief bugbears of my college life. Although I have faced them many times and cast them down and made them bite the dust, yet they rise again and menace me with pale looks, until like Bob Acres I feel my courage oozing out at my finger ends. The days before these ordeals take place are spent in cramming your mind with mystic formula and indigestible dates, unpalatable diets, until you wish that books and science and you were buried in the depths of the sea. At last the dreaded hour arrives, and you are a favored being indeed if you feel prepared, and are able at the right time to call to your standard thoughts that will aid you in that supreme effort. It happens too often that your but call is unheeded. It is most perplexing and exasperating that just at the moment when you need your memoir and a nice sense of discrimination, these faculties take to themselves wings and fly away. The facts you have garnered with such infinite trouble invariably fail you at a pinch. Give a brief account of Huss and his work. Huss. Who was he and what did he do? The name looks strangely familiar. You ransack your budget of historic facts much as you would hunt for a bit of silk in a rag bag. You are sure it is somewhere in your mind near the top. You saw it there the other day or when you were looking up the beginnings of the Reformation. But where is it now? You fish out all manner of odds and ends of knowledge, revolutions, schisms, massacres, systems of government, but Huss, where is he? You are amazed at all the things you know which are not on the examination paper. In desperation you seize the budget and dump everything out, and there in a comma is your man, serenely brooding on his own private thought, unconscious of the catastrophe which he has brought upon you. Just then the proctor informs you that the time is up. With a feeling of intense disgust you kick the mass of rubbish into a corner and go home, your head full of revolutionary schemes to abolish the divine right of professors to ask questions without the consent of the questioned. It comes over me that in the last 2 or 3 pages of this chapter I have used figures which will turn the laugh against me. Ah, here they are, the mixed metaphors mocking and snorting about before me, pointing to the bull in the china shop assailed by hailstones and the bugbears with pale looks, an unanalyzed species. Let them mock on. The words describe so exactly the atmosphere of jostling, tumbling ideas I live in that I will wink at them for once, and put on a deliberate air to say that my ideas of college have changed. While my days at Radcliffe were still in the future, they were encircled with a halo of romance, which they have lost, but in the transition from romantic to actual I have learned many things I should never have known had I not tried the experiment. One of them is the precious science of patience, which teaches us that we should take our education as we would take a walk in the country, leisurely, our minds hospitably open to impressions of every sort. Such knowledge floods the soul unseen with a soundless tidal wave of deepening thought. Knowledge is power. Rather, knowledge is happiness, because to have knowledge, broad, deep knowledge, is to know ends from false, and lofty things from low. To know the thoughts and deeds that have marked man's progress is to feel the great heart-throbs of humanity through the centuries, and if one does not feel in these pulsations a heavenward striving, one must indeed be deaf to the harmonies of life. Chapter 21. I have thus far sketched the events of my life, but I have not shown how much I have depended on books not only for pleasure and for the wisdom they bring to all who read, but also for that knowledge which comes to others through their eyes and their ears. Indeed, books have meant so much more in my education than in that of others, that I shall go back to the time when I began to read. I read my first connected story in May, 1887, when I was 7 years old, and from that day to this I have devoured everything in the shape of a printed page that has come within the reach of my hungry fingertips. As I have said, I did not study regularly during the early years of my education, nor did I read according to rule. At first I had only a few books in Raised for Beginners, a collection of stories for children, and a book about the earth called Our World. I think that was all, but I read them over and over, until the words were so worn and pressed I could scarcely make them out. Sometimes Miss Sullivan read to me, spelling into my hand little stories and poems that she knew I should understand, but I preferred reading myself to being read to, because I liked to read again and again the things that pleased me. It was during my first visit to Boston that I really began to read in good earnest. I was permitted to spend a part of each day in the institution library, and to wander from bookcase to bookcase, and take down whatever book my fingers lighted upon. And read I did, whether I understood one word in 10 or 2 words on a page. The words themselves fascinated me, but I took no conscious account of what I read. My mind must, however, have been very impressionable at that period, for it retained many words and whole sentences, to the meaning of which I had not the faintest clue, and afterward, when I began to talk and write, these words and sentences would flash out quite naturally, so that my friends wondered at the richness of my vocabulary. I must have read parts of many books. In those early days I think I never read any one book through, and a great deal of poetry in this uncomprehending way, until I discovered Little Lord Fauntleroy, which was the first book of any consequence I read understandingly. One day my teacher found me in a corner of the library poring over the pages of the Scarlet Letter. I was then about 8 years old. I remember she asked me if I liked Little Pearl, and explained some of the words that had puzzled me. Then she told me that she had a beautiful story about a little boy which she was sure I should like better than the Scarlet Letter. The name of the story was Little Lord Fauntleroy, and she promised to read it to me the following summer. But we did not begin the stow until August. The first few weeks of my stay at the seashore were so full of discoveries and excitement that I forgot the very existence of books. Then my teacher went to visit some friends in Boston, leaving me for a short time. When she returned, almost the first thing we did was to begin the stow of Little Lord Fauntleroy. I recall distinctly the time and place when we read the first chapters of the fascinating child's story. It was a warm afternoon in August. We were sitting together in a hammock which swung from 2 solemn pines at a short distance from the house. We had hight 11 tide through the dishwashing after luncheon, in order that we might have as long an afternoon as possible for the story. As we hastened through the long grass toward the hammock, the grasshoppers swarmed about us and fastened themselves on our clothes, and I remember that my teacher insisted upon picking them all off before we sat down, which seemed to me an unnecessary waste of time. The hammock was covered with pine needles, for it had not been used while my teacher was away. The warm sun shone on the pine trees and drew out all their fragrance. The air was balmy, with a tang of the sea in it. Before we began the stow, Miss Sullivan explained to me the things that she knew I should not understand, and as we read on she explained the unfamiliar words. At first there were many words I did not know, and the reading was constantly interrupted, but as soon as I thoroughly comprehended the situation, I became too eagerly absorbed in the stow to notice mere words, and I am afraid I listened impatiently to the explanations that Miss Sullivan felt to be necessary. When her fingers were too tired to spell another word, I had for the first time a keen sense of my deprivations. I took the book in my hands and tried to feel the letters with an intensity of longing that I can never forget. Afterward, at my eager request, Mr. Anagnos had this story embossed, and I read it again and again, until I almost knew it by heart, and all through my childhood Little Lord Fauntleroy was my sweet and gentle companion. I have given these details at the risk of being tedious, because they are in such vivid contrast with my vague, mutable and confused memories of earlier reading. From Little Lord Fauntleroy I date the beginning of my true interest in books. During the next 2 years I read many books at my home and on my visits to Boston. I cannot remember what they all were, or in what order I read them, but I know that among them were Greek heroes, La Fontaine's fables, Hawthorne's Wonder Book, Bible stories, Lamb's Tales from Shakespeare, A Child's History of England by Dickens, The Arabian Nights, The Swiss Family Robinson, The Pilgrim's Progress, Robinson Crusoe, Little Women and Heidi, a beautiful little story which I afterward read in German. I read them in the intervals between study and play with an ever-deepening sense of pleasure. I did not study nor analyze them, I did not know whether they were well written or not, I never thought about style or authorship. They laid their treasures at my feet, and I accepted them as we accept the sunshine and the love of our friends. I loved Little Women because it gave me a sense of kinship with girls and boys who could see and hear. Circumscribed as my life was in so many ways, I had to look between the covers of books for news of the world that lay outside my own. I did not care especially for The Pilgrim's Progress, which I think I did not finish, or for the fables. I read La Fontaine's fables first in an English translation, and enjoyed them only after a half-hearted fashion. Later I read the book again in French, and I found that, in spite of the vivid word pictures, and the wonderful mastery of language, I liked it no better. I do not know why it is, but stories in which animals are made to talk and act like human beings have never appealed to me very strongly. The ludicrous caricatures of the animals occupy my mind to the exclusion of the moral. Then, again, La Fontaine seldom, if ever, appeals to our highest moral sense. The highest chords he strikes are those of reason and self-love. Through all the fables NMS the thought that man's morality springs wholly from self-love, and that if that self-love is directed and restrained by reason, happiness must follow. Now, so far as I can judge, self-love is the root of all evil, but, of course, I may be wrong, for La Fontaine had greater opportunities of observing men than I am likely ever to have. I do not object so much to the cynical and satirical fables as to those in which momentous truths are taught by monkeys and foxes. But I love the Jungle Book and wild animals I have known. I feel a genuine interest in the animals themselves, because they are real animals and not caricatures of men. One sympathizes with their loves and hatreds, laughs over their comedies, and weeps over their tragedies. And if they point a moral, it is so subtle that we are not conscious of it. My mind opened naturally and joyously to a conception of antiquity. Greece, ancient Greece, exercised a mysterious fascination over me. In my fancy the pagan gods and goddesses still walked on earth and talked face to face with men, and in my heart I secretly built shrines to those I loved best. I knew and loved the whole tribe of nymphs and heroes and demigods, no, not quite all, for the cruelty and greed of Medea and Jason were too monstrous to be forgiven, and I used to wonder why the gods permitted them to do wrong and then punished them for their wickedness. And the mystery is still unsolved. I often wonder how God can dumbness keep while sin creeps through his house of time. It was the Iliad that made Greece my paradise. I was familiar with the story of Troy before I read it in the original, and consequently I had little difficulty in making the Greek words surrender their treasures after I had passed the borderland of grammar. Great poetry, whether written in Greek or in English, needs no other interpreter than a responsive heart. Would that the host of those who make the great works of the poets odious by their analysis, impositions and laborious comments might learn this simple truth. It is not necessary that one should be able to define every word and give it its principal pause and its grammatical position in the sentence in order to understand and appreciate a fine poem. I know my learned professors have found greater riches in the Iliad than I shall ever find, but I am not avaricious. I am content that others should be wiser than I. But with all their wide and comprehensive knowledge, they cannot measure their enjoyment of that splendid epic, nor can I. When I read the finest passages of the Iliad, I am conscious of a soul sense that lifts me above the now, cramping circumstances of my life. My physical limitations are forgotten, my world leaps upward, the length and the breadth and the sweep of the heavens are mine. My admiration for the Aeneid is not so great, but it is none the less real. I read it as much as possible without the help of notes or dictionary, and I always like to translate the episodes that please me especially. The word painting of Virgil is wonderful sometimes, but his gods and men move through the scenes of passion and strife and pity and love like the graceful figures in an Elizabethan masque, whereas in the Iliad they give 3 leaps and go on singing. Virgil is serene and lovely like a marble Apollo in the moonlight. Homer is a beautiful, animated youth in the full sunlight with the wind in his hair. How easy it is to fly on paper wings! From Greek heroes to the Iliad was no day's journey, nor was it altogether pleasant. One could have travelled round the world many times while I trudged my weary way through the labyrinthine mazes of grammars and dictionaries, or fell into those dreadful pitfalls called examinations, set by schools and colleges for the confusion of those who seek after knowledge. I suppose this sort of pilgrim's progress was justified by the end, but it seemed interminable to me, in spite of the pleasant surprises that met me now and then at a turn in the road. I began to read the Bible long before I could understand it. Now it seems strange to me that there should have been a time when my spirit was deaf to its wondrous harmonies, But I remember well a rainy Sunday morning when, having nothing else to do, I begged my cousin to read me a story out of the Bible. Although she did not think I should understand, she began to spell into my hand the story of Joseph and his brothers. Somehow it failed to interest me. The unusual language and repetition made the story seem unreal and far away in the land of Canaan, and I fell asleep and wandered off to the land of Nod, before the brothers came with the coat of many colors unto the tent of Jacob and told their wicked lie. I cannot understand why the stories of the Greeks should have been so full of charm for me, and those of the Bible so devoid of interest, unless it was that I had made the acquaintance of several Greeks in Boston and been inspired by their enthusiasm for the stories of their country, whereas I had not met a single Hebrew or Egyptian, and therefore concluded that they were nothing more than barbarians, and the stories about them were probably all made up, which hypothesis explained the repetitions and the queer names. Curiously enough, it never occurred to me to call Greek patronymics queer. But how shall I speak of the glories I have since discovered in the Bible? For years I have read it with an ever-broadening sense of joy and inspiration, and I love it as I love no other book. Still there is much in the Bible against which every instinct of my being rebels, so much that I regret the necessity which has compelled me to read it through from beginning to end. I do not think that the knowledge which I have gained of its history and sources compensates me for the unpleasant details it has forced upon my attention. For my part, I wish, with Mr. Howells, that the literature of the past might be purged of all that is ugly and barbarous in it, although I should object as much as anyone to having these great works weakened or falsified. There is something impressive, awful, in the simplicity and terrible directness of the Book of Esther. Could there be anything more dramatic than the scene in which Esther stands before her wicked lord? She knows her life is in his hands, there is no one to protect her from his wrath. Yet, conquering her woman's fear, she approaches him, animated by the noblest patriotism, having but one thought, VLF I perish, but if I live, my people shall live. The story of Ruth, too, how oriental it is. Yet how different is the life of these simple country folks from that of the Persian capital. Ruth is so loyal and gentle-hearted, we cannot help loving her, as she stands with the reapers amid the waving corn. Her beautiful, unselfish spirit shines out like a bright star in the night of a dark and Khalil age. Love like Ruth's, love which can rise above conflicting creeds and deep-seated racial prejudices, is hard to find in all the world. The Bible gives me a deep, comforting sense that things seen are temporal, and things unseen are eternal. I do not remember a time since I have been capable of loving books that I have not loved Shakespeare. I cannot tell exactly when I began Lamb's Tales from Shakespeare, but I know that I read them at first with a child's understanding and a child's wonder. Macbeth seems to have impressed me most. One reading was sufficient to stamp even detail of the story upon my memory forever. For a long time the ghosts and witches pursued me even into dreamland. I could see, absolutely see, the dagger and Lady Macbeth's little white hand. The dreadful stain was as real to me as to the grief-stricken queen. I read King Lear soon after Macbeth, and I shall never forget the feeling of horror when I came to the scene in which Gloucester's eyes are put out. Anger seized me, my fingers refused to move, I sat rigid for one long moment, the blood throbbing in my temples, and all the hatred that a child can feel concentrated in my heart. I must have made the acquaintance of Shylock and Satan about the same time, for the two characters were long associated in my mind. I remember that I was sorry for them. I felt vaguely that they could not be good even if they wished to, because no one seemed willing to help them or to give them a fair chance. Even now I cannot find it in my hell to condemn them utterly. There are moments when I feel that the Shylocks, the Judas, and even the devil, are broken spokes in the great wheel of good which shall in due time be made whole. It seems strange that my first reading of Shakespeare should have left me so many unpleasant memories. The bright, gentle, fanciful plays, the ones I like best now, appear not to have impressed me at first, perhaps because they reflected the habitual sunshine and gaiety of a child's life. But there is nothing more capricious than the memory of a child, what it will hold, and what it will lose. I have since read Shakespeare's plays many times and know parts of them by heart, but I cannot tell which of them I like best. My delight in them is as varied as my moods. The little songs and the sonnets have a meaning for me as fresh and wonderful as the dramas. But, with all my love for Shakespeare, it is often weary work to read all the meanings into his lines which critics and commentators have given them. I used to remember their interpretations, but they discouraged and vexed me, so I made a secret compact with myself not to try any more. This compact I have only just broken in my study of Shakespeare under Professor Kittredge. I know there are many things in Shakespeare, and in the world, that I do not understand, and I am glad to see veil after veil lift gradually, revealing new realms of thought and beauty. Next to poetry I love history. I have read every historical work that I have been able to lay my hands on, from a catalogue of J.E. facts and dry dates to Green's impartial, picturesque history of the English people, from Freeman's History of Europe to Emerton's Middle Ages. The first book that gave me any real sense of the value of history was Swinton's World History, which I received on my 13th birthday. Though I believe it is no longer considered valid, yet I have kept it ever since as one of my treasures. From it I learned how the races of men spread from land to land and built great cities, how a few great rulers, earthly titans, put everything under their feet, and with a decisive word opened the gates of happiness for millions and closed them upon millions more, how different nations pioneered in art and knowledge and broke ground for the mightier growths of coming ages, how civilization underwent as it were, the holocaust of a degenerate age, and rose again, like the phoenix, among the nobler sons of the North, and how by liberty, tolerance and education the great and the wise have opened the way for the salvation of the whole world. In my college reading I have become somewhat familiar with French and German literature. The German puts strength before beauty, and TNLTH before convention, both in life and in literature. There is a vehement, sledgehammer vigor about everything that he does. When he speaks, it is not to impress others, but because his heart would burst if he did not find an outlet for the thoughts that bum in his soul. Then, too, there is in German literature a fine reserve which I like, but its chief glory is the recognition I find in it of the redeeming potency of woman's self-sacrificing love. This thought pervades all German literature and is mystically expressed in Goethe's Faust, all things transitory but as symbols are sent. Earth's insufficiency here grows to event. The indescribable here it is done. The woman's soul leads us upward and on. Of all the French writers that I have read, I like Molière and Racine best. There are fine things in Balzac and passages in Merimee which strike one like a keen blast of sea air. Alfred de Musset is impossible. I admire Victor Hugo, I appreciate his genius, his brilliancy, his romanticism, though he is not one of my literal passions. But Hugo and Goethe and Schiller and all great poets of all great nations are incretors of eternal things, and my spirit reverently follows them into the regions where beauty and truth and goodness are one. I am afraid I have written too much about my book friends, and yet I have mentioned only the authors I love most, and from this fact one might easily suppose that my circle of friends was very limited and undemocratic, which would be a very wrong impression. I like many writers for many reasons, Carlyle for his niggardliness and scorn of shams, Wordsworth, who teaches the oneness of man and nature. I find an exquisite pleasure in the oddities and surprises of Hood, in Herrick's quaintness and the palpable scent of lily and rose in his verses. I like Whittier for his enthusiasms and moral rectitude. I knew him, and the gentle remembrance of our friendship doubles the pleasure I have in reading his poems. I love Mark Twain, who does not? The gods, too, loved him and put into his hilt all manner of wisdom. Then, fearing lest he should become a pessimist, they spanned his mind with a rainbow of love and faith. I like Scott for his freshness, dash and large honesty. I love all writers whose minds, like Lowell's, bubble up in the sunshine of optimism, fountains of joy and goodwill, with occasionally a splash of anger and here and there a healing spray of sympathy and pity. In a word, literature is my utopia. Here I am not disfranchised. No barrier of the senses shuts me out from the sweet, gracious discourse of my book friends. They talk to me without embarrassment or awkwardness. The things I have learned and the things I have been taught seem of ridiculously little importance compared with their large loves and heavenly charities. Chapter 22. I trust that my readers have not concluded from the preceding chapter on books that reading is my only pleasure. My pleasures and amusements are many and varied. More than once in the course of my story I have referred to my love of the country and out-of-door sports. When I was quite a little girl, I learned to row and swim, and during the summer, when I am at Wrentham, Massachusetts, I almost live in my boat. Nothing gives me greater pleasure than to take my friends out rowing when they visit me. Of course, I cannot guide the boat very well. Someone usually sits in the stern and manages the rudder while I row. Sometimes, however, I go rowing without the nildo. It is fun to try to steer by the scent of water grasses and lilies, and of bushes that grow on the shore. I use oars with leather bands, which keep them in position in the oarlocks, and I know by the resistance of the water when the oars are evenly poised. In the same manner I can also tell when I am pulling against the current. I like to contend with wind and wave. What is more exhilarating than to make your staunch little boat, obedient to your will and muscle, go skimming lightly over glistening, tilting waves, and to feel the steady, imperious surge of the water? I also enjoy canoeing, and I suppose you will smile when I say that I especially like it on moonlight nights. I cannot, it is TNLE, see the moon climb up the sky behind the pines and steal softly across the heavens, making a shining path for us to follow, but I know she is there, and as I lie back among the pillows and put my hand in the water, I fancy that I feel the shimmer of her garments as she passes. Sometimes a daring little fish slips between my fingers, and often a pond lily presses shyly against my hand. Frequently, as we emerge from the shelter of a cove or inlet, I am suddenly conscious of the spaciousness of the air about me. A luminous warmth seems to enfold me. Whether it comes from the trees which have been heated by the sun, or from the water, I can never discover. I have had the same strange sensation even in the heart of the city. I have felt it on cold, stormy days and at night. It is like the kiss of warm lips on my face. My favorite amusement is sailing. In the summer of 1901 one visited Nova Scotia, and had opportunities such as I had not enjoyed before to make the acquaintance of the ocean. After spending a few days in Evangeline's country, about which Longfellow's beautiful poem has woven a spell of enchantment, Miss Sullivan and I went to Halifax, where we remained the greater part of the summer. The harbour was our joy, our paradise. What glorious sails we had to Bedford Basin, to McNab's Island, to York Redoubt, and to the Northwest Arm. And at night what soothing, wondrous hours we spent in the shadow of the great, silent men of war. Oh, it was all so interesting, so beautiful. The memory of it is a joy forever. One day we had a thrilling experience. There was a regatta in the Northwest Arm, in which the boats from the different warships were engaged. We went in a sailboat along with many others to watch the races. Hundreds of little sailboats swung to and fro close by, and the sea was calm. When the races were over, and we turned our faces homeward, one of the party noticed a black cloud drifting in from the sea, which grew and spread and thickened until it covered the whole sky. The wind rose, and the waves chopped angrily at unseen barriers. Our little boat confronted the gale fearlessly, with sails spread and ropes taut. She seemed to sit upon the wind. Now she swirled in the billows, now she sprang upward on a gigantic wave, only to be driven down with angry howl and hiss. Down came the mainsail. Tacking and jibbing, we wrestled with opposing winds that drove us from side to side with impetuous fury. Our hearts beat fast, and our hands trembled with excitement, not fear, for we had the health of Vikings, and we knew that our skipper was master of the situation. He had steered through many a storm with firm hand and sea-wise eye. As they passed us, the large craft and the gunboats in the harbour saluted, and the seamen shouted applause for the master of the only little sailboat that ventured out into the storm. At last, cold, hungry and weary, we reached our pier. Last summer I spent in one of the loveliest nooks of one of the most charming villages in New England. Wrentham, Massachusetts, is associated with nearly all of my joys and sorrows. For many years Red Farm, by King Philip's Pond, the home of Mr. J. E. Chamberlain and his family, was my home. I remember with deepest gratitude the kindness of these dear friends, and the happy days I spent with them. The sweet companionship of their children meant much to me. I joined in all their sports and rambles through the woods and frolics in the water. The prattle of the little ones and their pleasure in the stories I told them of elf and gnome, of hero and wily bear, are pleasant things to remember. Mr. Chamberlain initiated me into the mysteries of tree and wildflower, until with the little ear of love I heard the flow of sap in the oak, and saw the sun glint from leaf to leaf. Thus it is that even as the shut in the darksome earth share in the tree-top's joyance and conceive of sunshine and wide air and winged things, by sympathy of nature, so do I have evidence of things unseen. It seems to me that there is in each of us a capacity to comprehend the impressions and emotions which have been experienced by mankind from the beginning. Each individual has a subconscious memory of the green earth and murmuring waters, and blindness and deafness cannot rob him of this gift from past generations. This inherited capacity is a sort of sixth sense, a soul sense which sees, hears, feels, all in one. I have many tree friends in Wrentham. One of them, a splendid oak, is the special pride of my heart. I take all my other friends to see this king tree. It stands on a bluff overlooking King Philip's Pond, and those who are wise in tree lore say it must have stood there 800 or 1,000 years. There is a tradition that under this tree King Philip, the heroic Indian chief, gazed his last on earth and sky. I had another tree friend, gentle and more approachable than the great oak, a linden that grew in the dooryard at Red Farm. One afternoon, during a terrible thunderstorm, I felt a tremendous crash against the side of the house and knew, even before they told me, that the linden had fallen. We went out to see the hero that had withstood so many tempests, and it wrung my heart to see him prostrate who had mightily striven and was now mightily fallen. But I must not forget that I was going to write about last summer in particular. As soon as my examinations were over, Miss Sullivan and I hastened to this green nook, where we have a little cottage on one of the 3 lakes for which Wrentham is famous. Here the long, sunny days were mine, and all thoughts of work and college and the noisy city were thrust into the background. In Wrentham we caught echoes of what was happening in the world: war, alliance, social conflict. We heard of the congeal, unnecessary fighting in the faraway Pacific, and learned of the struggles going on between capital and labour. We knew that beyond the border of our Eden men were making history by the sweat of their brows when they might better make a holiday. But we little heeded these things. These things would pass away. Here were lakes and woods and broad daisy-starred fields and sweet-breathed meadows, and they shall endure forever. People who think that all sensations reach us through the eye and the ear have expressed surprise that I should notice any difference, except possibly the absence of pavements, between walking in city streets and in country roads. They forget that my whole body is alive to the conditions about me. The nimble and roar of the city smite the nerves of my face, and I feel the ceaseless tramp of an unseen multitude, and the dissonant tumult frets my spirit. The grinding of heavy wagons on hard pavements and the monotonous clangor of machinery are all the more torturing to the nerves if one's attention is not diverted by the panorama that is always present in the noisy streets to people who can see. In the country one sees only nature's fair works, and one's soul is not saddened by the cruel struggle for mere existence that goes on in the crowded city. Several times I have visited the narrow, dirty streets where the poor live, and I grow hot and indignant to think that good people should be content to live in fine houses and become strong and beautiful, while others are condemned to live in hideous, sunless tenements and grow ugly, withered and cringing. The children who crowd these grimy alleys, half-clad and underfed, shrink away from your outstretched hand as if from a blow. Dear little creatures, they crouch in my helt and haunt me with a constant sense of pain. There are men and women, too, all gnarled and bent out of shape. I have felt their hard, rough hands and realized what an endless struggle their existence must be, no more than a series of scrimmages, thwarted attempts to do something. Their life seems an immense disparity between effort and opportunity. The sun and the air are God's free gifts to all, we say, but are they so? In yonder city's dingy alleys the sun shines not, and the air is foul. O, man, how dost thou forget and obstruct thy brother man, and say, Give us this day our daily bread, when he has none? Oh, would that men would leave the city, its splendor and its tumult and its gold, and return to wood and field and simple, honest living, then would their children grow stately as noble trees, and their thoughts sweet and pure as wayside flowers. It is impossible not to think of all this when I return to the country after a year of work in town. What a joy it is to feel the soft, springy earth under my feet once more, to follow grassy roads that lead to foamy brooks where I can bathe my fingers in a cataract of rippling notes, or to clamber over a stone wall into green fields that tumble and roll and climb in riotous gladness. Next to a leisurely walk I enjoy a spin on my tandem bicycle. It is splendid to feel the wind blowing in my face and the springy motion of my iron steed. The rapid MSH through the air gives me a delicious sense of strength and buoyancy, and the exercise makes my pulses dance and my heart sing. Whenever it is possible, my dog accompanies me on a walk or ride or sail. I have had many dog friends, huge mastiffs, soft-eyed spaniels, wood-wise setters and honest, homely bull terriers. At present the lord of my affections is one of these bull terriers. He has a long pedigree, a crooked tail and the drollest phiz in dogdom. My dog friends seem to understand my limitations, and always keep close beside me when I am alone. I love their affectionate ways and the eloquent wag of their tails. When a rainy day keeps me indoors, I amuse myself after the manner of other girls. I like to knit and crochet, I read in the happy-go-lucky way I love, here and there a line, or perhaps I play a game or two of checkers or chess with a friend. I have a special board on which I play these games. The squares are cut out, so that the men stand in them firmly. The black checkers are flat and the white ones curved on top. Each checker has a hole in the middle in which a brass knob can be placed to distinguish the king from the commons. The chessmen are of two sizes, the white larger than the black, so that I have no trouble in following my opponent's maneuvers by moving my hands lightly over the board after a play. The jar made by shifting the men from one hole to another tells me when it is my turn. If I happen to be all alone and in an idle mood, I play a game of solitaire, of which I am then fond. I use playing cards marked in the upper right-hand corner with braille symbols which indicate the value of the card. If there are children around, nothing pleases me so much as to frolic with them. I find even the smallest child excellent company, and I am glad to say that children usually like me. They lead me about and show me the things they are interested in. Of course the little ones cannot spell on their fingers, but I manage to read their lips. If I do not succeed they resort to dumb show. Sometimes I make a mistake and do the wrong thing. A burst of childish laughter greets my blunder, and the pantomime begins all over again. I often tell them stories or teach them a game, and the winged hours depart and leave us good and happy. Museums and art stores are also sources of pleasure and inspiration. Doubtless it will seem strange to many that the hand unaided by sight can feel action, sentiment, beauty in the cold marble, and yet it is true that I derive genuine pleasure from touching great works of art. As my fingertips trace line and curve, they discover the thought and emotion which the artist has portrayed. I can feel in the faces of gods and heroes hate, courage and love, just as I can detect them in living faces I am penitent to touch. I feel in Diana's posture the grace and freedom of the forest and the spirit that tames the mountain lion and subdues the fiercest passions. My soul delights in the repose and gracious curves of the Venus, and in bars bronzes the secrets of the jungle are revealed to me. A medallion of Homer hangs on the wall of my study, conveniently low, so that I can easily reach it and touch the beautiful, sad face with loving reverence. How well I know each line in that majestic brow, tracks of life and bitter evidences of struggle and sorrow, those sightless eyes seeking, even in the cold plaster, for the light and the blue skies of his beloved Hellas, but seeking in vain, that beautiful mouth, firm and tenle and tender. It is the face of a poet, and of a man acquainted with sun hour. Ah, how well I understand his deprivation, the perpetual night in which he dwelt, oh dark, dark, dark amid the blaze of irrecoverably dark total eclipse without all hope of day. In imagination I can hear Homer singing, as with unsteady, hesitating steps he gropes his way from camp to camp, singing of life, of love, of war, of the splendid achievements of a noble race. It was a wonderful, glorious song, and it won the blind poet an immortal crown, the admiration of all ages. I sometimes wonder if the hand is not more sensitive to the beauties of sculpture than the eye. I should think the wonderful rhythmical flow of lines and curves could be more subtly felt than seen. Be this as it may, I know that I can feel the heart-throbs of the ancient Greeks in their marble gods and goddesses. Another pleasure, which comes more rarely than the others, is going to the theatre. I enjoy having a play described to me while it is being acted on the stage far more than reading it, because then it seems as if I were living in the midst of stirring events. It has been my privilege to meet a few great actors and actresses who have the power of so bewitching you that you forget time and place and live again in the romantic past. I have been permitted to touch the face and costume of Miss Ellen Terry as she impersonated our ideal of a queen, and there was about her that divinity that hedges sublimest woe. Beside her stood Sir Henry Irving, wearing the symbols of kingship, and there was majesty of intellect in his every gesture and attitude and the royalty that subdues and overcomes in one line of his sensitive face. In the king's face, which he wore as a mask, there was a remoteness and inaccessibility of grief which I shall never forget. I also know Mr. Jefferson. I am proud to count him among my friends. I go to see him whenever I happen to be where he is acting. The first time I saw him act was while at school in New York. He played Rip Van Winkle. I had often read the story, but I had never felt the charm of Rip's slow, quaint, kind ways as I did in the play. Mr. Jefferson's beautiful, pathetic representation quite carried me away with delight. I have a picture of old Rip in my fingers which they will never lose. After the play Miss Sullivan took me to see him behind the scenes, and I felt of his curious garb and his flowing hair and beard. Mr. Jefferson let me touch his face so that I could imagine how he looked on waking from that strange sleep of 20 years, and he showed me how poor old Rip staggered to his feet. I have also seen him in The Rivals. Once while I was calling on him in Boston he acted the most striking parts of The Rivals for me. The reception room where we sat served for a stage. He and his son seated themselves at the big table, and Bob Acres wrote his challenge. I followed all his movements with my hands, and caught the drollery of his blunders and gestures in a way that would have been impossible had it all been spelled to me. Then they rose to fight the duel, and I followed the swift thrusts and parries of the swords and the waverings of poor Bob as his courage oozed out at his finger ends. Then the great actor gave his coat a hitch and his mouth a twitch, and in an instant I was in the village of Falling Water and felt Schneider's shaggy head against my knee. Mr. Jefferson recited the best dialogues of Rip Van Winkle in which the tear came close upon the smile. He asked me to indicate as far as I could the gestures and action that should go with the lines. Of course, I have no sense whatever of dramatic action, and could make only random guesses, but with masterful art he suited the action to the word. The sigh of Rip as he murmurs, "Is a man so soon forgotten when he is gone?" the dismay with which he searches for dog and gun after his long sleep, and his comical insolution over signing the contract with Derek, all these seem to be right out of life itself, that is, the ideal life, where things happen as we think they should. I remember well the first time I went to the theatre. It was 12 years ago. Elsie Leslie, the little actress, was in Boston, and Miss Sullivan took me to see her in The Prince and the Pauper. I shall never forget the ripple of alternating joy and woe that ran through that beautiful little play, or the wonderful child who acted it. After the play I was permitted to go behind the scenes and meet her in her royal costume. It would have been hard to find a lovelier or more lovable child than Elsie, as she stood with a cloud of golden hair floating over her shoulders, smiling brightly, showing no signs of shyness or fatigue, though she had been playing to an immense audience. I was only just learning to speak, and had previously repeated her name until I could say it perfectly. Imagine my delight when she understood the few words I spoke to her and without hesitation stretched her hand to greet. Is it not TNLE, then, that my life with all its limitations touches at many points the life of the world beautiful? Everything has its wonders, even darkness and silence, and I lean, whatever state I may be in, therein to be content. Sometimes, it is TNTE, a sense of isolation enfolds me like a cold mist as I sit alone and wait at life's shut gate. Beyond there is light, and music, and sweet companionship, but I may not enter. Fate, silent, pitiless, bars the way. Fain would I question his imperious decree, for my heart is still undisciplined and passionate, but my tongue will not utter the bitter, futile words that rise to my lips, and they fall back into my heart like unshed tears. Silence sits immense upon my soul. Then comes hope with a smile and whispers, there is joy in self-forgetfulness. So I try to make the light in others' eyes my sun, the music in others' ears my symphony, the smile on others' lips my happiness. Chapter 23. Would that I could enrich this sketch with the names of all those who have ministered to my happiness. Some of them would be found written in our literature and dear to the hearts of many, while others would be wholly unknown to most of my readers. But their influence, though it escapes fame, shall live immortal in the lives that have been sweetened and ennobled by it. Those are red-letter days in our lives when we meet people who thrill us like a fine poem, people whose handshake is brimful of unspoken sympathy, and whose sweet, rich natures impart to our eager, impatient spirits a wonderful restfulness which, in its essence, is divine. The perplexities, irritations and worries that have absorbed us pass like unpleasant dreams, and we wake to see with new eyes and hear with new ears the beauty and harmony of God's real world. The solemn nothings that fill our everyday life blossom suddenly into bright possibilities. In a word, while such friends are near us we feel that all is well. Perhaps we never saw them before, and they may never cross our life's path again, but the influence of their calm, mellow natures is a libation poured upon our discontent, and we feel its healing touch, as the ocean feels the mountain stream freshening its brine. I have often been "Do not people bore you?" I do not understand quite what that means. I suppose the calls of the stupid and curious, especially of newspaper reporters, are always inopportune. I also dislike people who use to talk down to my understanding. They are like people who when walking with you try to shorten their steps to suit yours. The hypocrisy in both cases is equally exasperating. The hands of those I meet are dumbly eloquent to me. The touch of some hands is an impertinence. I have met people so empty of joy, that when I clasped their frosty fingertips, it seemed as if I were shaking hands with a northeast storm. Others there are whose hands have sunbeams in them, so that their grasp warms my heart. It may be only the clinging touch of a child's hand, but there is as much potential sunshine in it for me as there is in a loving glance for others. A healthy handshake or a friendly letter gives me genuine pleasure. I have many far-off friends whom I have never seen. Indeed, they are so many that I have often been unable to reply to their letters, but I wish to say here that I am always grateful for their kind words, however insufficiently I acknowledge them. I count it one of the sweetest privileges of my life to have known and conversed with many men of genius. Only those who knew Bishop Brooks can appreciate the joy his friendship was to those who possessed it. As a child I loved to sit on his knee and clasp his great hand with one of mine, while Miss Sullivan spelled into the other his beautiful words about God and the spiritual world. I heard him with a child's wonder and delight. My spirit could not reach up to his, but he gave me a real sense of joy in life, and I never left him without carrying away a fine thought that grew in beauty and depth of meaning as I grew. Once, when I was puzzled to know why there were so many religions, he said, "There is one universal religion, Helen, the religion of love. Love your Heavenly Father with your whole heart and soul, love even child of God as much as ever you can, and remember that the possibilities of good are greater than the possibilities of evil, and you have the key to heaven." And his life was a happy illustration of this great truth. In his noble soul love and widest knowledge were blended with faith that had become insight. He saw God in all that liberates and lifts, in all that humbles, sweetens and consoles. Bishop Brooks taught me no special creed or dogma, but he impressed upon my mind two great ideas, the fatherhood of God and the brotherhood of man, and made me feel that these TNLTHS underlie all creeds and forms of worship. God is love, God is our Father, we are his children, therefore the darkest clouds will break, and though right be worsted, wrong shall not triumph. I am too happy in this world to think much about the future, except to remember that I have cherished friends awaiting me there in God's beautiful somewhere. In spite of the lapse of years, they seem so close to me that I should not think it strange if at any moment they should clasp my hand and speak words of endearment as they used to before they went away. Since Bishop Brooks died I have read the Bible through, also some philosophical works on religion, among them Swedenborg's Heaven and Hell and Drummond's Ascent of Man, and I have found no creed or system more soul-satisfying than Bishop Brooks's creed of love. I knew Mr. Henry Drummond, and the memory of his strong, warm hand clasp is like a benediction. He was the most sympathetic of companions. He knew so much and was so genial that it was impossible to feel dull in his presence. I remember well the first time I saw Dr. Oliver Wendell Holmes. He had invited Miss Sullivan and me to call on him one Sunday afternoon. It was early in the spring, just after I had learned to speak. We were shown at once to his library, where we found him seated in a big armchair by an open fire which glowed and crackled on the hearth, thinking, he said, of other days. And listening to the murmur of the River Charles, I suggested. Yes, he replied, the Charles has many dear associations for me. There was an odor of print and leather in the room which told me that it was full of books, and I stretched out my hand instinctively to find them. My fingers lighted upon a beautiful volume of Tennyson's poems, and when Miss Sullivan told me what it was I began to recite, "Break, break, break on thy cold grey stones, O sea." But I stopped suddenly. I felt tears on my hand. I had made my beloved poet weep, and I was greatly distressed. He made me sit in his armchair, while he brought different interesting things for me to examine, and at his request I recited the Chambered Nautilus, which was then my favourite poem. After that I saw Dr. Holmes many times and learned to love the man as well as the poet. One beautiful summer day, not long after my meeting with Dr. Holmes, Miss Sullivan and I visited Whittier in his quiet home on the Merrimack. His gentle courtesy and quaint speech won my heart. He had a book of his poems in raised print from which I read in school days. He was delighted that I could pronounce the words so well, and said that he had no difficulty in understanding me. Then I asked many questions about the poem, and read his answers by placing my fingers on his lips. He said he was the little boy in the poem, and that the girl's name was Sally, and more which I have forgotten. I also recited Laus Deo, and as I spoke the concluding verses. He placed in my hands a statue of a slave from whose crouching figure the fetters were falling, even as they fell from Peter's limbs when the angel led him forth out of prison. Afterward we went into his study, and he wrote his autograph for my teacher, with great admiration of thy noble work in releasing from bondage the mind of thy dear pupil, I am truly thy friend. John J. Whittier. and expressed his admiration of her work, saying to me, "She is thy spiritual liberator." Then he led me to the gate and kissed me tenderly on my forehead. I promised to visit him again the following summer, but he died before the promise was fulfilled. Dr. Edward Everett Hale is one of my very oldest friends. I have known him since I was 8, and my love for him has increased with my years. His wise, tender sympathy has been the support of Miss Sullivan and me in times of trial and sorrow, and his strong hand has helped us over many rough places, and what he has done for us he has done for thousands of those who have difficult tasks to accomplish. He has filled the old skins of dogma with the new wine of love, and shown men what it is to believe, live and be free. What he has taught we have seen beautifully expressed in his own life: love of country, kindness to the least of his brethren, and a sincere desire to live upward and onward. He has been a prophet and an inspirer of men, and a mighty doer of the word, the friend of all his race. God bless him. I have already written of my first meeting with Dr. Alexander Graham Bell. Since then I have spent many happy days with him at Washington and at his beautiful home in the heart of Cape Breton Island, near Baddeck, the village made famous by Charles Dudley Warner's book. Here in Dr. Bell's laboratory, or in the fields on the shore of the Great Bras d'Or, I have spent many delightful hours listening to what he had to tell me about his experiments, and helping him fly kites by means of which he expects to discover the laws that shall govern the future airship. Dr. Bell is proficient in many fields of science, and has the art of making every subject he touches interesting, even the most abstruse theories. He makes you feel that if you only had a little more time, you, too, might be an inventor. He has a humorous and poetic side, too. His dominating passion is his love for children. He is never quite so happy as when he has a little deaf child in his arms. His labors in behalf of the deaf will live on and bless generations of children yet to come, and we love him alike for what he himself has achieved and for what he has evoked from others. During the 2 years I spent in New York I had many opportunities to talk with distinguished people whose names I had often heard, but whom I had never expected to meet. Most of them I met first in the house of my good friend, Mr. Lawrence Hutton. It was a great privilege to visit him and dear Mrs. Hutton in their lovely home, and see their library and read the beautiful sentiments and bright thoughts gifted friends had written for them. It has been truly said that Mr. Hutton has the faculty of bringing out in every one the best thoughts and kindest sentiments. One does not need to read a boy I knew to understand him, the most generous, sweet-natured boy I ever knew, a good friend in all sorts of weather, who traces the footprints of love in the life of dogs as well as in that of his fellowmen. Mrs. Hutton is a UE and tried friend. Much that I hold sweetest, much that I hold most precious, I owe to her. She has oftenest advised and helped me in my progress through college. When I find my work particularly difficult and discouraging, she writes me letters that make me feel glad and brave, for she is one of those from whom we learn that one painful duty fulfilled makes the next plainer and easier. Mr. Hutton introduced me to many of his literary friends, greatest of whom are Mr. William Dean Howells and Mark Twain. I also met Mr. Richard Watson Gilder and Mr. Edmund Clarence Stedman. I also knew Mr. Charles Dudley Warner, the most delightful of storytellers and the most beloved friend, whose sympathy was so broad that it may be truly said of him, he loved all living things and his neighbour as himself. Once Mr. Warner brought to see me the dear poet of the woodlands, Mr. John Burroughs. They were all gentle and sympathetic, and I felt the charm of their manner as much as I had felt the brilliancy of their essays and poems. I could not keep pace with all these literary folk as they glanced from subject to subject and entered into deep dispute, or made conversation sparkle with epigrams and happy witticisms. I was like little Ascanius, who followed with unequal steps the heroic strides of Aeneas on his march toward mighty destinies. But they spoke many gracious words to me. Mr. Gilder told me about his moonlight journeys across the vast desert to the pyramids, and in a letter he wrote me he made his mark under his signature deep in the paper so that I could feel it. This reminds me that Dr. Hale used to give a personal touch to his letters to me by pricking his signature in braille. I read from Mark Twain's lips one or two of his good stories. He has his own way of thinking, saying and doing everything. I feel the twinkle of his eye in his 11 letters introduction. Helen Keller's letters are imponent, not only as a supplementary story of her life, but as a demonstration of her growth in thought and expression, the growth which in itself has made her distinguished. These letters are, however, not merely remarkable as the productions of a deaf and blind girl, to be read with wonder and curiosity, they are good letters almost from the first. The best passages are those in which she talks about herself, and gives her world in terms of her experience of it. Her views on the precession of the equinoxes are not important, but most important are her accounts of what speech meant to her, of how she felt the statues, the dogs, the chickens at the poultry show, and how she stood in the aisle of St. Bartholomew's and felt the organ rumble. Those are passages of which one would ask for more. The reason they are comparatively few is that all her life she has been trying to be like other people, and so she too often describes things not as they appear to her, but as they appear to one with eyes and ears. One cause for the excellence of her letters is the great number of them. They are the exercises which have trained her to write. She has lived at different times in different parts of the country, and so has been separated from most of her friends and relatives. Of her friends, many have been distinguished people, to whom, not often, I think, at the sacrifice of spontaneity, she has felt it necessary to write well. To them and to a few friends with whom she is in closest sympathy she writes with intimate frankness whatever she is thinking about. Her naive retelling of a child's tale she has heard, like the story of Little Jakey which she rehearses for Dr. Holmes and Bishop Brooks, is charming, and her grave paraphrase of the day's lesson in geography or botany, her parrot-like repetition of what she has heard, and her conscious display of new words, are delightful and instructive, for they show not only what she was learning, but how, by putting it all into letters, she made the new knowledge and the new words her own. So these selections from Miss Keller's correspondence are made with two purposes: to show her development and to preserve the most entertaining and significant passages from several hundred letters. Many of those written before 1892 were published in the reports of the Perkins Institution for the Blind. All letters up to that year are printed intact, for it is legitimate to be interested in the degree of skill the child showed in writing, even to details of punctuation, so it is well to preserve a literal integrity of reproduction. From the letters after the year 1892 one have culled in the spirit of one making an anthology, choosing the passages best in style and most important from the point of view of biography. Where I have been able to collate the original letters I have preserved everything as Miss Keller wrote it, punctuation, spelling, and all. I have done nothing but select and cut. The letters are arranged in chronological order. One or two letters from Bishop Brooks, Dr. Holmes, and Whittier are put immediately after the letters to which they are replies. Except for 2 or 3 imponent letters of 1901, these selections cease with the year 1900. In that year Miss Keller entered college. Now that she is a grown woman, her mature letters should be judged like those of any other person, and it seems best that no more of her correspondence be published unless she should become distinguished beyond the fact that she is the only well-educated deaf and blind person in the world. Letters 1887-1901, Miss Sullivan began to teach Helen Keller on the 3rd of March, 1887. 3 months and a half after the first word was spelled into her hand, she wrote in pencil Kai's letter row her cousin Anna, Mrs. George 1. Erna, Alabama, the 17th of June, 1887. Helen write Anna George will give Helen apple, Simpson will shoot bird, Jack will give Helen stick of candy, doctor will give Mildred medicine, mother will make Mildred new dress, no signature. 25 days later, while she was on a short visit away from home, she wrote to her 2 words are almost illegible, and che angular print slants plus or minus in every direction. Row Mrs. Keller, Huntsville, Alabama, the 12th of July, I 887.1 Helen will write mother letter Papa did give Helen medicine Mildred will sit in swing Mildred did kiss Helen teacher did give Helen peach George is sick in bed George arm is hurt Anna did give Helen mermaid dog did stand up conductor did punch ticket Papa did give Helen drink of water in Carlotta did give Helen flowers Anna will bay Helen pretty new hat Helen will hug and kiss mother Helen will come home grandmother does love Helen, no signature dot. By the following September Helen shows improvement plus or minus n fullness of construction and more extended relations of thought. Row the blind girls the Perkins INS 11 tut 10 N in Sawn H Boston C. Luscombe, September, ISS 7.L Helen will write little blind girls a letter Helen and teacher will come to see Little Bit Road girls Helen and teacher will go in steam car to Helen and blind girls will have fun blind girls can cork on fingers Helen will see Mr. Anagnos will LCVE and kiss Helen Helen will go to school with blind girls Helen can read ard count ard spell and write like blind girls Mildred will not go CA Exton. Mildred does Prince and will go to Boston Papa does shoot ducks with gun and ducks do fall in water and Jumbo and Mam plus or minus E do swim in water and bring ducks out in mouth to Papa Helen does play with dogs Helen does ride on horseback with teacher Helen give handy grass in hand teacher does whip handy to go fast Helen is blind Helen will put letter in envelope blind girls Helen Keller gawked. By a few weeks later her style is nearly correct and freer in movement. She improves in idiom, although she still omits articles and uses the did construction for the simple past. This is an idiom common among children. Row the blind girls the Perkins Luscombe, the 24th of October, 1887. Dear little blind girls I write you a letter I thank for pretty desk I did write to mother in Memphis and plus or minus C Rustha and Mildred came home Wednesday mother brought me a pretty new dress and hat Papa go to hunt say Yule he brought me apples and candy I and teacher will come to Boston and see Nancy is my doll she does cry I do rock Nancy to sleep Mildred is sick doctor will give her medicine to make her well. Teacher did go to church Sunday M. Lane did read in Bzock and talk lady did play organ. I did give man money plus or minus n basket. I will be jeered girl ard teacher will curl my hair lovely. I will hug ard kiss little blind girls M. Anagnos will come to see me. Helen Keller row you are. Michael Anagnos, Director of CIS Cumbia, November, I 887.1 Dear my Anagnos I will write of pictures. Teacher will I send it make pictures. Carpenter does build and hoe ground ard plant vegetables. Perkins letter. I and teacher did to you. Photographer does new houses. Gardener does dig my doll Nancy is sleeping. She is sick. Is well Uncle Frank has gone hunting deer. We will have venison for breakfast when he comes home. Did ride plus or minus n wheelbarrow Arn plus or minus teacher did push it. Simpson did give me popcorn and walnuts. Cousin Rosa people do go to church Sunday. I and box. Fox can sit in Che box. Do love me. I do love you. Helen Keller. Row Dr. Alexander Bell C. Luscombe, November, 1887.1 Dear Mr. Bell has gone to see her mother. Did read in my book about Fox do ilk e to read in my book. I am glad to write a letter, father will send picture. I and father and aunt did go to see you in Washington. I did play with your watch. I do love you. I saw doctor in Washington. He looked at my eyes. I can read stories in my book. I can write and spell and count. Good girl. Why sister can walk and run. We do have fun with Jun. Prince is not good dog. He cannot get birds. Rat did kill baby pigeons. I am sorry. Rat does not know wrong. I and mother and teacher will go to Boston in June. I little blind girls. Nancy will with me. She a good sea doll. Father will buy me lovely new watch. Cousin Anna gave me a pretty doll. Her name is a one lie. Good, bye, Helen Keller. By the beginning of next year her idioms are firmer. More adjectives appear, include plus or minus rg adjectives of colour. Although she can have no sensuous knowledge of colour, she can use the words, as we use most of our vocab under scholarly, intellectually, with truth, to impression, but to fact. This letter is to a school, Marte at the Perkins Institution. Rose Sarah Tomlinson Ruscumbia, Ayla. The 2nd of January, 1888. Dear Sarah, I am happy to write to you this morning. Hope Mr. Anagnos is coming to see me soon. I will go to Boston in June. I will buy father gloves, James nice collar, and Simpson cuffs. I saw Miss Betty and her scholars. They had a pretty Christmas tree, and there were pretty presents on for little children. Had a mug, and bird and candy. I had many lovely things for Christmas. Gave me a trunk Nancy clothes. I went to party with teacher and mother. K.E. did dance and play and eat nuts candy cakes oranges and did have fun with little boys and girls. Mrs. Hopkins did send me lovely ring, I do love her and I plus or minus CCIE blurn plus or minus girls. Men and boys do make carpets in mills. Wool grows on sheep. Men do cut sheeps off large shears, and send it to the mill. Men and women do make wool cloth in mills. Cotton grows on large stalks in fields. Men and boys and girls and women do pick cotton. K.E. do make thread and cotton dresses of cotton. Cotton has white and red FCN teacher did tear her dress. Mildred cry. I will nurse Nancy. Mother will buy me lovely new aprons and dress to take to Boston. I went to Knoxville with father aunt. Bessie is weak and I plus or minus ktl. Mrs. Thompson's chickens killed Layla's chickens. Eva does sleep plus or minus in my bed. I do love gokdgirls.go cd, ZL Helen Keller. The next two letters mention her visit in January to her relatives plus or minus in Memphis, Tennessee. She was taken to the Cotton Exchange. When she felt maps and blackboards she asked, do men go to school? She wrote on the blackboard the names of AZZ the gentlemen present. While at Memphis she went see one of the large Mississippi steamers. Roe Dr. Edward et Ule Ruscumbia, Alabama, February ISTHS. Dear Mr. Hale, I am happy to write you a letter this morning. Teach me about kind gentlemen. I shall be glad to read pretty story. Do read stories in my book about tigers and lions and sheep. I am coming to Boston in June to see Tootsie blind girls and will come to see you. I went to Memphis to see grandmother and Aunt Nanny. Leacher bought me lovely new dress and cap aprons. Little Natalie is a very weak small baby. Father took us to see steam Tsar. It was on a large river. Boat is like house. Mildred is a good baby. I do love to play with little sister. Nancy was a good child when I went to Memphis. She did cry loud. I will not write today. I am tired. Go CD, ZL Helen Keller. Row UR. Michael Znagnos Ruscumbia, Ayla, the 24th of February, ISSS. My dear Mr. I'm glad to write a letter in Braille. This morning Lucian Thompson sent me a beautiful bouquet violets and crocuses and jay or gulls. Sunday Adeline Moses BRCMGHT me a lovely doll. It came from New York. Her name is Adeline Keller. She can shut her eyes and bend her arms, sit down and stand up straight. She has on a pretty red dress. She is Nance's sister and I am their RU2 share. A one-lie is their cousin. Nancy was a bad child when I went to Memphis. She cried loud, I whipped her with a stick. Mildred does feed little chickens with little sister. Love to play teacher and I went to Memphis to see Aunt Nanny and grandmother. Louise is Aunt Nanny's child. Teacher bought me a lovely new dress and gloves and stockings, collars, and grandmother made me warm flannels, Aunt Nanny made me aprons. Lady made me a pretty cap. I went to see Robert and Mr. Graves and Mrs. Graves and little Natalie, and M. Ferris and Mr. Mayo and Mary and Everyson. I do love Robert and teacher. She does not want me to write more today. I feel tired. I found box of candy in M. Graves' pocket. Father took us to see steamboat + T is like house. Boat was CN very large river. Yates yard today to plant grass. Mule pulled glow. Mother make garden of vegetables. Father will I plant melons and peas and beans. Cousin Belle will come ice, cream for dinner, to see us Saturday. Mother we will have ice, cream and + cake make for dinner. Lucian Thompson is sick. I am sorry for him. Teacher and went to walk in the yard, and + I learned about how flowers and trees grow. Sun rises in Che east and sets in the west. Sheffield is north and Tuscumbia is south. We will go to Boston in June. I will have fun with little blind girls. Good Helen Keller. Uncle Maury of the next letter is Mr. Morrison Heady, of Normandy, Kentucky, who lost his sight and hearing when he was a boy. He is Che author of some commendable verses. Row you are. Morrison Heady Ruscumbia, a 1A, the 1st of March ISSS. My dear Umla, am happy to write you a letter, love you, and I will hug and kiss when I see you. Mr. Anagnos is coming to see me Monday. I do LCVE to run and hop and skip with Robert in bright warm sun. I do know little girl in Lexington KY. Her name is Catherine Hobson. I am going to Boston in June with her and teacher. I will have fun with little blind girls, and Mr. Hale will send me story. I do read stories in my book You See Lions and Tigers and Bears. Mildred will not go to Boston, she does cry. I love to play with little sister, she is weak and small baby. Eva is better. Yates killed ants, ants stung Yates. Yates is digging in garden. Mr. Anagnos did see oranges, they look like golden apples. Robert will come to see me Sunday when sun shines and I will have fun with him. My cousin Frank lives in Louisville. I will come to Memphis again to see Mr. Ferris and Mrs. Graves and Mr. Mayo and Mr. Graves. Natalie is a gocked girl and Ace's Rayet cry, and she will be big and Mrs. Graves is making short dresses for her. Natalie has a little carriage. Mr. Mayo has been to Duck High and he brought sweet flowers home. Kith much love and a kiss Helen Keller. In this account of Che picnic we get an illuminating glimpse of Miss Sullivan's skill in teaching her pupil during play hours. This was a day when Che child's vocabulary grew. Row you are. Michael Znagnos Ruscumbia, Ayla, the 3rd of May, 1888. Dear Mr. Anagnos. I am glad to write to this morning, because I love you very much. I was very happy to receive pretty book and nice candy and 2 letters from you. I will come to see you soon and will ask many will love good child. Mother is making me pretty new look lovely to see little teacher and went to picnic games and ate dinner under Che questions abzu see countries and dresses to wear in Boston and I girls and boys and you. Friday with little children. We played trees, and we found ferns and wildflowers. I walked in Che woods and learned names of many trees. There are poplar and cedar and pine and oak and ash and hickory and maple trees. They make a pleasant shade and the little birds love to swing to and fro and sing sweetly up in the trees. Rabbits hop and squirrels and ugly snakes do crawl in Che woods. Geraniums and roses dassum + ness and japonicas are cultivated flowers. I help mother and teacher water them every night before supper. Cousin Arthur made me a swing in the ash tree. Aunt Evie has gone to Memphis. Uncle Frank is here. He is picking strawberries for dinner. Nancy is sick again, new teeth do make her 111. Adeline is well and she can go to Cincinnati Monday with me. Aunt Evie will send me a boy doll, Harry will be Nance's and Adeline's brother. Wee sister is a gocked girl. I am tired now and do want to go downstairs. I soon plus all minus many kisses and hugs with letter. Your darling child Helen Keller. Toward end of May Mrs. Keller, Helen, Anne plus all minus Miss Sullivan started for Boston. On the way spent a few days in Cashington, where they saw Dr. Alexander Graham Bell called on President Cleveland. On the 26th of May arrived in Boston and went to Perkins Institution. Here Helen met the little blind girls with whom she had corresponded year before. Early in July she went to Brewster, Massachusetts, and plus all minus spent the rest of the summer. Here occurred her first encounter with the sea, of which she has since written. Rome is sea more so. Boston, Mass. September. My dear Miss Moore is so very glad to receive a nice letter from darling little F.E. Fend. Very dearly because you are my friend. My precious little sister is quite well now. She likes to sit in my I plus all minus till rocking chair and put her kitty to sleep. Would you like to see D.S. Ling Mildred? She's a very pretty baby. Her eyes are very big and blue, and her cheeks are soft round and rosy and her hair is very bright golden. She is very good and sweet when she does not cry loud. Next summer Mildred will go out in the garden with me and pick big sweet strawberries and then she will be very happy. I hope she will not eat too many of the delicicums fruit for they will make her very ill. Sometime will please James is going see by me. I shall very happy to will not be afraid of my beautiful little brother patient to my new little countries my brother and because they will be to come to Alabama visit me. My uncle a very gentle pony and a pretty cart and cake you and Harry to ride. I hope Harry pony. Think my father will buy me a some day. I shall be very gentle and brother. When I visit strange Mildred will stay with grandmother small to see a great many people and I think they would cry loud on the great rough ocean. Can Captain Baker gets well he will take me in his big ship to Africa. Then shall see lions and tigers and monkeys. We'll get a baby on Anne plus all minus a white monkey a mild bear to bring home. Had a very pleasant sea at Brewster. I went in bathing all st every day and Carrie and Frank little Helen and I had fun. Splashed and jumped and waded in deep water. Can Harry float and swim? Came to Thursday, and Mr. Anagnos was delighted to see me, and kissed me. The little girls are coming back to Kednesty. Will you please tell Harry to write me a very long not Boston and he school letter afraid last hugged next scan can you come to Tuscumbia to see me I hope my father will have many sweet apples juicy peaches and fine pears and delicious grapes and large watermelons. I hope think about me and LCVE me because I am a good child. Kith much love and kisses from your friend Helena Ella. In this account of a visit to some friends, Helen's mzut is much what one would expect from an ordinary child of 8, except perhaps her naive satisfaction in the boldness of the young gentleman. Mrs. Keller so. Boston, Mass., the 24th of September my dear mother, I think you will very glad to know all about my visit to West Newton. Teacher and had a lovely time with any kind friends. West Newton is not far from Boston and we went there in steam cars very giggly. Mrs. Freon and Carrie and Ethel and Frank and Helen came to station to meet us in a huge carriage. I was delighted to see my dear little Friar DS and I hugged and kissed them. Then we walked for a long time to see all beautiful things in West Newton. Many very handsome houses and large soft green lawns arched them and trees and bright flowers and fountains. His horse's name was Prince and he was gentle I plus all minus ked to trot very fast. When we went home we saw 8 rabbits and 2 fat puppies, a nice little white pony, and wee kittens and a pretty curly dog named Don. Pony's name was Molly and I had a nice ride on her back. I was not afraid. My uncle will get me a dear little pony a little cart very soon. Clifton did not kiss me because he does not to kiss little girls. He is shy. I am very glad that Frank and Clarence and Robbie and Eddie and Charles and George were not very shy. Played with many I+/- girls and we had fun. I rode on Carrie's trick +/- ard, picked flowers and ate fruit and hopped and skipped and danced and went a ride. Many ladies and gentlemen came to see us. Lucy and Dora and Charles were born +/- in China. I was +/- in America, and me was born +/- in Greece. Mr. Drew says little girls in China cannot cork on their fingers, but I think when I go to China will teach them. Chinese nurse came to see me, her name was Azhu. She showed me a tiny hats that very rich ladies in China wear because they never grow large. We came home in horse cars because it was Sunday, means a nurse. And steam cars do not go often on Sunday. Conductors and engineers do get very tired and go home to rest. I saw little Kyle Swan +/- in the car and he gave me a juicy pear. He was 6 years old. What did do when was 6 years old? Will you please ask my father to come to train to meet teacher and me? I am very sorry that Eva and Bessie are sick. I hope I can have a nice party my birthday, and I do want Carrie and Ethel and Frank and Helen to come to Alabama to visit me. Will Mildred sleep with me when I come home? Kith, much love and 1,000 kisses. From your daughter, Helena Ella. Her visit to Plymouth was in July. This letter, written 3 months later, shows how well she remembered her first lesson +/- in history. Row UR. Morrison Heady, South Boston, Mass. The 1st of October, ISSS. My dear Uncle Maury, I think you will be very glad to receive a letter from your dear little F-attend Helen. I am very happy to write to you because I think of you and LCVEU. I read pretty stories in the book you sent me, about Charles and his boat, and Arthur and his dream, Anne +/- Rosa ard the sheep. I have been in a large boat. It was like a ship. Mother ard teacher and Mrs. and Mr. Anagnos and Mr. Radokanakai and many other friends went to Plymouth to see many old things. I will tell a little story about Plymouth. Many years ago there lived in England +/- many good people, but the king ard his good people disobey him. But they did themselves. The king was F-attends were rayet K +/- road ard gentle and patient with because Che king did not like to have the people did not like to go to church with Che king, I +/- Ke to build very nice little churches very angry with the people and they were sorry and they said, we will go away to a strange country to live ard leave very dear home ard and naughty king. So, they put all their things into big boxes, and said, good, bye. I am sorry for them because Che cried much. When they went to Holland they did not KNCRW anyone, and they QLD not know what Che people were talking about because they did not know Dutch. But socken they learn some Kutch words, but Che LCVED their own language and they did not want little boys and girls to forget it and learn to talk funny Dutch. So Che said, we must go to a new country far away ard build schools and houses and churches and make new cities. So they put all their things in boxes ard said, good, bye to their new F-attends and sailed away in a large boat to find a new country. People were not happy for their hearts were full of sad thoughts because they not know much about America. I think little children must have been afraid of a great ocean for +/- sea is very strong and it makes a large boat rock and then Che little children WNLD fall down ard hurt their heads. After Che had many weeks on Che deep ocean where they could not see trees flowers or grass, but just water and the beautiful sky, for ships could not sail quickly then because men did not know about engines and steam. One day a dear little boy was born. His name was Peregrine White. I am very sorry that poor little Peregrine is dead now. Every day the people went upon deck to look cut for land. One day there was a great shout on the ship for the people saw Che land and they were full of joy because they had reached a new country safely. Little girls and boys jumped and clapped their hands. They were all glad when they stepped upon a huge rock. I did see Che rock in PL 71 mouth and a little ship ilk easy and the cradle chat dear peregrine slept in and many old things that came in Che would like to visit Plymouth some time and see many old things. Now I'm very tired and I will rest. Kith much love and many kisses, from your little Efrian plus or minus. Helen Keller. The foreign words in these two letters, the first of which was written G plus or minus RG a visit to the kindergarten for the blind, she had been cold months before, Ard had stowed them away in her men cry. She assimilated words and practiced with them, sometimes using them until I plus or minus gensii, sometimes repeating them in a parrot-like fashion. Even when she did not fully understand words' ideas, she ilked to set them down as chuff she did. It was in Kai's way that she learned to use correctly words of sow and plus or minus and vision which express ideas outside of her experience. Edith is Edith Thomas. Row you are. Michael Roxbury, Mass. The 17th of October, IEES. Mon cher Monsieur Anagnos, I am sitting by the window and Che beautiful sun is shining on me teacher and I came to the kindergarten yesterday. There are 27 1 plus or minus CTIE children here and they are all blind. I am sorry because they cannot see much. Sometime will Che have very well eyes. Edith is blind are deaf and are you very sad for Edith and me? Soon I shall go home to see my mother Anne plus or minus my father and my dear good and sweet little sister. I hope you will come to Alabama to visit me and will take you to ride in my I plus or minus ktl cart ard I think you will like to see me on my dear little pony's back. I shall wear my lovely cap and my new riding dress. If Che sun shines brightly I will take you to see Layla and Eva and Bessie. When I am 13 years old I am going to travel in many strange and beautiful countries. I shall very high in Norway ard see much ice and snow. I hope will not fall and hurt me shall little Lord Fauntleroy plus or minus in England and plus or minus he will be glad to show me his grand and very ancient castle. And we will run with Che deer and feed the rabbits and catch the squirrels. I shall not be afraid of Fauntleroy's dog Dougal. I hope Fauntleroy cake me to see very kind gain. When I go to France I will cake French. A little French BCY will say, Parlez-vous franca plus or minus s? And I will say, oh you monsieur, vous avez un chapeau. Donnez-moi un baiser. I hope you will go with me to Athens see Che maid of Athens. She was very lovely lady and I talk Greek to her. I say, sea garpo and, pos etchet and I think she will say, kalos, then I will say chair. Will you please come to see me soon and take me to the cheetah queue when you come will say, Kale Emera, and when you go home will say, Kale Nykca. NJM ku tired to write J.E. aim. Au revoir from your darling little Fried Helen Keller. Row L7 Elena H. So. Boston, Mass. My dearest aunt, I Keller the 29th of October, ISSS. I am coming home very soon and I think you and everyone will be very glad to see my teacher and me. I am very happy because I have learned much about many things. I am studying French and Gerard and Latin and Greek. Sea Garpo is Greek, and it means I love G. Jre unborn petite score is French, and it means I have a gocked little sister. Nous un bon père ici unborn mea means, we have a good father and a good mother. Pure is boy plus or minus in Latin, ard mutter is Rother in German. I will teach Mildred many languages when I come home. Helen Keller. Row Mrs. Sophia C. Hopkins Ruscumbia, Ayla. The 11th of December, my dear Mrs. Hopkins, Issa. I have just fed my dear pigeon. My brother Simpson gave to me last Sunday. I named it Annie, for my teacher. My puppy has had his supper and gone to bed. My rabbits are sleeping, too, and very soon I shall go see bed. Leacher is writing letters to her friends. Mother and father and their friends have gone to see a huge furnace. The furnace is to make iron. The iron ore is found plus or minus in the ground, but can't be used until has been brought to the furnace and melted, and all the dirt taken out, and just the pure iron left. It is all ready to be manufactured into engines, stoves, kettles and many other things. Coal is found in the ground, too. Many years ago, before people came to live on earth, great trees and tall grasses and huge ferns and plus or minus all beautiful flowers cover the earth. When the leaves and the trees fell, water and soil covered them, and then more trees grew and fell also, and were buried under water and soil. After they had all been pressed tcge share for many thousands of years, wood grew very hard, like rock, then was all ready for people tc burn. Can you see leaves and bark on coal? Men go down into ground and dig out the coal, and steam cars take it to the large cities, and sell it to people to burn, to make them warm and happy when it is cold out of doors. Are very lonely and sad now? I hope you will come to see me soon, and stay a long time. Kith, much love from your little friend Helen Keller. Ro della Ruscumbia, Ayla, the 29th of January, 1889. My dear Miss Bennet, I'm delighted to write to Kai's morning. We have just eaten our breakfast. Mildred is running about downstairs. I have been reading in my book about astronomers. Astronomer camus flam, the Latin W rode astra, which means stars. Astronomers are men who study the stars, and tell us about them. When us sleeping quietly in our beds, they are watching the beautiful through the telescope is I plus or minus ke a very strong eye. His stars are so far away that people cannot tell much about them, without very excellent instruments. Do you like to look out of your window, and see a little stars? Leacher says she can see Venus from our window, and is a large and beautiful star. The stars are called Earth's brothers and sisters. There are a great many instruments besides those astronomers use. A knife is an instrument to cut which the think eel bells. An instrument, too. Will I tell you what I can crw about some bells are musical and others are unmusical. Some are very tiny and some are very large. Saw a very large at Kelsley. It came from Japan. Bells are used for many PR poses. They sell us when breakfast is ready, when to go to school, when is time for church, and when there is a fire. They tell people when to go to work, and when to go home and rest. The engine bell tells the passengers are coming to a station, and tells people to keep out of the way. Sometimes very terrible accidents happen, and many people are burned and DCWNED and injured. The other day I broke my doll's head off, but was not a dreadful accident, because dolls do not live and feel, I plus or minus ke people. My little pigeons are well, and so is my little bird. I would like to have some clay. Teacher says it is time for me to study now. Yazd, bye. Kith ruch love, and many kisses, Helen Keller. Ro Dr. Edward et Ule Ruscumbia, Alabama, the 21st of February, my dear Mr. Hale, 1889. I am very much afraid that thinking in why your mind that little Helen has forgotten all about you and her dear cousins. But think you will delighted to receive Kai's letter, because then you will know that I often think about you and I love dear life, for you are my dear cousin. I have been at home a great many weeks now. It made me feel very sad to leave Boston and missed all of my friends greatly. Ian _LT of CCMRSE was glad to get back to my lovely home once more. My DARL plus or minus RG little sister is growing very fast. Sometimes she spell very short words on her small fingers, but she is too young to use hard words. When she is older I will teach her many things if she is patient and obedient. My teacher says, if children learn to be patient and gentle while they are little, that when they grow to be young ladies and gentlemen they will not forget to be kind and loving and brave. I hope I shall be courageous always. A little girl in a story was not courageous. She thought she saw little elves with coal-pointed chats, peeping between che bushes and dancing down the zeng alleys, and the poor little girl was terrified. Did you have a pleasant Christmas? I had many lovely presents given to me. The other day I had a fine party. Of my dear little fr+or-erds came to see me. We played games, and ate ice, cream and cake and fruit. Then we had great fun. His sun is shining brightly today, and I we shall go to ride if the roads are dry. In a few days the beautiful spring will be here. I'm very glad because the warm sunshine and the fragrant flowers, I think, grow to make people happy and good. I have 4 dolls now. Cedric is my little boy, he is named for Lord Fauntleroy. He has big brown eyes and long golden hair. Anne ± pretty broad cheeks. Ida is my baby. A lady brought her me from Paris. She can drink milk like a real baby. Lucy is a fine young lady. She has on a dainty lace dress and satin slippers. Poor old Nancy is growing old and very feeble. She is almost an invalid. I have tame pigeons and a tiny canary bird. Is very strong and faithful. He will not let anything harm us at night. I go to school every day. I am studying reading, writing, arithmetic, geography and language. My mother and teacher send you and Mrs. Hale their curd greetings, and Mildred sends you a kiss. Kith much love and kisses, affectionate cousin Helena Ella. From during che winter Miss Sullivan and her pupil were working at Helen's home in Luscumbia, and to good purpose. By spring Helen had learned to write idiomatic English. After May, Issy, find almost NC except some evident slips of the pencil. She uses words precisely and makes easy, fluent sentences. Ro u are. Michael Znagnos Ruscumbia, Ayla, May is, 1889. My dear Mr. cannot imagine delighted I was to receive a letter from you last evening. I am very sorry chat are going so far away. We shall miss very, very much. Would love to visit many beautiful cities with you. When I was in saw Dr. Bryson, and he told me chat he had been to Rome, Athens and Paris and Leyden. He had the high mountains in Switzerland and visited beautiful churches in Italy and France, and he saw great many ancient castles. I hope you will please write to me from all the cities you visit. When you go to Holland, please give my love to che lovely Princess Wilhelmina. She is a dear little girl, and when she is old enough she will be the Queen of Holland. If you go to Ecumania, please ask the good Queen Elizabeth about her little invalid brother, and tell her that I am very sorry that her darling died. I should like to send a kiss to Vittorio, che little of Naples, but teacher says she is afraid you will not remember so many messages. I am 13 years old. I shall visit them all myself. I thank you very much for the beautiful story about Lord Fauntleroy, Anne ± so does teacher. I am so glad that Eva is coming to stay with me this summer. We will have fine times together. Give Claude my love, and tell him to answer my letter. Thursday we had a picnic. It was very pleasant, cut in the shady woods, and we all enjoyed the picnic very much. Mildred is cut in the yard playing, and mother is picking che delicious strawberries. Father and Uncle Frank are downtown. Simpson is coming home soon. I had our pictures taken while we were in Huntsville. I will send one. The roses have been beautiful. Mother has a great many fine roses. La France and the Lamargue are the most fragrant, but the Mary Chalneal, Sulfatira, Jack * Lemonot, Nefects, Etoile de Lyon, Parpagant ± Gabrielle Drevet and Chapelle des Jardins, are all lovely roses. Please give the little boys and girls my love. I think of them every day and I love them dearly in my heart. When you come home from Europe, I hope you will be all well and very happy to get home again. Do not forget to give my love Miss Calliope Kehe ± and Mr. Francis Demetrios Kalopatakis. Lovingly, your little friend, Helen Keller. Like a good many of Helen Keller's early letters, this to her French teacher is her rephrasing of a story. It shows the gift of writing is the gift of mimicry. In Che early stages of its development, Miss Fanny S. Ruscumbia, Ayla, the 17th of May, 1889. My dear Miss Mart, I am thinking about a dear Tootsie girl, who wept very hard. She wept because her brother teased her very much. I will tell you what he did, and think you will feel very sorry for Che little child. She had a most beautiful doll given her. Oh, it was a lovely and delicate doll. But Che little girl's brother, a cool lad, had taken Che doll, set it up in a high tree in the garden, and had run away. The little girl CCMLD not reach the doll, and could help down, and therefore she cried. He doll cried, too, and stretched out its arms from among the green branches, and looked distressed. Soon the dismal night would come, and was the doll to sit up in Che tree all night, and by herself? The little girl could not endure that thought. Will stay with you, said she to the doll, although she was at all courageous. Already she began to see quite plainly the little elves in their tall painted hats, dancing down the dusky alleys, and peeping from between the bushes, and Che seemed to come nearer and nearer, and she stretched her hands up towards the tree in which the doll sat. They laughed, and pointed their fingers at her. How terrified was the little girl, but if one has not done anything wrong, these strange little elves cannot harm one. Have I done anything wrong? Yes, said the little girl, I have laughed at the duck, with Che red rag tied round its leg. It hobbled, and that rade me laugh, but +or-c is wrong to laugh at the animals. Is it not a pitiful story? Hope the father punished Che naughty little boy. Shall you gee lad to see my teacher next Thursday? She is going home to rest, but she will come back to me next autumn. Lovingly, your little friend, Helen Keller. Riley Ruscumber, Ayla, the 27th of May, 1889. My dear Miss, wish were here in the warm, sunny south today. Little sister and would cake out into the garden, and pick the delicious raspberries and a few strawberries for you. How would you like that? Here nearly all gone. In the evening, when it is cool and pleasant, we would walk +or- in the yard, and catch the grasshoppers and butterflies. Ke would talk about Che birds and flowers and grass and Jumbo and Pearl. If you iked, we would run and hop and dance, and very happy. I think hearing the mockingbirds sing. One sits on the twig of a tree, just beneath our window, and he fills the air with his glad songs. But I am afraid you cannot come ca Tuscumbia, so will write to you, and send you a sweet kiss and my ove. How is Dick? Daisy is happy, but she would be happy ever if she had a +or- mate. My children are all well except Nancy, and she is quite feeble. My grandmother and Aunt Corinne are here. Grandmother is going to make me new dresses. Give my LCVE to all Che little girls, and sell them chat. Helen loves them very, very much. Eva Surds love to all kith much love and many kisses, from your affectionate iictal friend, Helen Keller. During Che summer Miss Sullivan was away from Helen for 3 months and a half, the separation of teacher and pupil. Only once afterward in 15 years was their constant companionship broken for more than a few days at a time. Miss Lansfield Ruscumbia, Ayla, August the 7th, I sag. Dearest Leacher, I am very glad to write to you this evening, for I have been chinking much you all day. I am sitting on the piazza, and my white pigeon is perched on the back of my chair, watching me write. Her little brown mate has flown away with Che other birds, but Annie is not sad, for she likes to stay with me. Fauntleroy is asleep upstairs, and Nancy is putting Lucy to bed. Perhaps the mockingbird is singing them to sleep. The beautiful flowers are in bloom now. The air is sweet with the perfume of jasmines, heliotropes and roses. It is getting warm here now, so father is going to take us to Che Quarry on the 20th of August. I think we shall have a beautiful tea in the cool, pleasant woods. I will write and sell all the pleasant things we do. I am so glad that Lester and Henry are good little infants. Give them many sweet kisses for me. Kut was the name of Che little boy who fell in love with the beautiful star. Eva has been tell IRNJ me a story abzusi a lovely little girl named Heidi. Will you please send it to me? I shall be delighted to have a typewriter. Little Arthur is growing very fast. He has on short dresses now. Cousin Layla thinks he walk in a little while. Jan I will take his soft chubby hand in mine, and go out ±in the bright sunshine with him. He will pull Che largest roses, and chase the gayest butterflies. Will take very good care of him, and not let him fall and hurt himself. Father and same other gentleman went hunting yesterday. Father killed 38 birds. We had some of them for supper, they were very nice. Last Monday Simpson shot a pretty crane. The crane is a large and strong bird. His wings are as long as my arm, and his bill is as long as my foot. He eats little fishes, and other small animals. Father says he can fly nearly all day without stopping. Mildred is the dearest and sweetest little maiden in the world. She is very roguish, coo. Sometimes, when mother does not know it, she goes out into the vineyard, and gets her apron full of delicious grapes. I think she would like to put her two soft arms around neck and hug. Sunday I went to church. I love to go to church, because like my friends. To see a gentleman gave me a beautiful card. It was a picture of a mill, near a beautiful brook. There was a boat floating on the water, and the fragrant lilies were growing all around the boat. Not far from Che Mill there was an old house, with many trees growing close to it. There were 8 pigeons on Che roof of the house, and a great dog on the step. Pearl is a very proud mother, dog now. She has 8 puppies, and she thinks there never were such fine puppies as hers. I read ±in my books every day. I love them very, very, very much. I do want to come back to Miss soon. I miss you so very, very much. I cannot know about many things, when my dear teacher is not here. I send you 5,000 kisses, and more love than I can sell. Send Mrs. H much love and a kiss. From your affectionate little pupil, Helen Keller. In the fall Helen and Miss Sullivan returned to Perkins Institution at South Boston. Row Miss Mildred Keller, South Boston, the 24th of October, ISE. My precious little Rusnern J. I am going to send you a birthday gift with this letter. I hope it will please you very much, because ±C makes me happy to send ±C. He dress is blue like your eyes, and candy is sweet just like your dear little self. I think mother will be glad to make the dress you when you wear ±C you will look as pretty as a rose. Picture book will tell you all about many strange wild animals. You must not be afraid of them. I cannot come of the picture to harm you. I go to school every day, and I learn many new things. At 8 I study arithmetic. I like chat. At 9 I go to Che Gymnasium with the little girls and we have great fun. I sure could be here to play 3 little squirrels, and gentle doves, and to make a pretty nest for a little robin. Bird does not live in the cold north. At center study about the earth on which we all live. At 11 I talk with teacher at 12 I study zoology. Do not know what I shall do in Che afternoon yet. Now, my darling ±C Mildred, goodbye. Give father and mother a great deal of love and many hugs and kisses for me. Teacher sends her love coo. From your loving sister, Helen Keller. Row you are. William Wade, South Boston, Mass. The 20th of November, my dear Mr. have just 1889. Received a letter from my Rotha, telling me Che beautiful mastiff puppy you sent me had arrived in Ruskia safely. Thank very much the nice gift. I am very sorry that I was not at home to welcome her. En_LT my mother and my baby sister will be very kind to her while her mistress is away. I hope is not lonely and unhappy. Think puppies can feel very sick, as well as little girls. Should like to call her Lioness, for your dog. The 10th of May. One hopes she will be very faithful and brave. Coo. I am studying in Boston, with my dear teacher. I learn a great many new and wonderful things. I study about Che Earth, and the animals, and IL plus or minus KE arithmetic exceedingly. I learn many new words, too. Exceedingly that I learned yesterday. When I see Lioness I'll tell her many things which surprise her greatly. I think she will laugh when I tell her she is a vertebrate, a mammal, as quadruped, and I shall be very sorry to tell her she belongs to the order Carnivora. I study French, too. When talk French to Lioness I will call her Mon Beau Chen. Please tell Lion that I will take good care of Lioness. I shall be happy to have a letter from you when you like to write to me. From your loving little friend, Helen Keller. PSM study plus or minus RG at the institution Che blind. This letter is plus or minus at Kirsten Whittier's hand, Helen Keller, deaf, dumb and blind, aged 9 years. Brown's is lapse of the pencil for brown eyes row John Greenleaf Whittierist. For Che Bit Road, so. Boston, the 27th of November, 1889. Dear Poet, Mass. I think you will be surprised to receive a letter from a little girl whom do not know, but thought would be glad to hear that your beautiful poems make me very happy. Yesterday I read in Schoel Keys and my playmate, I enjoyed them greatly. I was very sorry Che poor little girl with the browns and the tangled golden curls died. It is very pleasant to I plus or minus VE here in our beautiful world. I cannot see the lovely things with my eyes, but my mind can see them all, and so I joyful all Che day long. Can walk out in my garden I cannot see Che beautiful flowers but I know that they are all around me, for is not the air sweet with their fragrance? I know too that the tiny lily bells are whispering pretty secrets to their companions else they would not look so happy. I love you very dearly, because have taught me so many lovely things about flowers, and birds, odd people. Now I must say, good-bye. I hope you will enjoy Che Thanksgiving very from your loving little friend, Helen Keller. To M. John Greenleaf Whittier. Hit plus or minus reply, to which there is letter, has been lost. Row Mrs. Keller South Boston, Mass. The 3rd of December, 1889. A reference in Che following my dear mother little daughter is very happy to write to you Kai's beautiful raining. It is cold and rainy here today. Yesterday the Countess of Meath came again to see me. She gave me a beautiful bunch of violets. Her little girls are named Violet and May. The Earl said he should be delighted to visit Tuscumia the next time he comes to America. Lady Meath said she would like to see your flowers, and hear Che rocking, birds sing. When visit England they want me to come to see them, and stay a few weeks. They will take me to see the Queen. I had a lovely letter from the Whittier. He loves me. Me Cade wants teacher and me to come and see him next spring. May we go? He said you must feed from your hand, because she will be NCRE gentle if she does not eat with other DCGS. Mr. Wilson came to call on us one Thursday. I was delighted to receive the home. They came while we were eating breakfast, and my friends enjoyed them with me. We had a various dinner on Thanksgiving Day, turkey and glum pudding. Last week I visited beautiful art store. Saw a great many statues, and Che gentleman gave me an angel. Sunday I went to church on board a great warship. After the services were over the sailors wed us around. There were 460 sailors. They were very kind to me. One carried me his arms so chat my feet would not touch water. I wore blue uniforms and queer I plus all minus C caps. There was a terrible fire Thursday. Many cars were burned, and 4 men were killed. I am very sorry for them. Tell father, please, write to me. How is dear I plus all minus C sister? Give her kisses for me. NJW I must close. With much love, from your darling child, Helen Keller. Row Mrs. Keller so. Boston, Mass. The 24th of December, my dear mother, yesterday I sent you a little Christmas box. I am very sorry that I could not send it before so that you would receive plus or minus C tomorrow, but could not finish the watch case any sooner. I made all of the gifts myself, excepting father's handkerchief. Wish could have made father a gift too, but I did not have sufficient time. I hope you will like your watch case, for it made me very happy to make it for you. You must keep lovely new mantra in it. If it is too warm in Russell_UUIA for little sister to wear her pretty mittens, she can keep them because her sister made them for her. I imagine she will have fun with little toy man. Tell her to shake him, and then he will blow his trumpet. I thank my dear kind father for sending me some money, to buy gifts for my friends. Love to make everybody happy. I should like to be at home on Christmas Day. We WCMLD be very happy together. I think of my beautiful home every day. Please do RNZT forget to send me some pretty presents to hang on my tree. I am going to have a Christmas tree in the parlor and teacher will hang all of my gifts upon plus or minus C. It will be a funny cree. All of the girls have gone home to spurred Christmas. Teacher and I are the only babies left for Mrs. Hopkins to care. Share has been sick in Z for many days. Her throat was very sore and the doctor thought she would have to go away to the hospital. She is better NCW. I have RNZT been sick at all. The Tootsie girls are well too. Friday I am going to spend Day with my friends Carrie, Ethel, Frank and Helen Freeman. We will have great fun I'm sure. Mr. and Miss Endicott came to see me, and I went to ride in the carriage. They are going to give me a lovely present, but cannot guess what be. Sammy has a dear new brother. He is very soft and delicate yet. Anagnos in Athens now. He is delighted I am here. Now I must say, bye. I hope I have written my letter nicely. It is very difficult to write on this paper and teacher is not here to give me better. Give many kisses to little sister and much to it all. Lovingly Helen. Row Dr. Edward Eder at ULE South Boston, January S. 1890. My dear Mr. Hale, the beautiful shells came last night. Thank you very much for them. I shall always keep them, and will make me very happy to think that you found them, on Chat Faraway Island, from which Columbus sailed to discover dear country. When I am 11 years old it will be 400 years since he started with the 3 small ships to cross the great strange ocean. He was very brave. The Zittle girls were delighted to see Chalkville shells. I told them all I knew about them. Are you very glad that you could make happy? I am. I should be very happy to come and teach you Braille sometime, if you have time to learn, but I'm afraid you are too busy. A few days ago I received a little box of English violets from Lady Meath. The flowers were wilted, but the kind thought which came with them was as sweet and as fresh as newly pulled violets. Kithlook Vern J. Greeting to the little cousins, sweet kiss for yourself, from your little friend, Helen Keller. And Mrs. Hale and this, first of Helen's letters to her. Holmes, written soon after a visit to him, he published in The Teacups. Atlantic Monthly, May, 18901 Row Dr. Oliver Wendell Holmes South Boston, Mass. March 1890. Dear, kind, have thought of you many times since that bright Sunday when I bade you good bye, and I am going to write you a letter, because I love sorry chat you have no little children to play with you sometimes, but I think are very happy with your books, and your many, many friends. On Cashington's birthday great many people came here see the blind children, and I read for them from your poems, and showed them some beautiful shells, which came from a little islard near Palos. I am read +or-RG a very sad story, called Little Okie. Jakey was the sweetest little fellow you can imagine, but he was and blind. I used to think, when I was small, and before I could read, chat everybody was always happy, and it very sad to know about pain and great sorrow, we CCMLD never learn to be brave and patient, joy in the world. First made me, but now I know that if there were only I am studying about insects in zoology, and I have learned many things about butterflies. They do not make honey for us, like the bees, but many of them are as beautiful as che flowers they eat upon, and che always delight the heart's little children. They live a gay life, flitting from flower to flower, sipping the drops of hone dew, without a thought for the morrow. They are just like IIT boys and girls when che forget books and studies, and run away the fields, to gather wild flowers, or wade in che pardies for fragrant IIL +or-s, happy in the bright sunshine. If my little sister comes to Boston next June, will let me bring her to see you? She's a lovely baby, and I am sure you will love her. Now I must tell my gentle seat good bye, right home before I go to bed. From my oving little friend, Helen Keller. For I have a letter to row Miss Euler. Miss Fuller gave Helen Keller her lesson in articulation. See Chapter 117, Speech. South Boston, Mass. My dear Miss Fuller, April s. 1890. My heart is full of joy this beautiful reasoning, because have learned to speak many new words, and I can make a few sentences. Last evening I went out in che yard and spoke to the moon. Said, oh, moon, come to me. Do you think the lovely moon was glad that could speak to hen? How glad my Rustha will be. Can hardly wait June come, I'm so eager to speak to her and to my precious little sister. Mildred could RNZT understand me when I spelled with my fingers, but now she will I sit in my lap and will sell her many things please her, and we shall be so happy together. Are you very, very happy because you can make so many people happy? I think you are very kind and patient, and I love you very dearly. My teacher told me Tuesday chat wanted to know HCRW. I came to wish to cork with my mouth. I will tell all about it, for I remember my thoughts perfectly. When I was a very little child I used to in my mother's lap all the time, because I was very timid, and did not to be left by myself. And would keep my hand on her face all the while, because it amused me to feel her face and lips move when she talked with people. I did not know then what she was dotted, for was quite ignorant of all things. Then when I was older I learned to play with my nurse and the little Negro children, and I noticed that they kept moving their lips just like my mother, so I roved mine too, but sometimes +or-T made me angry, and I would hold my playmates' mouths very hard. Did not know then that it was very naughty to so. A long time my dear teacher came to me, and taught me to communicate with my fingers, and I was satisfied and happy. But when came to school in Boston I met some deaf people who corked with their mouths like all other people, and one day a lady who had been Norway came to see me, and called me of a blind and deaf girl Ragn +or-LD till she had seen in that far away land who had been caught to speak and understand others when she spoke to her. This good and happy news delighted me exceedingly, then I was sure that I should learn also. Tried make like my tootsie playmates, but teacher told me that the voice was very delicate and sensitive and that it would injure to make incorrect sounds, and promised to take me to see kind and wise lady who would teach me rightly. That lady was yourself. I am as happy as the I+or-CCIE birds, because I can speak and perhaps I shall sing coo. All of my friends will be so surprised glad. Your loving little pupil, Helen Keller. Conche Perkins Institution closed for the Sununa. Helen and Miss Sullivan went to Ruscunzia. His was Che first home, going after she had learned to cork with her mouth row re. 7. Phillipsburg, Ruscumbia, Alabama, the 14th of July, 1890. My dear Mr. Brooks, I am very glad to write to you this beautiful day because you are my kind friend and I love you, and because wish to know many things. I have been at home 3 weeks, and oh, HCVW happy I have been with dear mother and father and precious little sister. I was very, very sad to part with all of my friends in Boston, but I was so eager to see my baby sister could hardly wait for the crane to take me home. But I cried very hard to be teacher's sake. Mildred has grown much taller and stronger than she was when I went to Boston, she's the sweetest and plus or minus dearest little child in WRLD. My parents were delighted to hear me speak, and I was overjoyed to give them such a happy surprise. I think it is so pleasant to make everybody happy. Why does the dear Father in heaven think best for us to have very great sometimes? I am always happy and so was little Lord Fauntleroy, but dear little Jakey's life was full of sadness. God did not put the light in Oakey's eyes and he was blind, and his father was not gentle and ick plus or minus ray. Do you think poor Jakey his father in heaven because his other father was unkind to him? How did God tell people that his home was in heaven? When people do very wrong and hurt animals and treat children is grieved, what he do to them to teach them to be pitiful and loving? I think he will tell them HCRW dearly he LCVES them and that he wants them to be good and happy, and they will not wish to grieve their father who loves them so much, and they will want to please him in everything they do, they will love each other and do good to everyone, and be kind to animals. Please tell me something that know about God. It makes me happy to know much about my loving Father, who is good and wise. I hope will write to little friend when have time. Should I like very much to see you today is the sun very in Soston now? This afternoon if plus or minus C is cool enough I shall take Mildred for a ride on my donkey. Mr. Wade sent Neddy to me, and he is the prettiest donkey you can imagine. My great dog Lioness goes with us when we ride to protect us. Simpson, that is my brother, brought me some beautiful pond lilies yesterday, he is a very brother to me. Teacher sends you her kern plus or minus remembrances, also send their regards. From my oving little friend, Helen Keller. Dr. Brooks's reply London, August the 3rd, I's go. Aunt plus or minus father and mother my dear Helen, I was very glad indeed to get your letter. It has followed me across the ocean and found me in this magnificent great city which I should like CCQ all about if could take time for plus or minus C and make my letter long enough. Sometime men come and see me in my study in Boston I shall be glad to talk to you about it all if you care to hear. But NCVW I want to tell you how glad I am chat you are so happy and enjoying your me so very much. I can almost think I see you with your father and mother and little sister, with all brightness of the beautiful country about you, and it makes me very glad to KNC, how glad you are. I am glad also to know, from the guest irons which ask me, what you are thinking about. I do not see how can help thinking about God when he is so good to us all time. Let me tell you how plus or minus C seems to me that we come to KNCR, about our Heavenly Father. It is from the power of love which is in our own hearts. Love is at soul of everything. Whatever has not power of loving must have a very dreary life indeed. Ke like to think that the sunshine and the winds and trees are able to love in some way of their own, it would make us KNC, that they were happy if we knew they QLD love. And God who is greatest and happiest of all beyond J3 is NCSC loving ku. All that is in our hearts comes from him, as all the light which is plus or minus in the flowers comes sun. And the more we love more near we are to God and his love. I told New Chat I was very happy because of your happiness. Indeed I am. So are your father and your mother are your teacher and all your, but do not think that God is happy too because you are happy. I am sure He is. And He is happier than any of us because He is greater than any of us, and also because He not merely sees your happiness as we do, but He also makes plus or minus see. He gives I see to as the sun gives light and color to che rose. And we are always most glad of what we not merely see her friends enjoy, but of what we give them to enjoy. Are we not? But God does not only want us to be happy, He wants us to be good. He wants chat most of all. He knows chat we can be really happy only when we are good. A great deal of trouble chat is plus or minus n. The world is medicine which is very bad to cake, but which is good to cake because plus or minus t makes us better. We see how good people may in great trouble when we think of Jesus who was greatest sufferer that ever lived and yet was best being and so, I'm sure, happiest being that the world has ever seen. I love to sell you a taught God. But He will tell Himself by the love which He will into your heart if ask Him. And Jesus, who is His Son, but is nearer to Him than all of us His other children, came into world on purpose to sell us all about our Father's lcve. If you read His words, you will see how full His heart is of the love of God. We show chat He loves us, He says. And so He loved men Himself, and though they were very cruel to Him and at last killed Him, He was willing to die for them because He them so. And, Helen, He loves men still, He loves us, and He tells us chat we may love Him. And so love is everything. And if anybody asks you, if you ask yourself what God is, answer, God is love. That is the beautiful answer which the Bible gives. All this is what are to think of and to understand more and more as you grow older. Think of it now, let it make every blessing brighter because your dear Father sends to you. You will come back to Boston I hope soon after I do. I shall be there by middle of September. I shall want to sell me all about everything, and not forget the donkey. I send my kind remembrance to your father and our remther, and to teacher. I wish I could see your Tootsie sister. Goodbye, dear Helen. Write to Miss Scon again, letter to Boston. Your affectionate friend Phillips Brooks. Dr. Holmes's reply to a letter which has been lost. Beverly Farms, Mass. August 1890. My dear little friend Helen, I received your welcome letter several days ago, but I have so much writing to do chat I am apt to make my letters wait a gockdale before they get answered. It gratifies me very much to find that you remember me so kindly. Your letter is charming, and I am greatly pleased with it. I rejoice to know chat you are well and happy. I am very much delighted to hear of your new acquisition, that talk with your mouth as well as with your fingers. What a curious thing speech is. He tongue is so serviceable a member, taking all sorts of shapes, just as is wanted, teeth, the ips, roof of mouth, all ready to help, and so heap up sound of the voice into solid bits which we call consonants, and make room for the curiously shaped breathings which we call less. You have studied all this, I don't see doubt, since you have practiced vocal speaking. I am surprised at the mastery of language which letter shows. It almost makes me think world would get along as well with seeing hearing as with them. Perhaps people would be better in a great many ways, for they could not fight as they do now. Just think of an army of blind people, with guns cannon. Think of the drummers. Of what use would and drumsticks be? You are spared the pain of many sights and sow and plus or minus s, which you are only too happy in escaping. I think how much kindness you are sure as long as you live. Everybody will feel an interest in dear Helen, everybody will want to do something for her, and, if she becomes an ancient, grey-haired woman, she is still sure of being thoughtfully cared for. Your parents and friends must take great satisfaction in it, does great credit, not only to you, but to your instructors, who have so broken down walls that seem to shut you in that now seems more bright cheerful than chat of many seeing hearing children. Good by, dear little Helen. WICH every kern plus or minus wish from your friend, Oliver Wendell Holmes. This letter was written to some gentleman in Gardner, Maine, named a vessel after her. Who row Messrs. Bradstreet Ruscumbia, Ayla, the 14th of July, my dear, kind friends, I 1890. Thank you very, very much for naming your beautiful new ship me. It makes me very happy to KNC, that have kind and loving friends in the far away state of Maine. I did not imagine, when studied about the forests of Maine, a strong and beautiful ship go sailing all over the world, carrying from chase forests, to build pleasant homes and schools and churches in distant countries. Hope great ocean will love New Helen, and let her sail blue waves peacefully. Please sell brave sailors, over who have charge of Helen Keller, that little Helen who stays at home will often think of them with loving thoughts. Hope I shall see and my beautiful namesake some time. Kith much love, from IIT friend, Helena Keller. To the Messrs. Bradstreet. Helen and Miss Sullivan returned to Perkins Institution Earlyro Mrs. Ella South Boston, NCV 10, 1890. My dearest heart has been full of thoughts of and my beautiful home ever since we parted so sadly on Wednesday night. How wish I could see you all that has happened our little sister, how I wish I could my dear father, how he unnalled I cannot see you and talk to you, all chat I can think of. This lovely Akaning, and tell left home. And my darling give her 100 kisses. And to hear about our journey. But so I will write and tell K.E. did not reach Boston until Saturday morning. I am sorry to say that our train was delayed in several places, which made us late plus or minus n reaching New York. When we got to Jersey City at 6 o'clock Friday evening were obliged to cross the Harlem River in a ferry boat. We forded the boat and the transfer carriage with much less difficulty than teacher expected. When we arrived at the station they asked the train leave for Boston until 11 o'clock, but we could take sleeper at 9, which we did. K.E. went to bed and slept until morning. When we awoke we were in Boston. I was delighted to get there, though I was much disappointed because we did not arrive on Mr. Anagnos' birthday. We surprised dear friends, however, for they did not us Saturday, EN_LT when the ELL rung Miss Mart guest who was at door, and Mrs. Hopkins jumped up from breakfast cable and ran to door to meet us. She was plus or minus I'd much astonished to see us. After we had had some breakfast we went up to see Mr. Anagnos. I was overjoyed to see my dearest and kindest friend once more. He gave me a beautiful watch. I have pinned to my dress. I tell everybody the time when they ask me. I have only seen me Anagnos twice. I have many questions to ask him about countries he has been travelling in. But I suppose he is very busy now. The hills in Virginia were very lovely. Jack Frost had dressed them in gold and crimson. I view was most charmingly. Pennsylvania is a very beautiful state. The grass was as green as chuff. It was springtime, and golden ears of corn gathered together in heaps in the great fields looked very pretty. In Harrisburg we saw a donkey like Neddy. I wish could see my own donkey and my dear they miss their mistress very much. Tell Mildred she must be kind to them for my sake. Our room is pleasant and comfortable. My typewriter was much injured coming. The case was broken and the keys are nearly all knat. Teacher is going to see if it can be fixed. There are many new books plus or minus in the library. What a nice time I shall have reading them. I have already read Sarah Crewe. It is a very pretty story, and I will tell it to you some time. Now, sweet mother, you I plus or minus CCIE girl must say good bye. Kith much love to father, Mildred, you are all the dear friends, lovingly your little daughter, Helena Ella. Row John Greenleaf South Boston, the 17th of December, 1890. Dear kind poet, this is your birthday, That was the first thought which came into my mind when I awoke this morning, and made me glad to think I could write you a letter and tell you how much your little friends love their sweet and his birthday. This evening they are going to entertain their F-attends with readings from your poems and music. I hope Che's swift-winged messengers of love will be here to carry some of Che's sweet melody to you, in your little study by the Merrimack. At first I was very sorry when I found that Che's sun had hidden his shining face behind dull clouds, but afterwards thought why he did it, then I was happy. The sun knows chat you like to see Che world covered with beautiful white snow, so he kept back all his brightness, and let the little crystals in the sky. When Che are ready, they will softly fall and tenderly cover every oect. Then the sun will appear in all his radiance and fill Che world with light. If I were with you today, IWCMLD give you 83 kisses, one for each year you have lived. 83 years seems very long me. Does seem long to you? I wonder how many years there will be plus or minus n eternity. I am afraid I cannot think about so much time. I received the letter which you wrote me last summer, and thank you for it. I am staying in Boston NCRW at the Institution for Che Blind, but I have commenced my studies yet, because my dearest F-attend, Mr. Anagnos wants me to rest and play a great deal. Teacher is well and sends her kind remembrance to the happy Christmas. CM is almost here. Can hardly wait for the fun to begin. I hope Christmas Day will be very happy and that the new year will be full of brightness and joy for you everyone. From your little friend Helen Keller. Kitty's reply: my dear young friend, I was very glad to have such a pleasant letter on my birthday. I had all 300 others and thine was one of the most welcome of all. I must tell Chi about how the day passed at Oak. Of course the sun did not shine, but we had great open wood fires in Che rooms, which were all very sweet with roses and other flowers, which were sent to me from distant friends, and fruits of all kinds from California and other places. Some relatives and dear old friends were with me through the day. I do not wonder thee thinks 83 years a long time, but to me it seems but a very little while since I was a boy no older than Chi, playing on the farm at Haverhill. Thank Chi for all thy good wishes, and wish thee as many. Glad Chi is at Che Institution, it is an excellent place. Give my best regards to Miss Sullivan, and with a great deal of love thy old friend, John G. Whittier. Romy Stringer, who appears in several of Che following letters, became blind deaf when he was 4 years dead and his father was 2 to take care of. He was kept in Che General Hospital, was to be sent to an almshouse, for other place for him in Pennsylvania. At Allegheny. At that time Helen heard his mother was him. For a while from here there was no of him through Mr. J. G. Brown of Pittsburgh, who wrote her that he had failed to secure a tutor to May. She wanted him brought to Boston, and when she was that money would be needed to get him a teacher, she answered, we will raise it. She began to solicit contributions from her friends, and saved her pennies. Dr. Allegan plus or minus a Graham Bell advised Tommy's friends to send him to Boston, and the trustees of the Perkins Institution agreed to admit him to the kindergarten for the blind. Meanwhile opportunity came to Helen to make a considerable contribution to Sakma's education. The winter before, DCG lioness had been killed, and friends set to work to raise money to buy Helen another dog. Helen asked that the contributions, which people were sending from all over America and England, be devoted to Romney's education. Turned to this new use, the fund grew fast, and was provided for. He was admitted to the kindergarten on Che 6th. Miss Keller wrote lately, I shall never forget the pennies sent by many a poor child who could ill spare them, little Romy, or the swift sympathy with which people from far and near, whom I had never seen, responded to Che Durach cry of a little captive soul for aid. Georgia Krehl Institution for Che Blind, South Boston, Mass. The 20th of March, 1891. My dear friend, Mr. Krehl, have just heard, through M. Wade, of your kind offer to buy me a gentle DCG, and I want to thank for Che kind thought. It makes me very happy indeed to know that have such dear fr plus or minus erds other lands. Makes me think that AZZ people good and loving. I have read that Che English and Americans are cousins, but I am sure it would be much truer to say that we are brothers and sisters. My friends have told me about your great and magnificent city, and I have read a great deal chat wise Englishmen have written. I have begun to read Enoch Arden and I know several the great poets' poems by heart. I am eager to cross Che Ocean. I want to see English Friar DS and their GCCD and wise Queen. Once Che Earl of Meath came to see me, and he told me chat the Queen was much beloved by her people, because of her gentleness and wisdom. Some day will be surprised to see a little strange coming into your office, but when you know plus or minus C is the little girl who loves dogs and all other animals, you will laugh, and I hope you will give her a kiss, just as Mr. Wade does. He has another DCG for me, and he thinks she will be as brave and faithful as my beautiful lioness. And now I want to tell you what the dog lovers plus or minus in America are going to do. They are going to send me some money for a little deaf and dumb and blind child. His name is Romy, and he is 5 years old. His parents are too poor to pay to have the little sent to school, so, instead of giving me a dog, Che gentlemen are going to help make Tunmai's life as bright and joyous as mine. Is it not a beautiful plan? Education will bring light and music into Tunmai's soul, and then he cannot help being happy. From your loving little friend, Helen Keller. Row Dr. Oliver Wendell Holmes, South Boston, Mass., April, 1891. Dear beautiful words about spring have been making music in my heart, these bright April days. I love every word of spring and spring has come. I think you will be glad to hear that these poems have caught me to enjoy and love the beautiful springtime, even though I cannot see the fair, frail blossoms which proclaim its approach, or hear Che joyous warbling of the home-coming birds. But when I read spring has come, I am not blind any longer, for I see with your eyes and hear with your ears. Sweet Mother Nature can have no secrets from me when my poet is near. I have chosen Kai's because I want the spray of violets plus or minus in the corner to tell you of my grateful love. I want you to see baby 10M, Che little blind and deaf and dumb child who has just come to our pretty garden. He is an helpless and lonely NCRW, another April education will have brought I plus or minus GHT and gladness into I Orme's life. If you do come, we'll want to ask Che kind people of Boston to help brighten Ronme's whole life. Even a loving friend, Helen Keller. Row Sir John Everett Millay Perkins Institution for the Blind, South Boston, Mass. The 30th of April, 1891. My dear Mr. Little American sister is going to write you a letter, because she wants to know how pleased she was to hear we're interested in our poor Itai Tunmi. Art had sent some money to help educate him. It is very beautiful to think that people far away in England feel sorry for a little helpless child plus or minus in America. I used to think, when I read in my books about great city, that when I visited it the people would be strangers to me, but now I feel differently. It seems to me that all people who have loving, pitying hearts, are not strangers to each other. Can hardly wait patiently Che time to come when I shall see my dear English friends, and their beautiful island home. My favourite poet has written some lines about England which I love very much. Think you will I like them too, so I will try to write them for you. Hugged in Che clinging billows clasp, from Sir Mead fringe to heather, the British cack with grasp her slender handful holds together, kith cliffs of white and bowers of green, and ocean narrowing to caress her, and hills ard threaded streams between, our little mother isle, God bless her. I be glad to hear that Tonuni has a kind lady to teach him, and chat he is a pretty, active little fellow. He LCVESC Aclan _ be much better than to spell, but chat is because he does not know yet what a wonderful Ching language is. He cannot imagine how very, very happy he will be when he can tell us his thoughts, we can tell him how we have loved him so long. Romacrook April will hide her tears and blushes beneath che flowers of lovely May. I wonder if che May, days plus or minus en England plus or minus are as beautiful as they are here. Now must say goodbye. Please think of me always as your loving little sister, Helen Keller. So. Rev. Phillips, Boston, May I, 1891. My dear Mr. Brooks, Helen sends a loving greeting this bright May day. My teacher has just told me that you have been made a bishop, and chat your friends are rejoicing because one lamb they love has been greatly honoured. I do not understand very well what a bishop's work is, but I am sure it must be good and helpful, and I am glad chat my dear F.E. Fend is brave, and wise, and loving enough to do it. It is very beautiful to think that you can tell so many people of the Heavenly Father's tender love for all his children even when they are not gentle and noble as he wishes them to be. I hope the glad news which you will tell them will make their hearts beat fast with joy and love. I hope, that Bishop Brooks' whole life will be as rich in happiness as the month of May is full blossoms and singing birds. From your loving little friend, Helen Keller. Before a teacher was found for Tommy and while he was still in the care of Helen and Miss Sullivan, a reception was held for him at the kindergarten. At Helen's request Bishop Brooks made an address. Helen wrote letters to the newspapers which brought many generous replies. All of these she answered herself, and she made public acknowledgement in letters to chain newspapers. His letter is to the editor of Che Boston Herald, enclosing a complete list of the subscribers. The contributions are presented to more than $1,600. Row you are. John H. Holmes, South Boston, May is, 1891. Editor of the Boston Herald, my dear Mr. You kindly print in Che Herald, the enclosed list. I think the readers of why your paper will be glad to know chat so much has been done for dear IIT Teela Tom E, and that they will wish share in Che pleasure of helping him. He is very happy indeed at Che kindergarten, and is learning something every day. He has out that doors have locks, and chat little sticks and bits of paper can be got into the keyhole quite easily, but he does seem very eager to get them out after they are in. He loves to climb Che bed, PCSTS and unscrew the steam valves much better than to spell. That is because he does not understand that words help him to make new and interesting discoveries. I hope chat good people WILZ continue to work for Tonuni until his fund completed, and education has brought light and music into his little life. From your IIT Teela friend, Helen Keller. Row Dr. Oliver Wendell Holmes, South Boston, the 27th of May, 1 plus or minus 91. Dear, gentle poet, I fear that you will think Helen a very troublesome little if she writes too often, but is she to help sending you loving and grateful messages, when do so much to make her glad? I cannot begin to tell you HCRW delighted I was when Mr. Michat you had sent him some money to help educate baby 2M. Hen I knew that had not forgotten Che dear little child, for the gift brought with the thought of tender sympathy. I am very sorry to say that I on my has not learned any WRDS yet. He is Che same restless little creature he was when you saw him. But it pleasant to think that he is happy and playful in his bright new home, and by that strange, wonderful Ching teacher calls mind, will begin to spread its beautiful wings and fly away in search of knowledge, land. Words are the mind's wings, are they? I have been to Ardova since I saw YCM, and I was greatly interested in all that my Friar DS told me about Phi Ellipse Academy, because I knew you had been there, and felt it was a place dear to you. I cried to imagine my gentle when he was a school boy, and I wondered if I was in Andover he learned Che songs of the birds and the secrets of the shy little woodland children. I am sure his heart was always full of music, and plus or minus in God's beautiful world he must have heard love's sweet replying. An came home teacher read to me the school boy for is not in our print. Did know that the blind children are going to have their commencement exercises in Temple, next Tuesday afternoon. I enclose a ticket, hoping chat you will come. We shall SLL proud and happy to welcome our poet Fried. I shall recite about the beautiful cities of sunny Ikali. I hope Kerr kind freed. Ellis will come kiss, and take Tom in his arms. Kith much love and a kiss, from your friend, Helen Keller. Row Phillips, South Boston, June 1891. My dear Mr. Brooks, I send my picture as I promised. I hope when you look at this my thoughts will fly southward to wire your happy little friend. I used to wish that I could see pictures with my hands as I do statues, but now do often think about it because my dear father has filled my mind with beautiful pictures, even of things I cannot see. If light were not in your eyes, dear Mr. Brooks, you would understand better. HCRW happy your little Helen was when her teacher explained to her best most beautiful things plus or minus n the cannot ze seen even couched, just felt in heart. Every day I find something which makes me glad. Yesterday I thought for the first time what a beautiful thing motion was, and seemed to me that everything was crying tc get near to cd, does it seem way to you? It is Sunday morning, and while I here in the library writing this letter are teaching hundreds of some of the grand and beautiful things about their Heavenly Father. Are you not very, very happy? And when a bishop you will preach to more people and more will be made glad. Teacher sends her kind remembrances, and I send you with my picture my dear love. From your little friend Helen Keller. The Perkins Institution closed in June. Helen and her teacher went south to Tuscumbia, where they remained until December. Here is a hiatus several ranches plus or minus n the letters, caused ZY the depressing effect on Helen and Miss Sullivan of the Frost King episode. At the time this trouble seemed very grave and brought them much unhappiness. An analysis of the case has been made elsewhere, and Miss Keller has written her account of Roe Mr. Albert H. 24 Jensel Brewster, the 10th of March, 1892. My dear Mr. Munsell, surely I need not tell you your letter was very welcome. Enjoyed every word of it and wished that it was longer. I laughed when you spoke of Neptune's wild moods. He has, in truth, behaved very strangely ever since we came to Brewster. Is evident that something has displeased His Majesty, but I cannot imagine what can be. His expression has been so turbulent that I have feared to give him your kind message. Who KNCWS? Perhaps the old sea god as he lay asleep upon shore, heard the soft music of growing things, stir of life in the earth's bosom, and his stormy heart was grave, because he knew that his and Kinter's reign was almost at an end. So together the unhappy monarch, thought despairingly, chinking gentle spring would turn and fly at the very sight of the havoc caused by their forces. But 10. Lovely maiden only smiles more sweetly, and breathes upon the icy battlements of her enemies, and in a moment they vanish, and the glad earth gives her a royal welcome. But must put away these idle fancies until we meet again. Please give your dear mother my love. Teacher wishes me to say that she the photograph very much she will see RQC having some when we return. Now, dear friend, please accept these few words because of the love that is linked with them. Lovingly yours Helen Keller. This letter was reproduced in facsimile in St. Nicholas, June, 1892. It is undated, Zut must have been written 2-3 months before plus or minus C was published. To SC. Nicholas, dear St. Nicholas, it gives me very great pleasure to send my autograph because I want boys and girls who read St. Nicholas to know HCRW blind Chi-Idron right. I suppose some of them wonder how we keep the lines so straight, so I try to tell them HRYW it is done. We have a grooved yard which we put between the pages when we wish to write. He parallelograms correspond to lines, and when we have pressed the paper into them by means of blunt of pencil it is very easy to keep words even. The small letters are all made in grooves, while long ones extend above and below them. We guide pencil with right hand, and feel carefully with forefinger of the left hand to see we shape and space the letters correctly. It is very difficult at first to form them plainly, but if we keep on trying plus or minus C gradually becomes easier, and after a great deal of practice we can write legible letters to our friends. Then we are very, very happy. Sometime they may visit a school for blind. If they do, I am sure will wish to see pupils write. Very sincerely, little friend Helen Keller. In May, I see, Helen gave a tea in aid of the kindergarten for blind. It was her own idea, and was given in house of Mrs. Marlon D. Spaulding, sister of me. John P. Spaulding, one of Helen's kindest and most liberal friends. He brought more than $2,000 for blind children. Row Caroline Darby, South Boston, May G, 1892. My dear Miss, was much pleased to receive your kind letter. Need tell you that I was more than delighted to hear that you are really interested in the tea? Of course we must not give up. Scan I am going far away, to my own dear home, in sunny South. It would always make me happy to think the last ching which my dear friends in my pleasure was to help make the lives of many little sightless children good and happy. I know that kind people cannot help feeling a tender sympathy for the little ones, who cannot see the beautiful zit, or any of wonderful things which give them pleasure, and +or-c seems to me that all loving sympathy must express itself in acts of kindness, and when friends of little helpless blind children understand that we are work +or-rg for their happiness, they will come and make tea a success, and I am sure I shall be happiest little girl in all the world. Please let Bishop Brooks KMZWCM our plans, so that he may arrange to be with us. I am glad Miss Eleanor is interested. Please give her my love. We'll see you tomorrow and then we can make rest of our plans. Please give your dear aunt teachers and my love. Tell her that we enjoyed our little visit very much indeed. Lovingly yours, Helen Keller. Row Mr. John P. Spaulding, South Boston, the 11th of May, 1892. My dear Mr. I'm afraid you will think your idle friend, Helen, very troublesome when you read this letter, but I am sure you will not blame me when I tell you I am very anxious about something. You remember teacher and I told you Sunday that I wanted to have a little tea in aid of kindergarten? We thought everything was arranged. We FCMND Monday that Mrs. EIL +or-OTT would not be willing to let us invite more than 50 people, because Mrs. Howe's house is quite small. I am sure a great people would like to come to the tea, and help me do something to brighten the lives of little blind children, but some of my friends say that I shall have to give up the idea of have +or-rg a tea unless we can find another house. Teacher said yesterday that perhaps Mrs. Spaulding would be willing to let us have her beautiful HNSE, and 11 Zut would ask you about it. Do you think Mrs. Spaulding would help me, if I wrote to her? I shall be so disappointed if my little plans fail, because I have wanted a long time to do something for poor +or-CCIE ones who are waiting to enter kindergarten. Please let me KNCVW what you think about the house, and cry to forgive me for troubling so much. Lovingly your little friend, Helen Keller. Row U.R. Edward HCL.EENT South Boston, May-ish, 1892. My dear Mr. I'm going to write to you this beautiful morning because my heart is brimful of happiness and I want you and all my dear friends in transcript office to rejoice with me. The preparations for my tea are nearly completed, and I am looking forward to the event. I know I shall not fail. Kind people will not disappoint me, when no plead for helpless +or-CCIE children who I've in darkness and +or-rants. They will come to see my tea by beautiful light of knowledge and LCVE for many little ones who are blind and friendless. I remember perfectly when my dear teacher came to then I was like little blind children who are waiting to enter the kindergarten. There was no light in my soul. This wonderful all its sunlight and beauty was hidden from me, and I had never dreamed of its +or-ness. But teacher came to me and caught my one +or-CTIE fingers to use beautiful key has unlocked the of my dark prison and set my spirit free. It is my earnest wish to share my happiness with others, and I ask the kind Peckbler Boston to help me make lives of little blind children brighter and happier. Lovingly your little friend, Helen Keller. At the d of June Miss Sullivan Helen went home to Tuscumbia Row Caroline Darby Ruscumbia, Alabama, the 9th of July, 1892. My dear Carrie, you are to look upon it as a most positive proof of my love chat I write to you today. For a whole week it has been cold and dark dreary in Luscombe, and I must confess the continuous rain and dismalness of the weather fills me with me thoughts and makes writing of letters, or any pleasant employment, seems impossible. Nevertheless, I must tell you that we are alive, that we reached home safely, that we speak of you daily, and enjoy your interesting letters very much. I had a beautiful visit at Halton. Everything was fresh spring-like, and we stayed out of doors all day. Even ate our breakfast out on the piazza. Sometimes we sat in the hammock, and teacher read to me. Rode horseback nearly every evening and once at 5 miles at a fast gallop. Oh, it was great fun. Do you like to ride? I have a very pretty little cart now, if ever stops rain to teacher and are going to drive every evening. And I have another beautiful mastiff, the largest one ever saw, he will go along to protect us. His name is Yuma. A queer name, is +or-T not? I think +or-T is Saxon. Expect to go to the mountains next week. My little brother, Phillips, is not well, and we think the clear mountain air will benefit him. Mildred is a sweet little sister and I am sure you would love her. I thank you very much for your photograph. Like to have my friends' pictures even though cannot see them. I was greatly amused at idea of your writing the S's were hand. I do not write on a braille cabled, as suppose, but an grooved hoard like piece which I enclose. You could not read braille, is written in dots, not at all like ordinary letters. Please give my love to Miss Darby and tell her that I hope she gave my sweetest love baby Ruth. What was book you sent me for my birthday? I received several, and I do not know which was from Pu. I had one gift which especially pleased me. It was a lovely cape crocheted, for me, by an old gentleman, 75 years of age. And every stitch, he writes, represents my health and happiness. Tell your little cousins had better get upon fence with me until after, for there are so many parties and candidates youthful politicians would make a wise selection. Love to Rosie when right, and believe me, your loving friend Helen Keller. HCRW. Do you like Kai's type, written letter? Row Mrs. Scroyer. My dear Mrs. Cleveland, kind wish for I think they the election, I doubt if such please give my I am going to write you a little letter this beautiful morning because I love and dear little Ruth very much indeed, and also because wish to thank you for the loving message which you sent me through Miss Darby. I am glad, very glad that such a kind, beautiful lady ICVES me. I have loved you for a long time, but did not think had ever heard of me until no sweet message came. Please kiss your dear little baby for me, and tell her have a +or-CCIE brother nearly 16 months old. His name is Phi Levin Ips Brooks. Named him myself after my dear Phil at P.S. Brooks. I send you with Kai's letter a pretty book which my teacher thinks will interest you, and my picture. Please accept them with the love and good wishes of your F.E. friend, Helen Keller. Alabama. Novel +or-a fourth. 1892.1 Hitherto the letters have been given in full, from Kai's point on passages are omitted and the omissions are indicated. Row you are. John Hitz Ruscumbia, Alabama, my dear Mr. Hitz, December 19, 1892. I hardly know HC, to begin a letter to you, it has been such a long time since your kind letter reached me, and there is so much that I would like to write if I could. You must have wondered why your letter has not had an answer, and perhaps you have thought teacher and me very naughty indeed. If so, will be very sorry when tell you something. Leech's eyes have been hurting her so that she could not write to anyone, and I have been trying to fulfill a promise which I made last summer. Before I left Boston, I was asked to write a sketch for the Youth's Companion. Had intended to write the sketch during my vacation, but was well, and I did not feel able to write even to my friends. But when the bright, pleasant autumn days came, and I felt strong again, I began to think about Che's sketch. It was some time before I could plan to suit me. You see, it is not very pleasant to write all about oneself. At last, however, I something by bit chat thought would do, and set about putting the scraps together, which was not an easy task, for, although I worked some on it every day, I did not finish +or-C until a week ago Saturday. I sent Che soon as +or-T was finished, but do it. Since then, I have not been well, keep very busy, and rest, but today I shall be well again, I hope. Sketch to Che Companion as KNCRW that Che will accept, and I have been obliged to better, and tomorrow the which have read in the paper about me are not true at all. We received the silent worker which you sent, and I wrote right away to the editor to tell him that was a mistake. Sometimes I am not well, but I am not a wreck, and there is nothing distressing about my condition. I enjoyed your dear letters so much. I am always delighted when anyone writes me a beautiful thought which I can treasure in my memory forever. It is because my sacks are full of the riches of which Mr. Ruskin speaks. Chat, I love them so dearly. I did not realize until I began to write the sketch for Che Companion, what precious companions Hawks have been to me, and how blessed even my IFE has been, and realize the happiness to me as often as you hear from you want picture. I suppose he friend. I often think Boston last SPHRG. Now I am happier than ever because that has come to me. I hope you will write can. Teacher and are always delighted to write to Mr. Bell and send him my has been busy to write to his little of Che pleasant time we had all together +or-N. Now I am going to tell you a secret. I think we, teacher, and my father and little sister, myself, will visit Wash +or-RGTCN next March. Then I shall see you, dear me. Bill, and Elsie and Daisy again. Would not it be lovely if Mrs. Pratt could meet us there? I think we'll write to her and tell her the secret too. Lovingly your little friend, Helen Keller. P.S. Teacher says want to KNCRW what could of a pet I would like to have. I love all living, suppose everyone does, but of course I cannot have a menagerie. Have a beautiful pony, and a large dog. And I would like little dog to hold in my lap, or a big pussy. There are fine cats in Tuscumbia, or a parrot. I would like to feel a parrot cork, WNID be so much fun. But I would be pleased with, I'd love any little creature you sendro Caroline Darby Ruscumbia, Alabama, February IE, 1893. YN +or- been in my thoughts during these sad days, while my heart has been grieving over Che loss of my beloved friend. Phillips Brooks died the 23rd of January, is 93. I have wished many times chat I was in Boston with those who knew and loved him as I did. He was so much of a friend to me. So tender and loving always. Do cry not to mourn his death too sadly. Try to think chat he is still near, very near. Sometimes Che thought that he is not here, that I shall not see him when I go to he is over my like a great wave of sorry. But at other times, I am happier, do feel his beautiful presence, and his loving hand leading me in pleasant ways. Do you remember the happy hour we with him last June when he held my hand, as he always did, and talked to us about his Lenison, and our own dear poet Holmes, and tried to teach him Che manual alphabet, and he laughed so gaily over his mistakes, and afterward him about my tea, and he promised to come? I can hear him NCV, saying in his cheerful, decided way, in reply to my wish chat my tea might be of course +or-C will, Helen. put your whole heart in the success, good work, my child, and +/- cannot fail. I am glad the people are going to raise a monument to his memory. In March, Helen and Miss Sullivan went north, and spent the next few months travelling and visiting friends. In reading this letter about Niagara, one should remember that Miss Keller knows distance and shape, and the size of Niagara is within her experience after she has explored it, crossed Chay Bridge and gone Chay Elevator. Especially important are such details as her feeling the rush of the water by putting her hand on the windy bell gave her a DCVN pillow, which she held against her to increase the vibrations. Row Mrs. Ella, South Boston, the 13th of April, 1893. Teacher, Mrs. Pratt and I very unexpectedly decided to take a journey with dear Dr. Bellamy Westervelt, a gentleman whom father met in Wash +/- has a school for the deaf +/- Rochester. K.E. went there first. Mr. Westervelt gave us a reception one afternoon. A great many people came. Some of them asked ad guest +/- A lady seemed surprised. Loved flowers when not see their beautiful colors, and when I assured her I did love them, she said, no doubt you feel the colors with your fingers. But of +/- is not alone for their bright colors. We love the coarse flowers. A gentleman asked me what beauty meant to my mood. Must confess I was puzzled at first. But after a minute answered that beauty was a form of goodness, and he went away. The reception was over, we went back to the hotel. Our teacher slept quite unconscious of surprise which was in store for her. Mr. Bell and I together, and Mr. Eel made all the arrangements before we called teacher anything about it. This was surprise. I was to have pleasure of taking my dear teacher to see Niagara Falls. The hotel was so near the river that I could feel +/- rushing past me, putting my hand +/- on Wadow. Next morning the sun rose bright and warm, and we got up quickly. Our hearts were full of pleasant expectation. You can never imagine how I felt it when I stood in presence of Niagara until have the same mysterious sensations yourself. I could hardly realize it was water that I see rush +/- and plunging with impetuous fury at my feet. It seemed as if was some live +/- thing rushing on to some terrible fate. Wish I see CMLD the cataract as is, its beauty awful grandeur, the fearful and irresistible plunge of its waters the brow of the precipice. One feels helpless overwhelmed in presence of such a vast force. I had the same feeling once before when I stood by the great ocean and felt its waves beating against shore. Suppose you feel so, when you gaze up to stars in the stillness of night, do you not? We went down 120 feet in an elevator. We might see the violent eddies and whirlpools +/- in the deep gorge below the falls. Within 2 miles of Falls is a wonderful suspension bridge. It is thrown across the gorge at a height of 258 feet above the water and supported in each hank by towers of solid rock, which are 800 feet apart. When we crossed over to the Canadian side, I cried, God save the Queen. Teacher said I was a little traitor. But I do not think so. I was only doing as the Canadians do, while I was in their country, and besides I honour England's Queen. You will be pleased, dear mother, to hear a kind lady whose name is Miss is endeavouring to improve my speech. Oh, I do so hope and pray that I shall speak well some day. Mr. Munsell spent last Sunday evening with us. Would have enjoyed hearing him tell about Venice. His beautiful word pictures made us as if we were sitting in the shadow of San Marco, dreaming, or sailing upon the Encanlet Canal. I hope when I visit Venice, as I surely shall some day, Mr. Munsell will go with me. Is my castle in the air. You see, none of my describe things to me so vividly and so beautifully as he does. Her visit to the World's Fair she described +/- in a letter to Mr. John P. Spaulding, which was published in St. Nicholas, and is much like following letter. In a prefatory note which Miss Sullivan wrote for S.C. Nicholas, she says that people frequently said to her, "Helen sees more with her fingers than we do with our eyes." I.e. President of the Exposition gave her Kai's letter, Row the chiefs of the department's officers in charge of buildings exhibits gentlemen, i.e. bearer, Miss Helen Keller, accompanied Miss Sullivan, is desirous of making a complete inspection of the Exposition in all departments. She is blind and deaf, but is able to converse, is introduced me as one having a wonderful ability to understand the objects she visits, and as being possessed of a high order of intelligence and of culture beyond her years. Please favor her with every facility to examine the exhibits in Che departments, and extern plus or minus to her such other courtesies as may be possible. Thanking you in advance for the same, very truly yours, with respect. Signed, H. N. Higginboyhan, President. Row Caroline Darby Holton, Penn. The 17th of August, 1893. Everyone at the fair was very kind to me. Nearly all of Che exhibitors seemed perfectly willing to let me couch Che most delicate things, and they were very nice about explaining everything to me. A French gentleman, whose name I cannot remember, showed me the great French bronzes. I believe they gave me pleasure than anything else at the fair, they were so lifelike and wonderful to my touch. Bell went with us himself to the electrical building, and showed us some of the historical telephones. I saw the one through which Emperor Dom Pedro listened to Che words, to be, at Che Centennial. Dr. Gillette of Illinois took us to the liberal arts and women's buildings. In the former I visited Tiffany's exhibit, and held the beautiful Tiffany diamond, which is valued at $100,000, touched other rare and costly things. I sat in King Ludwig's armchair and felt like a queen when Dr. Gillette remarked that I had many loyal subjects. At Che Women's Building we met Che Princess Maria Skitskoy of Russia, and a beautiful Syrian lady. I liked them both very much. I went to the Japanese department with Professor Morse, who is a well-known lecturer. I never realized what a wonderful people Che Japanese are until I saw their most interesting exhibit. Japan must indeed be a paradise for children to judge from Che great number of playthings which are manufactured there. The queer, looking Japanese musical instruments, their beautiful works of art were interesting. The Japanese books are very odd. I hear are 47 letters in their alphabets. Professor Morse knows a great deal about Japan, and is K plus or minus road wise. He invited me to visit his museum in Salem Che next time I go to Boston. But I think I enjoyed the sails on the tranquil lagoon, and Che lovely scenes, as my friends described them to me, than anything else at the fair. Once, while we were cut on the water, Che sun went down over the rim of Che earth, threw a soft, rosy light over Che white city, making it look more than ever like dreamland. Of course, we visited the Midway Plaisance. It was a bewildering and fascinating place. I went into the streets of Cairo, and on the camel. That was fine fun. We also rode in the Ferris wheel, and on Che ice railway, and had a sail in the whale back. In the spring of 93 a club was started plus or minus en La Scuma, of which Mrs. Keller was president, to establish a public library. Miss Keller says, I wrote to my friends about the work and enlisted their sympathy. Several hundred books, including many fine ones, were sent me in a short time, as well as money encouragement. This generous assistance encouraged Che ladies, they have gone on collecting and buying books ever since, until now they have a very respectable P_Blick library in Che Town. Row Mrs. Charles E. Inches Holton, Penn, the 21st of October, 1893. We spent September at home in Rusquia, and were all very happy together. CN_LL Quietnkton home was especially attractive and restful after the excitement and fatigue of a visit to the World's Fair. We enjoyed the beauty and solitude of hills more than ever. And now we are in Halton, Penn. Again, where I am going to study this winter with a tutor assisted by my dear teacher. I arithmetic, Latin and literature. I my lessons very much. It is so pleasant to learn about new things. Every day find little I know, but I do not feel discouraged since God has given me an eternity plus or minus n which to learn more. In literature I am studying Longfellow's poetry. I know a great deal of plus or minus c by heart, for loved it long before I knew a metaphor from a synagogue. I used to say I did not like arithmetic very well, now I have changed my mind. I see what a gacked an plus or minus useful study is, though I must confess my mind wanders flam plus or minus c sometimes. For, nice and useful as arithmetic is not as interesting as a beautiful poem or a lovely story. But bless me, how time does fly. I have only a few moments left in which to answer your questions about the Helen Keller Public Library. I think there are about 3,000 people in Tuscoma, Ayla, perhaps half of them are colored people. 2. At present there is no library of any sort in CCVMI. Hat is why I thought about starting one. My mother and several of my lady friends said they would help me. They formed a club, the object of which is to work for establishment a free public library in Tuscoma. They have now about books and about in money, and a kind gentleman has given us land on which to erect a library building. But in the meantime Club has rented a little room in a central part of the CCWN. The books which we already have are free to all. Only a few of my kind friends in Boston know anything about library. I did not like to trouble them while I was trying to get money for poor little Romy, for of course it was important that he should be educated. Than my people should have books to read. 4. Do not conceive what books we have, but I think is a miscellaneous, I think that is the word, collection. P.S. My teacher thinks would be more business-like to say that a IISC of contributors toward mi Idingford will be kept and published in my father's paper, North Alabamian Row Caroline Darby Holton, Penn. The 28th of December, Lags. Please thank dear Miss Darby for me for the pretty shield which she sent me. It is a very interesting souvenir of Columbus, and of the fair white city. I cannot imagine what discoveries I have mean new discoveries. We are all discoverers plus or minus in one sense, being born quite ignorant of all things, but I hardly think that is what she meant. Tell her she must explain why I am a discoverer. Roe Dr. Edgar Hale Holton, Pennsylvania, the 14th of January, 1894. My dear cousin, I had thought to write long before this in answer to your kind letter which I was so glad to receive, and to thank you for the beautiful little book which you sent me, but have been very busy since beginning of the new year. The publication of my 1 plus or minus CTIE story in the Youth's Companion has brought me a large number of week. I received 61 and besides replying to some of these letters, many lessons to learn, among them arithmetic and Latin, and, no, Caesar is Caesar still, impericnaz and tyrannical, hrvu if a little girl would understand so great a man, and the wars and conquests of which he tells in his beautiful Latin language, she must study much and think much, and study and thought require I shall prize little book always, not only for its own value, but because of its associations with you. It is a delight to think of you as the giver of one of your books into which you have wrought your own thoughts and feelings, and I sure thank very much for remembering me in such a very beautiful way. In February Helen and Miss Sullivan returned to IA spent rest of the spring reading and studying. Summer they attended the meeting at Chautauqua of the American Association for the Promotion of the Teaching of Speech to the Deaf, where Miss Sullivan read a paper on Helen Keller's education. In the fall Helen and Miss Sullivan entered Wright, Hugh Mason's school in New York, which makes a special of lip, reading and voice, culture. The singing lessons were to strengthen her voice. She had taken a few piano lessons at the Perkins Institution. The experiment was interesting, but of course came to little. Row Caroline Darby the Wright, Hugh Mason's School 42 SC. New York. The 23rd of October. The school is very pleasant, and bless you, it is old-fashionable. I study arithmetic, English literature and United States history as I did last winter. I also keep a diary. Enjoy my singing lessons with Hugh Mason than I can say. I expect to take piano lessons sometime. Last Saturday our kind teachers planned a delightful trip to Bedloes Island to see Bartholdi's great Statue of Liberty enlightening the world. Ancient cannon, which look seaward, wear a very menacing expression, but I doubt if there is any unkindness plus or minus in their rusty old hearts. Liberty is a gigantic figure of a woman in Greek draperies, holding in her right hand a torch. A spiral stairway leads from the base of this pedestal to the torch. We up to Che Head, which will hold 40 persons, and viewed the scene on which Liberty gazes day and night, and how wonderful was. We did not word a chat. The great French artist thought the place worthy to be the home of his grand ideal. The glorious bay lay calm and beautiful in the October sunshine, and the ships came and went like idle dreams. Those seaward going slowly disappeared like clouds. Chat change from gold to grey, chose homeward coming sped more quickly. 1 plus or minus ke birds that seek their mother's nest, row Miss Caroline Darby the right, Hugh Mason School. New York, March is, 1895. I think I have improved a little in lip reading, though still find it very difficult to rapid speech, but I am sure I shall succeed some day if I only persevere. Dr. Hugh Mason is still trying to plus or minus improve my speech. Oh, Carrie, how ISHCMLD like to speak like other people. I should be willing to work night and day if it could only be accomplished. Think what a joy plus or minus C would to all of my friends to hear me speak naturally. I wonder why is so difficult and perplexing deaf child to learn to speak when plus or minus C is so easy for other people, but I am sure shall speak perfectly some time if I am only patient. Although I have been so wussy, have found time to read a good deal. I have lately read Wilhelm Tell by Schiller, the Lost Vestal. Now I am reading Nathan the Wise Lessing and King Arthur by Miss Mulark. No, our kind teachers take us to see everything which they think will interest us, and we learn a great deal in that delightful way. On George Washington's birthday we all went to the dog show, and although there was a great CCRWD in Che Madison Square Garden, and despite Che bewilderment caused by Che variety of SCMRDS made by the dog orchestra, which was very confusing to those who could hear them, we enjoyed the afternoon very much. Among the dogs which received Che NCSC attention were Che bulldogs. Permitted themselves startling Berties when anyone caressed them, seeking themselves almost into one's arms and helping themselves without ceremony to kisses, apparently unconscious Che impropriety of their conduct. Dear me, what unbeautiful little beasts they are! But they are so GCCD-natured and friendly, one cannot help ilking them. Dr. Hugh Mason, teacher, and I left Che others at the dog show and went to a reception given by the Metropolitan Club. It is sometimes called the Millionaires' Club. The building is magnificent, being built of white marble. Che rooms are large and splendidly furnished, but I must confess, so much splendor is rather oppressive to me, and I didn't envy the millionaires in the least all the happiness their gorgeous surroundings are supposed to bring them. Row Mrs. Adams Ellen, New York, the 31st of March. Leisure I spent the afternoon at Mr. Hutton's, and had a most delightful time. Met Mr. Clemens and Mr. Howells there. I had known about them for a long time, but I had never thought that I should see them, and talk to them, and I can scarcely realize that this great pleasure has been mine. But, much as I wonder that I, only a little of 14, should come in contact with so many distinguished people, I do realize that I'm a very happy child, and very grateful Che many beautiful priv plus or minus legays toyed. He two distinguished authors were very gentle kind, and I could not tell which of them I loved best. Me Clemens told us many entertaining stories, and made us laugh. We cried. I only wish you could have seen and heard him. He told us chat he would Europe in a few days to bring his wife and his daughter, Jeannie, back to America, because Jeannie, who is studying in Paris, has learned so much in 3 years and a half that if he did not bring her home, she would soon know more than he did. I think Mark Iwane is a very appropriate nom plume for Mr. Clemens because +or-c has a funny and quaint sound, and goes well with his amusing writings, and its nautical significance suggests the deep and beautiful things that he has written. Think he is very hardsome indeed. Teacher said she thnght he looked something like Paradeesque +or-. That is the way to spell the name. Mr. Quails told me a titsy about Venice, which is one of his favourite cities, and spoke very tenderly of his dear little girl, Winifred, who now with God. He has another daughter, named Mildred, who knCrws carry. Meek I've seen Mrs. Wigan, the sweet author of Bird's Christmas Carol, but she had a dangerous cough and could not come. I was much disappointed not to see her, but I hope I shall have chat pleasure some other see him. Mr. Hutton gave me a lovely little glass, shaped like a thistle, which belonged to his dear mother, as a souvenir of my delightful visit. We also met Mr. Rogers, who left his carriage to bring us home. Can the right, Humuscan SCHCZL closed for the summer, Miss Sullivan and Helen went south. Row Mrs. Lawrence Hutton Ruscumbia, Alabama, the 29th of July, IOS. I'm spending my vacation very quietly and pleasantly at my beautiful, sunny home, with my loving parents, my darling little sister and my small brother, Phi Levenips my precious teacher +or-s with Miss ECZ, and so of course I am happy. I read a little, walk a little, write a little and play with Che children a great deal, and Che days slip by delightfully. My effortens are so pleased with Che improvement which I made +or-n speech and I last year, that it has been decided best for me to continue my studies in New York another year. Am delighted at Che prospect of spending another year in your great city. Used to think chat I should never feel at home +or-n New York, but since I have made thee of so many people, and can look back to such a bright successful winter there, find myself looking forward to next year, and anticipating still brighter and better times in the metropolis. Please give my kindest love to Mr. Hutton, and Mrs. Riggs and Mr. Carnacu, although I have never had Che pleasure of knowing him personally. As I listen Venicewards, hear Mr. Hutton's pen dancing over the pages of his new book, it is a pleasant sound because it is full of promise. Hyw much I shall enjoy reading. Please pardon me, my dear Mrs. Hutton, sending a typewritten letter across Che ocean. I have tried several times to write with a pencil on my little writing machine since I came home, but have found it very difficult to do so on account of the heat. The moisture of my hand soils and blows Che paper so dreadfully, that I am compelled to use my typewriter altogether, and +or-c is my Remington either, but a naughty little ching that gets out of order on the slightest and canst be induced to make a period. Row Mrs. William Thorne, New York, the 16th of October, 1895. Here we are once more in the great metropolis. We left Hulton Friday night and arrived here Saturday morning. Friends were greatly surprised to see us, as they had not expected us before the last of this month. I rested Saturday afternoon, I was very tired, and Sunday I visited with my schoolmates, and now that I feel quite rested, I am going right. I know you will want to hear that we reached New York safely. We had to change cars at Philadelphia, but we did not mind it much. After we had had our breakfast, asked one of the crane men in the station if Che New York train was made up. He said no, +or-c would not be called for 15 minutes, so we sat down to wait, but in a moment the man came back and asked teacher if we would like to go to Che train at once. She said we would, and he took us way on Che track and put us on board train. Thus we avoided Che rush and had a nice quiet visit before the train started. Was that not very kind? So +or-c always is. Someone is ever ready to scatter titsy acts of kindness along our pathway, making it smooth and pleasant. Ke had a quiet but very pleasant time +or-n Hulton. Mr. Wade is just as dear and good as ever. He has lately had several books printed ± in England for me, Old Mortality i.e. Castle of Otranto and King of Noland Row Caroline Darby New York, the 29th of December, is 9s. Teacher and have been very gay of late. We have seen our kind friends, Mrs. Dodge, Mr. and Mrs. Hutton, Mrs. Riggs and her husband, and met many distinguished people, among whom were Miss Ellen Terry, Sir Henry and Mr. Stockton. Caren't we very fortunate? Miss was lovely. She kissed Leacher and said, "Do not know whether I'm glad to see you or not, for I feel so ashamed of myself when I think of how much you have done for the little girl." K.E. also met Mr. and Mrs. Terry, Miss Terry's brother and his wife. I thought her beauty angel ±C, and oh, what a clear, beautiful voice she had. We saw Miss Rary again with Sir Henry in King Charles Che first a week ago last Friday, and after Che play they coldly let me feel of them and get an idea of how they looked. How noble and kingly Che King was, especially in his misfortunes. How pretty and faithful the poor Queen was. The play seemed so real, we almost forgot where we were, believed we were watching the genuine scenes as they were acted so long ago. Last act affected us most deeply, and we all wept, wondering how the executioner could have the heart to tear the king from his loving wife's arms. I have just finished reading Ivanhoe. It was very exciting, but I must say I did not enjoy it very much. Sweet Rebecca, with her strong, brave spirit, and her pure, generous nature, was the only character which thoroughly won my admiration. Now I am reading stories from Scottish history ± Che are very thrilling and absorbing. The next two letters were written just after Che death of John P. Spaulding. Row Mrs. George H. Bradford New York, the 4th of February, 1896. What can I say which will make New York stand HCRW much Leacher and appreciate your thoughtful kindness in sending us little souvenirs of the dear room where we met Che best and kindest of friends. Indeed, can never know all Che comfort have given us. We have put Che dear picture on the mantel piece in our room where we can see it every day, and I often go and couch ±C, and somehow I cannot help feeling that her beloved Fred is very near to me. It was very hard to take up our school work again, as if nothing had happened, but I'm sure as well that we have duties which must be done, and which take our moods away for a time at least from our sorrow. Row Caroline Darby New York, the 2nd of March, 1896. We miss dear John sadly. It was so hard to lose him, he was Che best and kindest of friends, and do not know what we shall do without him. K.E. went to us to feel still when a poultry show. The man there kindly did of the birds. They were so tame, Che stood perfectly I handled them. I saw great big turkeys, geese guineas, ducks many others. Almost 2 weeks ago we called at Mr. Hutton's and had a delightful time. K.E. always do. We met Mr. Warner, the writer, me, Mabel, the Che outlook and other pleasant people. I am sure you would I ± K.E. to KNC, Mr. and Mrs. Hutton, Che are so kind and interesting. I can never tell you HRYW much pleasure they have given us. Mr. Warner and Mr. Burroughs, the great lover of nature, came to see us a few days after, we had a delightful talk with them. They were both very, very dear. Burroughs called me about his home near Che Hudson, and what a happy place I see be. I hope we shall visit some day. Leacher has read me his lively stories about his boyhood, and I enjoyed them greatly. Have read Che beautiful poem, Waiting? I know it, and it makes me feel so happy, it has such sweet nuts. Mr. Warner showed me a scarf, pin with a beetle on it which was made in Egypt 1500 years before Christ, and told me that Che beetle meant ± Makakayati to Che Egyptians because ± T wrapped itself up and went to sleep and came out again in a new form, thus renewing itself. Row Caroline Darby, New York, April 2nd s. 1896. My studies are the same as Che were when I saw YU, except that I have taken up French with a French teacher who comes 3 times a week. I read her lips almost exclusively. She does not know the manual alphabet, and we get on quite well. I have read La Médecine Maigre plus or minus, a very gauche French comedy by Molière, with pleasure, and Che say I speak French pretty well now, un plus or minus German also. Anyway, French and German people understand what I am trying to say, and chat is very encouraging. I have still the same old difficulties to contend against, and the fulfillment of my wish to speak well seems oh, so far away. Sometimes I feel sure that I catch a faint glimpse of the goal I am striving for, but in another time you see a bend plus or minus n the road hides from my view, and I am again wandering in che dark. Try hard not to be discouraged. Surely we shall all find at last the ideals we are seeking. Row you are. John Hitz Brewster, Mass. July is, 1896. As to the book, I am sure I shall enjoy plus or minus T very much when I am admitted, by the magic of Leech's dear fingers, into the companionship of the 2 sisters who went to Che Immortal Clinton. As I sit the windy writing to you, is so lovely to have the soft, cool breezes fan my cheek and to feel that the hard work of last year is over. Teacher seems to feel benefited by the change coup, for she is already begin plus or minus RG to look like her dear self. We only need you, dear Mr. Hitz, to complete our happiness. Eacher and Mrs. Hopkins both say you must come as soon as can. We will try to make you comfortable. Teacher and spent 9 days at Philadelphia. Have you ever been at Kruter's institution? Mr. Howes has probably given a full account of our doings. We were busy all the time. We attended the meetings and talked with hundreds of people, among whom were dear Dr. Bell, me, Banerjee of Calcutta, Monsieur Magnat of Paris with whom I conversed in French exclusively, and many other distinguished persons. We had looked forward to seeing you there, and so we were greatly disappointed that you did not come. Think of you so often. And hearts go out to in tenderest sympathy, and UKNCVW better than Kai's letter can tell you happy we always are to have with us. I made a speech on July 8th, telling Che members of Che Association what an unspeakable bless plus or minus ray speech has been to me, and urging them to give every little deaf child an opportunity to learn to speak. Everyone said I spoke very well and intelligibly. After my 1 plus or minus CTIE speech we attended a reception at which 600 people were present. I must confess I do not like such large receptions. The people CRCVWD so, and we have to do so much talking, and yet plus or minus T is at receptions I plus or minus KE the one in Philadelphia that we see, sent to meet friends whom we learn to ove afterwards. We left Che City last Thursday night, and arrived in Brewster Friday afternoon. We missed the Cape Cod Crane Friday morning, and so we came down to Provincetown in Che steamer Longfellow. I am glad we did so. It was lovely and cool on the water, and Boston Harbor is always interesting. KE spent a taut 3 weeks in Boston, after leave plus or minus RG New York, and I need not tell you we had a most delightful time. We visited our good friends, me and Mrs. Shaswell plus or minus N, at Wrentham, out in Che country, where Che have a lovely home. Their house stands near a charming lake where we went boating and canoeing, which was great fun. We also went in Zarth plus or minus Ray several times. Mr. and Mrs. Chamberlain celebrated the 17th of June by giving a picnic to their literary Fridays. There were 40 persons present, all of WMZM were writers and publishers. Friend, Mr. Alden, the editor of Harper's was there, and of course we enjoyed his society very much. Row Charles Dudley Carner Brewster, Mass. The 3rd of September, 1896. 1 Have been meaning to write to you all summer. There were many things wanted to tell you, and I thought perhaps you would like to hear about a vacation by seaside, and plans next year, but happy, idle days slipped away so quickly, and there were so many pleasant things to see every moment, chat I never found time to clothe my thought in words, and send them to you. Wonder what becomes of lost opportunities. Perhaps our guardian angel gathers them up as we drop them, and will give them back to us in the beautiful sometime when we have GCWN wiser, and learn it how to use them rightly. But, however Kai's may be, cannot now write the letter which has Ian in my thought for you so long. My heart is too full of sadness to dwell upon the happiness the summer has brought me. My father is dead. He died last Saturday at my home in Tuscumbia, and I was not there. My own dear loving father. Oh, dear Fred, H.C. shall I ever bear on the 1st of October Miss Keller entered the Cambridge School for Young Ladies, of which Mr. Altuer Gilman is principal. The examinations mentioned +or-n this letter were merely tests given +or-n the school, but as were old Harvard papers, is evident that in some subjects Miss Keller was already fairly well prepared for Radcliffe. Row Mrs. Lawrence Hutton 37 Concord Avenue, Cambridge, Mass. October I see. 1 Got up early this evening, so that I could write a few lines. I no want to hear how I like my school. I do wish could come and see for yourself what a beautiful school is. There are about 100 girls, and are all so bright and happy, it is a joy to be with them. You will be glad to hear that passed my examinations successfully. I have been examined in English, German, French, and Greek and Roman history. I heard the entrance examinations for Harvard College, so I feel pleased to think I could pass them. His year is going to be a very busy one for teacher Anne +or- myself. I am studying arithmetic, English literature, English history, German, Latin, and advanced geography. There is a great deal of preparatory reading required, and, as few of the books are in raised print, teacher has to spell them all out to me, and that means hard work. You must tell Mr. Howells when you see him, chat we are living in his house. Row Mrs. William Thor 37 Concord Avenue, Cambridge, Mass. December the 2nd, is 9E. It takes me a long time to prepare my lessons, because I have to have every word of them spelled out in my hand. Not one of the textbooks which I am obliged to use is in raised print, so of course my work is harder than +or- would be if I could read my lessons over by myself. But it is harder for teacher Chan is for me because scram on her poor eyes is so great, and I cannot help worrying at them. Sometimes it really seems as if the task which we have set ourselves were more than we can accomplish, but at other times I enjoy my work more than I can say. It is such a delight to be with the other girls, and do everything they do. I study Latin, German, arithmetic and English history, all of which enjoy except arithmetic. I am afraid I have not a mathematical mind, for my figures always manage to get into wrong places. Row Mrs. Lawrence Cambridge, Mass. May 1897. No, I am trying very hard to get through with reading for examinations in June, and Kai's, in addition to my regular schoolwork keeps me awfully busy. But Johnson, and the plague and everything else must wait a few minutes Kai's afternoon, while I say, thank you, my dear Mrs. Hutton. What a splendid time we had at the Players' Club. Always thought clubs were dull, smoky places, where men talked politics, and told endless stories, all about themselves and wonderful exploits, but now I see, I must have been quite wrong. Row you are. John Hitz Crentham, Mass. The 9th of July, 1897. Leacher and I are going to spend the summer at Wrentham, Mass. With our friends, the Chamberlains. I think you remember Mr. Chamberlain, listener in the Boston transcript. I hey dear, kind people. But KRNZW you want to hear about my examinations. I know chat you will be glad to see here that I passed all of them successfully. The subjects I offered were elementary and advanced German, French, Latin, English, and Greek and Roman history. It seems almost tccg to be true, does it? All the time I was preparing for the great ordeal, I could not suppress an inward fear tremel plus or minus rg lest I should fail, and now at plus or minus s an unspeakable relief to know chat I have passed the examinations with credit. But what I consider my crown of success is happiness and pleasure that my victory has brought dear Leacher. Indeed, I feel chat success is hers more than mine, for she is my constant inspiration. At the de September Miss Sullivan and Miss Keller returned to the school, where they remained until early in December. Then the interference of Mr. Gilman resulted in Mrs. Keller's withdrawing Miss Helen and her sister, Miss Mildred, from the school. Sullivan and her pupil went to Wrentham, where she worked under Mr. Merton S. Keith, an enthusiastic and skillful teacher. Row Mrs. Lawrence Hutton Crentham, the 20th of February, is 9s. 1 My studies soon after your departure, and in a very little while we were work for as merrily as if dreadful experience of a month ago had been lt a dream. I cannot tell you how much I enjoy the country. Is so fresh, and peaceful and free. I do think I work all day icng without feeling tired if they would let me. There are so many pleasant things to do, not always very easy. Of my work in algebra and geometry is hard, but I love it all, especially Greek. Just think, I shall soon finish my grammar. Then comes the Iliad. Could an inexpressible joy it will be to read about Achilles, Ulysses, and Andromache and Athene, and the rest of my old friends in chef, on glorious language. I think Greek is the unloveliest language that I know anything about. If it is true that the violin is the most perfect of musical instruments, then Greek is the violin of human thought. Ke have had some splendid Tobkin plus or minus ing this RRZNTH. Every morning, before lesson time, we all go out to the steep hill and northern shore of the lake near house, and coast for an hour or so. Someone balances the toboggan on very crest of the hill, we get on, and when we are ready, off we dash down the side of the hill plus or minus n a headlong rush, leaping a projection, plunge into a SMZW, drift and go swimming far across the pond at a tremendous rate. Row Mrs. Lawrence, Wrentham, the 12th of April, 1898. 1 I'm glad Mr. Keith is so well pleased with my pikegress. It is true chat algebra and geometry are growing easier all the time, especially algebra, and I have just received books in raised print which will greatly facilitate my work. I find I get on faster, and do better with Mr. Keith Chan did in the classes at the Cambridge school, and I think was 1 + 2 1 chat I gave up chat kind of work. At any rate, I have not been idle since I left school. I have accomplished more, and been happier than I could have been there. Row Mrs. Lawrence, Wrentham, the 29th of May, 1898. YY goes on bravely. Each day is filled to the brim with hard study, for I am anxious to accomplish as much as possible before I put away my hooks for the vacation. You will be pleased to hear chat I did 3 problems plus or minus n geometry yesterday with assistance. Mr. Keith and Leacher were quite enthusiastic over achievement, and plus or minus I must confess, I felt somewhat elated myself. Now I feel as if I should succeed in doing something in mathematics, although cannot see why it is so very important to know chat lines drawn from extremities of the base of an isosceles triangle. The middle points of the opposite sides are equal. The knowledge make life any sweeter happier, does it? And other hand, when we learn a new word, it is the key to untold treasures. Row Charles Dudley Carner Crentham, Mass. The 7th of June, 1898. I am afraid will conclude chat I am not very anxious for a tandem after all, since I have let nearly a week pass without answering your letter in regard to the kind wheel I should like. But really, I have been so constantly occupied with studies since we returned from New York, that I have not had time even to think of the fun would be to have a bicycle. You see, I am anxious to accomplish as much as possible before the long summer vacation begins. I'm glad, though, that I see nearly time to put away my books, for Che sunshine and flowers, and Che lovely lake in front of our house are doing their best to tempt me away from my Greek and mathematics, especially from Che latter. I am sure the daisies and buttercups have as little use for the science of geometry as I, in spite of Che fact chat they so beautifully illustrate its principles. But bless me, I mustn't forget the tandem. The truth is, I very little about bicycles. I have only ridden a sociable, which is very different from the ordinary tandem. The scusible is safer, perhaps, than the tandem, but +or-c is very heavy and awkward, and has a way of caking up Che greater part Che road. Besides, I have been told that sociables cost more than other kinds of bicycles. My teacher and other friends think I could ride a Columbia tandem in Che country with perfect safety. They also think your suggestion absent a fixed handlebar a good one. Ride with a divided skirt, and my teacher, but +or-c would be easier for her to mount a man's wheel chan far me, so, if +or-c could be arranged to have Che lady's seat behind, I think it would be better. Row Caroline Darby Crentham, the 11th of September, is 9s. 1 I'm out of doors all the time, rowing, serming, riding and doing a multitude of other pleasant things. This morning I rode over 12 miles on my tandem, I on a rough road, and fell off 3 or 4 times, and am now awfully lame. But Che weather and Che scenery were so beautiful, and it was such fun to go scooting over the smoother part of the road, didn't mind Che mishaps in Che least. I have really learned to swim and dive, after a fashion. I can swim a little underwater, and do almost anything I like, without fear of getting drowned. Isn't Chat fine? It is almost no effort for me to row around Che Lake, no matter how heavy Che load be. SC can well imagine how strong and brown I am. Row Mrs. Lawrence 12 Newbury Street, Boston, the 23rd of October, 1898. This is the first opportunity I have had to write to since we came here last Monday. We have been in such a whirl ever since we decided to came Boston, it seemed as if we should never get settled. Poor teacher has had her hands full, attending to movers, and express, men, and all sorts of people. I wish were not such a bother to move, especially as we have to do +or-c so often. 24. Keith comes here at 3:30 every day except Saturday. He says he prefers to come here for Che present. Reading the Iliad and Che Aeneid and Cicero, besides doing a lot in geometry and algebra. The il +or- ad is beautiful with all the truth and simplicity of a wonderfully childlike people, while the Aeneid is stately and is like a beautiful maiden, who always lived in a palace, surrounded by a magnificent court, while Che il +or- ad is like a splendid piath, who has had the earth for his playground. The weather has been awfully dismal all the week, but today is beautiful, our room is flooded with sunlight. By and by we shall take a little walk in Che public gardens. I sure the Crentham woods were round Che corner. But alas! They are not, and I shall have to content myself with a stroll in the gardens. Somehow, after Che great fields and pastures and lofty pine groves of Che country, they seem shut in and conventional. Even the trees seem self-conscious. Indeed, I doubt if they are speaking with their country cousins. You know, I cannot help feeling sorry these trees with all Chet, fashionable airs. They are like the people whom they see every day, who prefer Che crowded, noisy city to the Zule and freedom of the country. Her even suspect high, circumscribed their lives are. They look down pityingly on Che country folk, have never had an opportunity to see Che great world. Oh my! If Che only realized their imitations, they would flee for their lives to the woods fields. What nonsense is Kai's? You will think I'm pining away for my Book.1-2 Rentham, which is true in one sense and not in another. Do miss farm and the dear ones there dreadfully, but I am not unhappy. I have teacher and my books, and I have certainty chat something sweet and goct will come to me in this great city, where human beings struggle so bravely all their lives to wring happiness from cruel circumstances. I am glad to have my share in ie fair, whether it ze bright or sad. Roe Mrs. William 4 Boston, the 6th of December, is 9s. My teacher and I had a jeered laugh over the girls' frolic. How funny they must have looked in their rough rider costumes, mounted upon their fiery steeds. Slim would describe them, they were anything like the saw horses I have seen. What jolly times they must have it. I cannot help wishing sometimes that I could have some of the fun that other girls have. How quickly should lock up all these mighty warriors, and hoary sages, and impossible heroes, who are now almost my only companions, and dance and sing frolic like other girls. But I must not waste my time wishing idle wishes, and after all my ancient friends are very wise and interesting, and I usually enjoy their society very much plus or minus indeed. It is once in a great while chat I feel discontented, and allow myself to wish for things I cannot hope for in this life. But, as you can crw, my heart is usually brimful of happiness. The chat my dear Heavenly Father is always near, giving me abundantly of all those things, which truly enrich ife and make plus or minus t sweet and beautiful, makes every deprivation seem of little moment compared with the countless blessings I enjoy. Roe Mrs. William Thor 12 Newbury Street, Boston, the 19th of December, 1898. 1 Realize now what a selfish, greedy girl I was to ask that my cup of happiness should be filled to overflowing, without stopping to think how many other people's cups were quite empty. I feel heartily ashamed of my thoughtlessness. One of Chai's disillusions, which it has hardest for me to get rid of, is that we have only to make our wishes kncwn in order to have them granted. But I am slowly learning that there is not happiness enough plus or minus in the world everyone to have all that he wants, and it me to think that I should have forgotten, even for a moment, that I already have in my share, and that like poor Oliver Twist I should have asked for more. Roe Mrs. Lawrence Hutton 12 Newbury Street, Boston. The 22nd of December, 1898. 1 Suppose M. Keith writes you chain news. If so, no chat I have finished all Che geometry, and nearly all the algebra required for Che Harvard examinations, and after Christmas I shall begin a very careful review of both Sernects. You will be glad to hear chat Ings in mathematics now. Why, I can do long, complicated quadratic equations in my head quite easily, and plus or minus C is great fun. I think M. Keith is a wonderful teacher, and feel very grateful to him for having made me see the beauty of mathematics. Next to my own dear teacher, he has done more than anyone else to enrich and broaden my mind. Roe Mrs. Lawrence Hutton 12 Newbury Street, Boston, the 17th of January, 1899. Have seen Kipling's Dreaming Iru or Kitchener's School. It is a very strawy poem and set me dreaming too. Of course you have read about Che Gordon Memorial College, which the English people are to erect at Khartoum. While I was thinking over the blessings chat would come to Che people of Egypt through this college, and eventually to England herself, there came into my heart the strong desire that my own dear country should in a similar way convert the terrible loss of her brave sons on Che Main into a bless plus or minus RG to the people of Cuba. Would a college at Havana not be noblest and most enduring monument that could be raised to the brave men of the Main, as well as a source of infinite goc to all concerned? Imagine entering the Havana harbor, having Che Pier, where the Main was anchored in that dreadful night, when she was so mysteriously destroyed, pointed out to you, being cold chat Che great, beautiful building overlooking the spot was the Main Memorial College, erected by Che American people, and having its object the education both of Cubans and Spaniards. What a glorious triumph such a monument would be of Che best and highest instincts of a Christian nation. In ±C there would be no suggestion of hatred or revenge, nor a trace of the old, tired belief that might makes right. On the other hand, ±C would be a pledge to the world chat we intend to stand by our declaration of war. I'd give Cuba to the Cubans, as scan as we have fitted them to assume Che duties and responsibilities of a people. Row John Hitz 12 Newbury Street, Boston, February ISE. One had an exceedingly interesting experience last Monday. A kind friend took me over in the morning to Che Boston Art Museum. She had previously obtained permission from General Loring, superintendent of the museum, for me to touch Che statues, especially Che's which represented my old friends in the Iliad Ardenide. Cass that notably? While I was there, General Loring himself came in, and showed me some of the most beautiful statues, among which were Che Venus of Medici, the Minerva of the Parthenon, Diana, ±in her hunting costume, with her hand on Che quiver and a doe by her side, and Che unfortunate Laocoon and his two little sons, struggling in the fearful coils of two huge and stretching chef arms tc skies with heart-rending cries. I also saw Apollo Belvedere. He had just slain Che Python and was standing by a great pillar of rock, extending his graceful hand ±in triumph over the terrible snake. Oh, he was simply beautiful. Venus entranced me. She looked as if she had just risen from Che foam of Che sea, and her iconiness was Z+/- a strain of heavenly music. I also saw poor Niobe with her youngest child clinging close to her while she implored Che cruel goddess not to kill her last darling. I Rust cried, ±C was all so real and tragic. General Laurie RG kindly showed me a copy of one of the wonderful bronze doors of Che Baptistry of Florence, and I felt of the graceful pillars, resting on the backs of fierce lions. So see, I had a foretaste of Che pleasure which I hope someday to have a visiting Florence. My friend said, she would sometimes show me Che copies of Che marbles brought away by Lord Elgin from the Parthenon. But somehow, should prefer to see Che originals ±in the place where genius meant them to remain, not only as a hymn of praise to the GCDS, but also as a monument of the glory of Greece. It really seems wrong to snatch such sacred things away from Che sanctuary of Che past where Che belong. William Boston, February IGTH, 1899. KHY, bless you, I thought I wrote to you Che day after Che eclogues arrived, and told you how glad I was to have them. Perhaps you never got that letter. At any rate, I thank you, dear friend, for tack ±RG such a world of trouble for me. You will be glad to hear that the books from England are coming. Already have Che 7th and 8th books of Che Aeneid and one book of the Iliad, all of which is fortunate, as I have come almost to Che end of my embossed text, books. It gives me great pleasure to hear how much is being done for Che deaf, blind. The more I learn of them, the more kindness I find. KHY, only a little while ago people THNGHT ±C quite impossible to teach the deaf, blind anyth ±RG, no was it possible then hundreds of kind, sympathetic hearts were fired with the desire to help them, and now we see how many of Cho's poor, unfortunate persons are being caught to see the beauty and reality I+/FE. Love always finds its way to an soul, and leads ±C out into the world of freedom and intelligence. As to the two-handed alphabet, I think is much easier for those who have sight than the manual alphabet, for of Che letters look like the large capitals ±N Essex, but I think when comes to teaching a deaf-blind person to spell, the manual alphabet is much more convenient, less conspicuous. Mrs. Lawrence 12 Newbury Street, Boston, March 1899. Am now sure that I shall be ready for my examinations in June. There is but one cloud in my sky at present, but that is one which casts a dark shadow over my life, and makes me very anxious at times. My teacher's eyes are no better, indeed, I think they grow mere troublesome, though she is very brave and patient, and will not give up. But it is most distressing to me to feel that she is sacrificing her sight for me. I feel as if I ought to give up the idea of going to college altogether, for not all Che knowledge in Che could make me happy, at such a cost. I do wish, Mrs. Hutton, you would try to persuade teacher to take a rest, and have her eyes created. She will not listen to me. I have just had some pictures taken, and if Che are good, would like to send one to Mr. Rogers, if you think he would I plus or minus Ke to have it. I would I like so much to show him in some way how deeply I appreciate all that he is doing for me, and I cannot think of anything better to do. Everyone here is talking about Che Sargent pictures. It is a wonderful exhibition of portraits, they say. HRYW I wish had eyes to see them. How I should delight in their beauty and... However, I am glad chat I am not debarred from all pleasure plus or minus in the pictures. I have at least Che satisfaction of seeing them through the eyes of my friends, which is a real pleasure. I am so thankful that I can rejoice in Che beauties, which my efforts gather and put into my hands. Ke are also glad and thankful chat Mr. have his jungle, book in raised print, Kipling did not die. And what a splendid